tuia. A tuia ngā muka o ngā waka. O tērā waka no tērā waka. Kia tō ia tātou ki te kotahitanga o te kaupapa. Kai mua tonu ia tātou mo tēnei toi ngauki. Ai te whare, mōrena mai ki a tātou. A tēnā, a ko tāku noa he whakawaha i ngā mihi, i ngā kupu whakatau hoki, no reira, i ngā waiwai tapu, a koutou kua takatū mai ki wainga i a tātou i tēnei rā. Nau mai, whakatau mai, tomo mai, ki roto i te puahurutanga o te whetirangi a kai e tūnei. Ko tai korea te maunga, parangi tīkei te awa e rere tata nei, ko pakapakatia te whenua, ko hākia te pūwāhinei, he wāhie ki ai te rere mana o te tauārangi, ia huru mō wai roki roki mōku. Ānei rā, he manu pī o te tauārangi, tōna rere hua nei te āhua, e tuku mihi atu ana ki a koutou. Nau mai, whakatau mai, piki mai ki wainga i a tātou. Ka tira, ka huri atu ngā mihi ki a koutou o muri o te whare. Ki a koutou ngā manu, o māro ka tōtia ngā parirau. Ki a koutou e tiu, e topara hoki ki roto ki ngā kōmato o a Māori, o tikanga Māori. O koutou te tauira, mo mātou e tupu ake nei, tēnei rā te mi ki a koutou. O tira ki ngā roa ia, ki a koutou, ka haere mai no tapiti, ki a koutou hoki, e mahi a tonu nei te mahi o tēnei wiki, tēnā koutou. Kāti, ki a koutou ngā kreme, ki a koutou e whakawaha nei ngā kupu o ngā kreme, ko tēnei te mihi taumaha ki a koutou. Taumaha i runga anō i te taumaha o ngā kōrero, i runga anō i te taumaha o te aroha, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. I tūtaki atu au ki tētahi nanahira, i maumahara, ko tana ingoa, he rangatira no te haukainga, ko Mauri ora Kingi tōna ingoa. Ka hoki atu aku maharatanga, e mō tea tonu nei, he whakatawa ki tāna, he mana tō te kupu. Iau i konei e rongo ana ki ngā kōrero, e tika ana, he mana tō te kupu. Nō reira ngā kreme, mau mai ki te whare kōrero, tukuna te mana o te kupu, kia rere, kia karawhiua, hei hua, mō ngā rā o ana mata, kāti, o ngā tohu ho mai ki au, kia poto te kōrero, nō reira, he poto ai. He pānui hoki, ka whikawhiti ati ki te reo Pākehā, kia mārama pai ai tātou. Kia ora whānau, there was just a note that was passed on to me. We're trying to figure out the best time to say it. Now's probably the perfect time. But we just noticed that there might have been some food that was eaten inside our whare yesterday. Just a friendly reminder, just to not consume any kai within the whare, unless it's rongoa or unless it's fresh water. And for our smokers, State Highway is just out that way. But if you are a smoker, our smoking areas are just at the back of our whare here, otherwise outside of the fence of the park. Oreira, tamutu ngā kōrero ki konei, e pā, ko asu te rākau ki a koe, kia tūkarai, ngā tuku manāhitanga.
Nauri ora ki te whare, e karakia tātou. E te atua, ko ria nei, e purupura pai. Ko mai e koe, he nākau hau, kia tupu ake ai. E te atua, e whiti nei te rā, e tiori nei ngā manu, e ara te tangata nei, kore te tinana, ihi ko te waiwa. Ui praiti ko mātou.
Oh Tēnā koe i te kaiwhakahaere o te hui nei. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe mo tō mihi ki te rōpū whakamana o te titi i te ata nei. Nō reira ki a koe, tēnā koe ki a mau nei, ki a whakamana nei, i ngā tikanga o tō tipuna. Nō reira i te wānei ka huri au ke te mihi, ki a Keith Sorensen, he memo o te rōpū whakamana o te triti, ko hinga i tainahi. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe e te ahorangi. Tēnei te mihi ki tō mahi e pana ki te mahi o te rōpū whakamana. Ki tō mahi i mōhaka ki a huriri, i tauranga moana, i te whanganui a tara, i te tauiho o te waka. E heka mā, he nui tō mahi mo te rōpū whakamana o te tiriti. Nō reira e te rangatira, haere atu rā, haere, haere, haere. Nō reira ki a koutou ngā mate o ia marae, o ia marae. Haere ki a rātou mā, rātou ko whiturangitia, rātou ko mene atu ki te pō. Nō reira ki a koutou te hongo ora, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. I tēnei rā tua whā o te wiki nei, ki a koutou ngā rangatira o te opu kātua. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Ki a koutou ngā roia o ngā kaitono, ngā roia o te krauna. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou, kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koe, Sir. Lambert speaking.
Mr. Lambert, got some more deletions, have you?
I do,
Good.
and hopefully it helps. So we have MH Law, who are withdrawing their 10 minutes and will file in writing for panel 3.
Sorry, is that Mahoney?
Yes, that's Māori lawyers.
So I've got 20 minutes down for them.
Pardon me?
I had 20 minutes down for them. You've just said 10, but anyway. So they're no longer there.
They're panel 3, sir?
Yes.
Panel 3?
Yeah.
This should be later this afternoon. That's
Right.
the first one.
Yep.
The second one is myself for panel 4. I have 90 minutes. I'll reduce that down to 60 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
If we get any more, I'll let you know.
Good.
Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. So at the moment, we're
Tēnā koutou ngā memo o te rōpū whakamana te Treaty o Waitangi. Tēnā koutou ngā kanohi o te rā. Sir, Mr. Benyon, appearing with Benyon Law, Ms. Riley's going to leave after I question, I think, the professors and doctors about DBP a bit later in the day. So just making an appearance.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Binion.
Thank you, sir.
So at the moment, we're waiting to hear from Mr. Sabori.
Kia ora, sir. It's Richard Gaver here, just to potentially clear up any misunderstandings of the timetable. It's panel 3 that we're withdrawing our time for, not this panel 2 part 4. So, kei te pai. Hi. Kia ora. Thank you, sir. Tēnā koutou, te tepu, ko Richard Gaver tōku ingoa. You can see me just between the camera and the po. Sorry about that. I don't have any questions for Mr. Brunt or Ms. Gall, but I do have questions for the rest of you. And I might start with you, Ms. O'Neill. And I'd just like to take you to section 7 of your brief, which starts on page 25. That's the section titled Feedback and Reviews. Just wondering if you could expand at all on the nature of the feedback that MSD gets. Can you shed any light? What kind of feedback does MSD actually get from its clients?
Morena. So we have a multitude of different ways that people can feed back into us. We have the review of decision pathway, which gives our clients are entitled to be able to review any kind of decision that's made in relation to their entitlement. We also have community connections with different runanga and different iwi. We have partnerships across with local agencies and other organisations to which they can feed back. If I bring it back to the mahi we're focused on today in relation to veterans, we have the connectivity with VANS. We also have our connection with NZDF. We also connect in with ACC across different parts of the organisation as well. And that's more around us coming together to talk through whatever those situations might be that they're presenting, but also to, if we have feedback in relation to a joint approach that we are doing, we will link in with the agency that we're working with, and we will share that feedback with them directly, and or can be through email, because we work internationally as well with different agencies, so we have other countries that we link into. And from that point, we also have a complaints process where we have a dedicated team that receives those complaints through, and or recognition of specific work that we're doing. So that will loop round to the appropriate areas that are responsible or accountable for whatever that entitlement might be, or that product that we're working with that cohort on, and we provide that information. We take the time to understand what the situation is, what the decision making was, and then we also look at how we can improve that from a quality and or engagement piece for that client. What will happen from that point is dependent on the leader who is connected with that, they will directly connect in with the client and or their representative and talk through whatever that might have been. We will take the time to also understand from a policy legislative purpose whether or not that's aligned, and ensure that we are talking through that. So I'm not sure if that answers that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very helpful answer. I'm just looking at paragraph 7.3 where you say we use feedback to improve services, systems and the way we work with clients, whānau and communities, and you touched on it in your answer there. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if you could perhaps provide any examples of instances where client feedback has led to measurable change.
I think if I talk to our Te Pai Tata, so we spent time as a strategy understanding from across the motu 4,000 voices from whānau to understand how we can improve the way that we engage. So at a high level, I would definitely use an example of that, because that shifted and changed the way where we talk about how we put the client at the centre and the whānau's voice at the centre of how we're engaging. But if you're wanting a more, I guess, specific example of things that we've looked at, I can talk to my area in particular around we have had challenges in the space of review of decisions, so how and what that looks like in response to the way that we are working through that. I have had feedback from our advocates across the motu in relation to the things that they want to see us shift and change, and the ministry, I guess how I would describe it is that we have a lot of legacy systems. We are impacted by multiple ways in which we connect, and so one of the big challenges that we're experiencing at the moment is a client comes to deal with us. So if I think about our veterans, they're coming to deal with us. They don't differentiate between the different areas, so they don't say, well, there's a service centre or there's a contact centre or there's centralised services who's processing my application. And so one of the big things that we are trying to streamline as an organisation at the moment is how we connect that up. And so we have our specific transformation program, which is dedicated to understanding how we put the client at the centre of everything we do and how we change and shift the way we operate to be able to provide the service without the client or the whānau being impacted. I am more than happy to provide, because I'm very mindful there'll be some other specific questions that my colleagues will want to be able to focus on, so I'm more than happy to provide written response if you're wanting further information around how we're changing that.
If you have further information to provide, that would be helpful, I think. But yeah, I'll just, because we've got limited time at the moment, I'll move on to another question. I'd like to move to a few pages over to page 33. Paragraph 9.35, just where you mentioned that no veteran-specific training is currently offered. Just can you clarify whether that veteran-specific training has ever been offered in the past?
So what I do want to clarify here is that when we look at the veterans in particular, we look at the ageing population overall. So because we have such a large cohort of different types that sit within there and products. So what we talk about when we say no specific training is more in relation to the fact that we're specialised in that space. So when I talked about the fact that we have 3 staff that are still dedicated in the space of veterans, that's been since 2008. So they specialise in that space to be able to provide all of the intricate ins and outs of our legislation, our policy, our requirements of what we are providing from an entitlement point of view. So they are focused on making sure that we are aligned, and that links into the overall veterans. And so our space is really dedicated, they're specialised in that space. So when we talk about not being specific, if a veteran was to turn up in a service centre and they were to ask questions, that'll be reverted to us as a specialised unit. So we talk and know and live and breathe everything to do with that entitlement. And so it's best that actually if they need help or support, we're the ones that actually talk to that. In saying that, we are aware that there's space for improvement for us, and that links into the ASA agreement in relation to how do we ensure that all of our people across the ministry are more well versed in understanding. So when we make note that it's not specific training, it's not, I would say how I would describe that is that because we are a specific unit, we are dedicated with our capability developers to make sure that we're aligned with what the current legislation and policy is. And because we work along with VANS and also to our other agencies, ACC and NZDF, that has to align as well. So I'm not sure if has that answered your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And that
just to add for the record too, it's a team approach. So our call centre, the Veteran Support Centre, of which you heard evidence the previous day, works very closely in with MSD. So when you're starting to get into a very veteran-specific issue outside of just the administration of the pension, that's when essentially it will often come back to Veterans Affairs to then take over that part of the query. So that's where that agreed information sharing agreement gives us the legal basis to support veterans across both the organisations in a fairly seamless fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Brunt, for clarifying there. That was the last question I had for you, Ms. O'Neill, so thank you for your evidence. Brigadier Tate, I might come to you next. And if I could take you to your paragraph 14. 15 actually, where you talk about the release medical. You describe the release medical as an opportunity to level the understanding that service people might have come to during their service. Can we take from that that the release medical is the first time that service people are kind of brought down to earth, as it were?
Thanks for the question, and I guess not quite how I would phrase it, but I think what has become apparent to us is that our historical reliance on a paternalistic medical system where we as the providers hold kind of the power of knowledge of how it works is not the best way to help our people. So the answer to your question is that's not the first time. So our efforts now are around an informed consumer of the service, someone who has agency, who can advocate for themselves and is an empowered user of the service. So much more of our, we've recently produced our Tangata Whaiora Health Handbook, which is kind of the soldiers, sailors, aviators guide to health services in the Defence Force, and we really encourage our consumers to be equal partners in the service that really is for them. So the release medical, I would say, is the last opportunity to get the messages across to people, not the first opportunity.
Right. Although you would agree perhaps that the release medical is where the reality really starts to set in for a lot of the service people.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I think if for people who spend 20 years in the military, they don't have a frame of reference to compare in terms of what service is on the outside, and so while us bugging them to get their dental done, might seem a bit of a pain while they're in, when they leave, that might feel like a luxury. So yeah, I mean, the reality is that we offer what we think is a pretty good service, and but I think we can make people better users of our service and the civilian service if we lift their health literacy and give them agency to be partners in good health outcomes.
Mm. Do you see any barriers standing in the way of NZDF doing that, of giving them greater agency?
The barriers are probably the way we've always done things. So this is a culture shift for us, and it's hard to shift, how we've always done business. We don't intend to do less, but we really want to empower us. Instead of us saying, come and see us for your cardiovascular risk assessment, I would love if service people come in the door and demand of us and say, hey, I'm 40, I want to get my cardiovascular risk assessment done, and I'm 35, I'm Māori, I think this is a good time to do it. That's my ideal world, but it's going to take us a while to get to that, we realise that.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a culture shift both for the Defence Force and for the individual service people within it.
Yeah, I think so, yes. I mean, I think it's not big change, but I think it's the right way to go.
Well, kia ora, Brigadier. Those are all the questions I have for you. So, Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, I'll come to you now. I've had the opportunity overnight to revise some of my questions, some of which have been covered by my lead counsel. But I just want to take you to a few places in your brief, starting with paragraph 39, if I could, where you talk about logistical and operational challenges and setting up a separate system. And you raise the example of the USVA, which has been criticised for complex eligibility requirements. You would agree that that could be mitigated by careful setting of eligibility requirements?
Potentially mitigated, yes, and also I feel like it could add complexity to the system, having kind of further gates, and I'm not sure that would best serve our people.
Kia ora. Just going on to the next paragraph, paragraph 40, where you talk about the paradox of specialisation you say it can inadvertently become so complex and difficult to navigate that it creates new barriers to access. So when you say it can become so complex, do you think that that's inevitable or likely, or is it just a possibility in your view?
I haven't done any deep analysis of that, but if you're asking for my perspective is that's quite likely if we seek to over-specialise these services. As I think about the way the health system works here in New Zealand, what I've seen of health systems offshore, military health systems offshore, that seems likely, and that's why it's in my evidence, because if I thought it would work, I would 100% back it. But I genuinely feel like it would not serve our people.
One thing I noticed reading your brief of evidence is that you raise a number of times the experience of the US VA. I'm just wondering if you find the experience in other countries besides the US informative or instructive?
Yeah, so I've worked with Australia and Canada in some respect. I'm not experts on any of these systems, I might add, right? So my paper is informed by conversations with peers in those systems, who work in those systems, as well as my overview of what I'm been able to find in terms of material and literature. I'm not an expert on any of those systems. My intent in including that material was to furnish the tribunal with a sense of other options and what we may be able to learn from those systems.
I'll just add to that. So myself and my counterparts, so the Surgeon Generals for the Five Eyes nations and other allies, talk very frequently and compare and contrast our systems, and we all have the same continuous pursuit of excellence and very similar vulnerabilities and gaps. The reason this is hard to solve, by even all of those smart people, is that this is a difficult and complex issue and is really predicated on what your national, social medical system looks like, and there are bits of other systems that you can import, but nobody has found, kind of what the lift and shift is, the model that looks perfect for every country.
Kia ora. So, Lieutenant Colonel, from the answers you've given and from your brief, I think it's fair to say that you come out against establishing a separate or parallel system. Was that a fair assessment?
I think that does come out from the brief. I think, and once again, that's not to say I don't think that we should do more and be better and put in place things and systems for our people. I'm just not convinced that a parallel health system is going to serve that function. And that's so I think there are other things we could do that would make more of a difference for our people.
So it sounds like your objection is more a principled one than a practical one.
No, it's practical and principled. So in practice, if we were going to spend the resource and implement the resource required to set up a parallel system, I reckon we could have more effect and be more sure of an effect if we set up or we did other things with that resource. And so the principle is what is going to offer the best for veterans, and my practical assessment is that there are better ways to do it than a parallel system. And I'm not an expert on that particular question, I would hasten to add. That's just Steve's opinion.
I accepted and acknowledged that. You identify a number of challenges and you've raised some of them in your answers. Just for the sake of argument, do you see any of those challenges as being completely insurmountable? And if so, which one or ones?
I love the idea of being hopeful, but I think probably the most prominent one is that in terms of mental health, the workforce the mental health workforce in New Zealand is under stress already. You know, we know that. So I genuinely worry that I don't think there is capacity to support a parallel mental health system in addition to the public health system. I think it's better, more efficient and more effective to enhance and enable the public health system to support veterans. Yeah. Did you have anything to add, ma'am?
Yeah, I would agree with Steph. I think the workforce, we, like it or not, we don't have finite resources across the motu, and so we have to operate within the constraints. Allocated efficiency is a reality of health systems. And second order consequence of diverting resources to one group is you create greater disparity in other groups. So it is very hard to ring fence, and comes back to this needs-based, equity principle, the right care for the right people by the right resources.
On ngā mihi, I think that's my time up, sir, so I'll leave it there. Thank you all very much for your evidence. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sabori.
Tēnā koe, sir. Can the tribunal hear me?
Yes, we can.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, me te tribunal, ko Hussein Saburi aho. I've been allocated 15 minutes for my cross-examination today, and I'll start with Ms. Gull from the panel. In your evidence, in paragraph 41, you stated that ACC case managers have access to te rito. Is the 4-part training module compulsory for all case managers to do?
Thank you for your question. At this stage, no, it is not compulsory. We're in the process of actually upgrading and developing some new modules for our staff, but no, it's not compulsory. It's strongly encouraged, though, and is part of a performance plan in terms of having objectives around te reo and cultural capability that exist across all roles in the organisation.
Thank you. And so does ACC collect data on how many case managers have or haven't completed those courses?
Yes, it does. I don't have that data in front of me, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I guess if it's not mandatory, but you're working towards it, does that lead to the overall strategy being ineffective when the people administering the policy may not be aware of what the course would cover? So if the intent of the four-part module is to make the case managers more culturally aware and competent, and they're offering services of ACC to the recipients, but they may not be aware of certain cultural aspects, how does that place the services offered by ACC, I guess?
ACC offers its services in a number of streams, and one of those streams is in Hapai, which has been outlined in our evidence. And there are also other streams that work with seriously injured clients, particularly as a result of sexual or family violence, and we would find higher rates of completion of those modules with those staff working in those cohorts.
Thank you. My last question is, you stated that the strategy of Huakina Te Rā was launched in 2023. Has ACC reached out to existing veterans who have claims and made that strategy available to them?
one of the issues that was raised yesterday is around recognising the veterans in the ACC system, and at the moment we don't have that primary health indicator to do that. So we are not aware of the specific number of veterans in the ACC system at any one time. We can derive some of that information. So without that knowledge, we wouldn't then deliver the Huakina Tauraa as a strategy, but it is ingrained in the work and the approach to building relationships with karataki.
Thank you. My next line of questioning is for Brigadier Tate. You've acknowledged that the transition from military health service to civilian can be challenging. What specific steps has the New Zealand Defence Force taken to ensure the continuity of care for Māori veterans, especially those returning to rural or underserved areas?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. So I think the place for us to have that conversation, to have the most influence in supporting Māori veterans to connect with community services that would most support them is during that release medical process. And one of our thought lines on that is by not just having the service person, but having their whānau part of that conversation. It is about understanding where they're going. That is, I would acknowledge, however, that the primary healthcare system in itself is stretched and challenged, and so as everyone in this room well knows, enrolment in some regions is challenging to find health practitioners. I think as we expand our knowledge of kaupapa Māori, options like the excellent Mātātua example yesterday, those are the kind of things we're really understanding those networks and potentially trying to facilitate those options for people. But we have no influence on enrolments or settling people into those services. We can be a facilitator and a coordinator and try and emphasise the importance of the continuity of care.
Thank you. So in terms of the medical discharge summaries, do they include any cultural relevant information that could help ACC or the public health sector in navigating those challenges for Māori military veterans and their health needs?
Would you be able to give an example of what you mean by the type of indicators?
Does the medical summaries and the medical discharge that the NZDF does as part of that process, do you capture any information around kaupapa Māori services that the veteran may have had access to whilst in your care, I guess?
So I think that's a valid idea. I think it's not a templated prescriptive, well, it's not true. There are some templated components. I think the medical records will capture what the physician and tangata whaiora who are presenting want to capture. I think that is we listen to the voice of the person in the room. But I think, I think that idea is valid. I think the concept of, what should be recorded in that is an evolving idea. And I think, potentially that's a good addition to say what are the critical, culturally responsive components that could be recorded. As to who reads that summary and where that goes, that's I'm not sure that just recording it facilitates that continuity, but I think that's a good suggestion.
Thank you. And I guess just building on that point, as veterans navigate going from military care to civilian health care, it can be, I guess, a new experience for them. So are veterans informed of the supports available to them without having to go on a fishing expedition themselves? So Yeah,
I mean, certainly we would attempt to inform them. I think one of the pictures that's become clear to me through this kaupapa is, my ability to map that on a page is, I'm not clear how that network works. I think if we were, if the answer to this exam question is that we are defining a networked veteran support system, and all of the agencies, NGOs, local and regional options that form part of that system, that would be an amazing tool to be able to put in front of people, to be able to map that network and understand what those resources actually are, I think is a feasible aspiration. And I would find that exceedingly useful to be able to be able to inform veterans. It's not just, what your veterans' entitlements under VSA are, or what your ACC links are, or MSD. It's also all of these players that have amazing support services to offer our people.
Yes, thank you for that. And my last question, Brigadier Tate, is that we've heard evidence of Māori veterans with lived experiences and having been discriminated in the public health sector. What steps has or can the New Zealand Affairs Force take in the transitioning process to reduce this discrimination?
I don't have a list of what the solution set to that is, but I think one of the components particularly for Māori veterans who it may have been a long time since they've needed to interact with those that health system that has a disproportionate and discriminatory effects on Māori. If they've been in the Defence Force for 20 years, it is, I think what's been mentioned before by the tribunal, preparing people to be optimal users of that imperfect system. How can they overcome, what those challenges would be as they transition back? Having somewhat sheltered them from that, I think, not all of it. We're only the primary healthcare sector, so our people still interact with the secondary healthcare sector. But I do feel like we do shelter people a bit, and so I do think preparing people to look for the most, culturally safe and culturally responsive and culturally appropriate services, how to be a better user, have agency, and be an advocate in a system that is not perfect. That's what we can do.
Thank you for your answers. My next line of questioning is for Mr. Brunt. Mr. Brunt, are there any Māori veterans in VANZ's senior leadership or governance team?
The senior leadership team is currently in transition. So we're part of a workforce savings program that is rolling through the New Zealand Defence Force. So it is being restructured, but yes, there is. We also have a cultural advisor position which is currently under offer, and my hope is that cultural advisor will be in the organisation very shortly. It reports directly to the head of Veterans Affairs, and it will have a wider link into the People Capability Group executive to dock into both defence health but also cover transition as well.
Thank you. Would you say that the representation of Māori at that senior leadership level, would it be a 50% representation?
No, it certainly wouldn't be at a 50% representation. I mean, leadership within Veterans Affairs comes in multiple different areas as well. So as we heard yesterday with Te Arataki, that really was a co-constructed strategy led by Māori veterans to a large extent. So leadership isn't just confined to the executive of the Veterans Affairs senior leadership team, by way of additional context.
Yes, thank you. So would you accept that if the lack of representation, because of that lack of representation, that could undermine a by-Māori, for-Māori approach when developing policies and strategies at VANS?
Theoretically, I don't agree with that underlying proposition. I don't think there is an excuse for a senior leadership team not to be aware of issues facing Māori. We have a very clear bicultural framework within the New Zealand Defence Force that has been set down, and it's the expectation that every member of that senior leadership team is very cognizant of the needs of Māori and the needs of different veteran groups that may indeed be a minority and impacted by, if you like, a system approach. So whenever you deploy a system within a complex government organisation, you always have to think, well, what are the impacts for minority groups? And how do we remove those barriers? And I expect every member of that senior leadership team to be doing that. I expect them to be well versed in the underpinnings of Te Tiriti and what our obligations are for Māori.
Thank you for your answer. My next line of questioning is for Ms. O'Neill. We've heard evidence of the responsibilities and services of MSD and around the training that are offered. My first question is, how specific is this training for your frontline staff? For example, veterans who have been in prison or dishonourably discharged, are there circumstances considered when engaging with MSD?
Kia ora, thank you for your question. I think if we were to look to Te Arataki, it noted in there that we needed to look at lifting our understanding across our staffing, whether that be in a contact centre or a service centre or the wider. And so for us, that it's really important because we have a specialised unit that's dedicated to veterans. How do we go about ensuring that we can have that shared wider? And so, as I mentioned and is captured in my briefing, because of that dedicated specialist team, there's work that we need to do as a ministry in how we share that so that it's widely accessible. We have recently just updated our knowledge base, which includes specifics around understanding the cohort of our ageing population across super and veteran pension. We continue to promote how we will shift and evolve our training across the ministry. So we have a dedicated area in our learning and capability who are looking at how we can incorporate this as we transform as an organisation. So there's a whole lot of layers that we've incorporated and talked to. And when we came together around the Te Arataki, we talked around how this can be taken away from a ministry to improve. But as mentioned previously, we work really closely with VANS in relation to this. We ensure that if there are areas that we are not meeting or are not within our remit or not within our understanding, that's where we have that connectivity with VANS to be able to link in with them, to talk to them. And then once we understand that more, that's then brought back into the organisation so that we understand it. Not sure if that answers that question.
No, thank you for your answer. And Sir, Your Honour, I note that in the interest of time, my 15 minutes is up. And with your Honour's leave, I will seek to file some questions in writing for Lieutenant Colonel Colonel Kearney and Miss O'Neill.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I'd just like to mihi to the panel for your service and for the mahi that you have done in this kaupapa.
Thank you, Mr. Sport.
Thank you.
Mr. Law.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Tēnā koutou. Council's name is Law. Majority of my questions have been covered by my learned friends yesterday and this morning. I just have a couple of questions that may sound a little bit disjointed, given that some of the issues have been covered by other council. Brigadier Tate, just referring back to the release medical process that you discussed yesterday and this morning, you mentioned that you encourage support people to attend those sessions with the service personnel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And just in terms of the encouragement, do you cover the costs of support people to attend those medical sessions?
That issue's not come up yet, I guess. Most of our people attend those release medicals in close proximity to where they live and work, and they're conducted before they leave the Defence Force. So,
so the release medical sessions are generally done in the town that the veterans come from, or are they done at a specific base?
On the camp and base where they, so it's prior to them departing the Defence Force. So there's a whole load of, as you can imagine, administrative burden in leaving the Defence Force. But one of them is that you attend the medical centre that you usually attend for your primary healthcare needs, and we conduct medical, dental, release medicals, and that is a place that your whānau could also attend with you.
Right. So when you say medical centre, you're referring to the medical centre in the Veterans Township, or at the base itself? At
the camp or base where they currently reside and work. So our primary healthcare facilities on every camp and base, dental facilities on every camp and base, and the social and allied health services that also exist on those camps and bases who provide that service.
Well, I guess I'm probably not familiar with the how veterans and their families live. Do they live on the base, or do the families live in their hometowns, or?
So predominantly, there are a couple of, you can live physically on base inside the gate, or you can live close to the camp or base. That's what majority of people do. Some commute, but the centre of gravity for, as you can imagine, their workplace is a camp or base in New Zealand, and that's where they reside close to, or that's where we provide their care and support services.
All right. No, it's just some of the evidence that has been presented as families live in rural areas come to meet or greet their fellow service person on the base, and some have travelled hours just to get there. But that's not normally the case. Is that what you're saying?
That's not so normally the person, so the closest person to that service person, their next of kin or their partner whānau, predominantly will be the people they live with in close proximity to the place where they work.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, at paragraph 11 of your brief evidence, you mentioned that some mental health issues can manifest years after service, which can potentially lead to delayed treatment or worsening conditions. Has the NZDF Mental Health Office identified ways on how these could be captured?
This is a very difficult kind of technical question, I guess, how to identify people that might be at risk of delayed onset. We capture what people may have been exposed to in the course of operational deployments. We capture some measure or some the screen that we talked about that we've discussed previously, and that gives us perhaps some indications of risk, but is by no means perfect. And that would be the kind of the scope of the risk that we capture whilst they're in.
So in terms of, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So in terms of, potentially manifesting years after, is there like a regular checkup on a 6-monthly annual basis to check in on the veterans?
No, there isn't.
Oh, okay. Does NDDF collaborate with VANS to try and capture potential mental health issues 5 to 10 years after service?
No, we don't. We do share information with VANS where requested. We do seek and are getting better at making sure that all of that psychological information is included in the service members' medical release file and medical documentation that they take with them. And so that would be the extent of that, I'd say. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I just have a question now for Ms. Gall. Ms. Gall, at paragraph 12 of your brief evidence, you mentioned types of cover that ACC provides. I was just interested in one of the cover in relation to work-related gradual process injuries, disease or infection caused by ionizing radiation in the workplace, as an example. Have you received any claims in relation to Operation Grapple under that request or cover?
I'm not aware of any, but be happy to look and provide that information. But personally,
yes,
I'm not aware of any.
If it came from the public and not through VANS, as well as through VANS, if you could provide that information, that would be great. That would be great. And then at paragraph 26 of your brief, you discuss ACC attending assessments to help the claimant and their whānau assist the claimant to understand their health condition. Can you see that?
Yes.
Are these sessions, what is the nature of these sessions? Is it a hui with the family and the claimant, or are you just attending to their house? Is there a medical assessor present?
So the support needs assessment that I'm referring to in that particular paragraph for seriously injured clients, that's external providers to ACC, where Kiritaki have a choice of provider with some limitations as to availability in particular rohe. So ACC is generally not at that assessment. The Kiritaki is encouraged to bring whatever support people they would like to have present at that assessment. Generally, members of the whānau are there because it does take into account things like the house, the modifications that might be needed to that, and also any needs around whānau support for adapting to now living with somebody with a serious injury. Generally, a number of those assessments would take place in the home. Not always. It really depends on the nature of the injury and the nature of the assessment.
And if the assessment has to take place in a main centre or hospital and the whānau live in rural areas, are the travel costs of the whānau covered to attend that session, or are they expected to cover their own costs to get there?
ACC does operate some specific regulations about support available to what are termed in the regulations support people or escorts, and that's for to rehabilitation or treatment.
The reason I'm asking that is NZDF have encouraged whānau to be involved in the rehabilitation of veterans, and I see that this kind of assessment or hui that ACC provides in terms of serious injuries could be important, also for mental health issues and issues related to PTSD. Would ACC cover those sort of costs for a whānau hui with the veteran and a mental health practitioner?
So whichever injury that karataki has got cover for and an assessment is required, whether that's a clinical assessment or a needs assessment, and that assessment is not available locally, there are regulations supporting the costs both to the karataki and to support and escort people in attending those assessments.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gore. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Beaumont.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Can everyone hear me?
Aye.
My name is Chris Beaumont. I'm from Te Arahi Law. I'm appearing for a number of claimants in this inquiry. One of the clients I'm representing here and asking the questions for a Vietnam veteran under the claim number Y1623. Now, my first set of questions are generally for the whole panel, although may be more appropriately directed at Ms. Gall and Mr. Brunt. Now, Mr. Karatia has given evidence in this inquiry that he did not receive any support and that it took him 35 years for him to get a diagnosis of PTSD. He spoke of mental abuse he unfortunately inflicted over the years on his spouse as a result of his untreated PTSD. And he spoke of the lack of support for spouses of veterans, especially if they're the unfortunate victims of mental and physical abuse from veterans who are suffering from some serious PTSD. And that can be physical and emotional abuse. Now, I know it's been mentioned that VANs do have support systems in place for spouses and whānau of veterans. What is available at a general level for spouses of veterans who have been victims of abuse due to untreated PTSD over the years?
I'll answer first from ACC's perspective. Thank you for the question. And, you know, it's a deeply troubling issue. The ACC criteria, though, are effectively around the supports and services available to the injured karataki. The situation you describe, the whānau member may well be entitled to their own claim with ACC, but if not, generally the support is around helping whānau live with the karataki who's living with the disability. So the support, in all honesty, would be limited to whānau members outside of those specific examples that I've highlighted from ACC.
And within the Veterans Support Act, I mean, specifically, there is counselling and support available for the spouse and on the premise that they are still married or living together, and then for the children. The predominant support is focused in and around the veteran, and so the wider entitlements and support system for the spouse in that situation predominantly come from other organisations within the support system.
And just following on from that, so if they're not together anymore, does that support from VANs cease?
That's correct. For a spouse.
And in regards to claims under ACC, Ms. Gall said yesterday that in a case where a veteran might have made a claim under ACC and VANs, the two entities will work together to agree on a lead for the claim. And And it was also acknowledged in your evidence that it can be quite frustrating for some veterans to be dealing with separate entities. And you said that the decision is made between VANS and ACC as to who's going to take the lead, but what kind of input does the veteran have into that decision?
In most cases, it will be led by Veterans Affairs because the entitlements under the Veterans Support Act are more generous than those available under the Accident Compensation Scheme. So it basically will come over to Veterans Affairs. I'm not aware of an example where a veteran has said, no, I want ACC to take the lead on that. So, for example, weekly income compensation under ACC would typically be at 80% of the person's salary. Under the Veterans Support Act, the veteran would be entitled to 100%. So, in almost all cases, Veterans Affairs will become the lead agency for that veteran.
So, what kind of, I understand the majority of the cases, Veterans Affairs would be the lead based on what you've said. What kind of situation could you envisage where a veteran might go under the ACC pathway rather than through VANS?
If they're a veteran, I can't envisage any reason why they would want to go through the ACC pathway rather than what's available to them through Veterans Affairs. The provisions under the VSA are far more generous by way of treatment and rehabilitation, so that is in recognition and deliberately so of service. And those decisions were very clear within the Law Commission that the VSA was explicitly set up to be more generous. And so there are benevolence provisions loaded within the legislation. For example, when we're deciding a claim, we don't have to take into account age, wear and tear that a veteran may suffer, nor if you like, pre-existing injuries that may have contributed to the particular issue that the veteran may be facing. So under virtually every scenario, it would lead you to coming to Veterans Affairs if you have qualifying operational service.
And my next set of questions are for Ms. Gall, just in the situation where a veteran is coming under ACC for whatever reason. As you've said in your evidence, there are several different pathways for compensation for veterans, such as weekly compensation, LOPE, and top-ups with VANS for 100% compensation. And that's certainly not an easy task to assess those claims where they might have been suffering for such a long time and perhaps more appropriately dealt with under VANS. Would I be correct in thinking that?
As Mr. Brunt's outlined, yes, the benevolent nature of the VANS service would suggest that that would be the first avenue.
And just in terms of the assessment process under ACC for veterans as compared to non-veterans, is that, because it's needs-based, is that significantly different for civilians?
No.
Now, my next set of questions, at paragraph 58, you discuss the RNZ RSA working with ACC to resolve veterans' issues. And you mentioned advocates also using an operations advisor. Do you mean entities such as Wayfinders and the Workplace Injury Advocacy Services?
Those are available, but no, there is a staff member in my office who works directly with the RNZ RSA and can be contacted directly by them and their support workers to help navigate where they should be talking to an ACC or producing the information himself.
And in terms of the kaupapa Māori health services and assistance that might be available for Māori veterans under ACC, you discussed the Hoakina Tera set up in August 2023 at paragraph 40 of your brief. That's an organisational strategy internal to ACC for the case managers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when I looked at the Wayfinders website, for example, which is one of the advocacy services, as you know, there doesn't appear to be a similar kaupapa Māori strategy. So would you agree that on the advocacy side of things, there's perhaps a lack of integration of culturally appropriate advocacy services to assist Māori veterans nationwide with engaging specifically with ACC in the situation where they are required to engage with ACC?
That gap was specifically why the Kaupapa Māori Navigation Service was established. And
so that does apply to the advocacy services such as Wayfinders as well?
Wayfinders would be open to using that service as well, yes.
And you'd agree from what you've said in your brief that in regards to the ways in which ACC have sought to reach as many as possible, that reaching all of the Māori veterans who need support might be more challenging, or might be quite challenging.
Sorry, was there a question in that?
Well, I imagine that there would be many veterans, because of the prominence of VSA, who won't even be aware that ACC support is also available, particularly for funding assessments and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is recognised, which is one of the actions out for ACC out of the Te Arataki, and there is absolutely more work to be done to increase that knowledge and to effectively put that knowledge in the communities or places where veterans would be most likely to be able to access that.
And in terms of mental health, the majority of what you discussed in your evidence is about claims covering physical no-fault injuries, including those suffered during service. Doesn't appear to be much assistance with psychological treatment for veterans under that pathway, such as treatments for PTSD, which seems to come under the umbrella of Te Arataki. Do you have anything to comment on the support for mental health from ACC?
Mental injury within ACC is, there are significant numbers of karataki, which would include veterans, with covered mental injury claims. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we support thousands of karataki with mental health issues. So we have extensive counselling, psychology, psychiatric services available in terms of like talk therapy services, but we also are able to provide other therapy services that aren't just through talk. That highlights one of the issues about the extent of entitlements that are available that are really needs-based, and that's what we seek to draw out in the conversations that we have with karataki as to understand their need. But we do provide extensive mental health support.
My last set of questions are for Mr. Brunt. At paragraph 18 of your brief, you state that some veterans may be funding their own treatment costs. And you note that VANS may be able to fund these services, and Te Puna Ora o Matatua, which we spoke about yesterday, will provide the treatment. So my question is, at this time, with these services, such as those available through VANS and other NGOs, why, in your view, would some veterans be funding their own treatment costs?
So this is where the uptake of the scheme is significantly lower than the amount of veterans that that have entitlement underneath it. So if we go back to the numbers, we estimate we have 45,000 that qualify for entitlements. There are, we're servicing 13 to 14,000, but if you take spouses out of that number, then you're down to sort of, somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 veterans. Now, if you're living in rural parts of the country and there are very good primary care operators that have a mixture of government funding, my observation is that veterans simply, they have that need and they have that fulfilled by Te Puna Ora or Matatua. So therefore, at that point in time, there is no need for them to come to Veterans Affairs, in their view, to lodge an application to then get approval for support, which is already being provided to them. Now, what we want to do and what we recognise is we want to increase the provision through the VSA, because that will release that funding from those NGOs or iwi back into those NGOs and iwis to support their community. It's not the case that we don't want veterans to be supported under the VSA, but it is the case that the services have been more readily accessible for them through their local provider, if that makes sense. And so what we need to do with Te Puna Ora is work with them to get these veterans to lodge a claim so that we can go through a process of accepting it and then taking over the funding of it. And to replicate that model, hopefully, around the motu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Beaumont. Your time has come to an end.
Thank you, Your Honour. I was just about to wrap up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harman.
Tēnā koutou rangatira mā. My pātai are really directed at Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, and I've got 10 minutes. And I have tabled asked Mr. Kearney to have a look at something that I quoted from earlier in the week. And Madam Registrar, if you could distribute the photocopies that I've provided for the tribunal panel members, please. So this is the textbook, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorders, a handbook for clinicians. It's by the Disabled American Veterans. And I read the paragraph on page 55, which is also with the bundle there. And long story short is I'll start my questioning as fast as I can from there. At paragraph 55, which essentially says, if I may say it this way, they take who you are, they think who you are, they knock you down, they take you apart, then they put you back together piece by piece, which amounts to, in the theme of your affidavit, your second affidavit, Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, is, and I think with Brigadier Tates, is what we're hearing here in this panel is, how do we assist with the transition out from the Defence Force and still keep putting them back together again in Civvy Street? So I said to the Crown Law Office, if I put it this way, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. So, it's going to take the whole of society, isn't it, really, in my humble opinion. But for you, Professor Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, first question is looking at the contents page here. Well, actually, the first question, I'm sorry, I'm a bit destabilised because I had 5 years' service with Keith Sorensen in the Muri Whenua Tribunal, Bastion Point, Taranaki. So that really knocked me for a 6, what I heard today. A real big 6, one of the best historians I've had the pleasure to read in any of the 4 languages I schooled in. So I'm a bit disturbed, so forgive me. In your estimation of the US Veteran Affairs care process, the VA system, it's a fact, isn't it, that it's not vet for vets overseas, and they hardly take any notice of this, do they?
I'm sort of hesitant to make judgments on the VA system. You know, I've sort of
Proffer an opinion, please.
I'm reluctant to do that as well,
Sir.
because it would be ill-informed, broadly speaking. I've drawn on it some of the lessons and some of the literature, but I don't want to cast aspersions on the system.
So
What I can, sorry, just to follow up on that,
Sorry, sir.
is that in my interactions with the VA, they do have a very strong evidence-based focus. And what has changed in the time between when this publication that you presented me with this morning was published and what we know now is that there are things that do help for PTSD. PTSD is treatable, and I want that point to be very clear because I worry sometimes, and it's very easy for veterans when you are in the thick of it to feel like there is no way out. And so I want all of the people in the room watching to understand that it is a very treatable condition, and one thing the VA does, and I understand focuses heavily on, is evidence-based treatments like cognitive processing therapy, EMDR, prolonged exposure, and if you find your way into those treatments, then it can make a difference.
Yep. As a child of a vet, I wished we'd had it from 45 through to his
100%.
passing in 2013.
100%.
Thank you. Do you recognise any of the authors in the contents page in your studies? The involvement of your experience?
No, none of these stand out to me. I have had the opportunity, and you know, there are some very prominent authors and practitioners in relation to PTSD specifically and veterans PTSD specifically as well. So over the 30 years since this was published, 40 years since this was published, I think the field has evolved. Yes.
Okay. But would you agree with the hypothesis that I put to you that if we go to the pages 209 through to 215, I think is what did I have? 209 to 215 are the extract that I took from here for the purposes of questioning you on. And for the purposes of the record, you've had about 30 minutes to consider this prior to sitting down today?
Yeah.
So let's go to it. It's the chapter 14, headed Group Therapy with Vietnam Veterans and Other Trauma Victims. Essentially, I'm looking at the headings from page 210, interpersonal dimension, dependent phase, conflict phase, over the page, cohesion phase, independent place, task functioning dimension, orientation phase, data flow phase, problem solving phase, termination phase. So my query is, in Arataki, in the involvement of the things, are those phases in some form of another coming present from veterans caring for veterans? Do you know, please? Can you comment, please?
Yeah, so the phases and the treatment model that are described in the manual is the Yalom group treatment model, which is still
mentioned there. Yes,
still prominent or still utilised, and that's not, to my knowledge, reflected in Te Arataki, and nor would I expect it to be, but because that is a group dynamics model.
But we are talking of vets looking after vets, a group. And just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one of the things we commented on in an exchange prior to here, and I don't normally approach witnesses beforehand, I don't mean to ambush you, but it was a general discussion. But I'm just trying to, because it's going on the record here, is how quick can you get to, say, the incident of what was described of Lieutenant Manning? How quick can you get to the vets who have to act, they're actually active soldiers? And the answer you said was, the sooner, if I paraphrase it, I got it wrong, you correct me please. The sooner we can get to the active soldier which has gone through the trauma of, in Lieutenant Manning's case, the desecration of, and I won't mention it in the public record, so that they can get on with their duties. And your answer was, it was critical that the services that you can provide get to them, but even more critical, and forgive me my wrong, is that they can be with their peers, Can you explain that, expound that, please?
Yeah, so I am grateful for the question, Mr. Harmon, because it does give me the opportunity to expand on that point. So we know that veterans are one of the hardest groups to get into therapy. Or the evidence suggests that it's a difficult thing for them to lean into, and there is some understanding of why that is. We also know that it's hard. Veterans are quick to drop out of therapy and treatment. One thing, and this is in fact some research done by the VA in the US, one thing we know makes a difference, or seems to make a difference, is group therapy. Group therapy appears to be more effective for veterans than potentially for other populations. That makes a great deal of sense to me. If you are sitting around with your peers, people who are part of the in-group that you see yourself as belonging to, and their experiences are shared and they validate your experiences and your reactions, that is powerful and a very powerful therapeutic effect.
I've got about 2.5 or 3 minutes left or something. Turning to your brief. So paragraph 31, I had a question mark there, but you've actually just covered it in your question, in your answer there. Paragraph 66, 68, Operation Courage, NHS, Wounded Warrior Project, Combat Stress, UK's leading activity. You call it a charity, and the query I have here, which marries into some of the things here, is veteran affairs or post-care for veterans. Charity was something I can say from my father's point of view, he didn't want any charity, and I think that's a predominant theme you'd agree with.
Yeah, I think it's hard for veterans to reach out in that sense.
Or no, not just to reach out, but to charity. Why am I going to ask for charity? So I wanted to put it, the Breast Cancer Trust model, I'm trying to say is, how much money do you need? And how can we get it to the vets?
That's a great question.
Or 45,000 cohort, I've heard figures like that. 50 grand per person per annum for treatment, like from the likes of Victor Suterick and others. Just put a ballpark figure there, because I am sure there are families of vets and many other organisations not sitting around waiting to be decent tax-paying citizens, but would like to assist with money.
There are, I'd be speculating, and I haven't put any thought into that question. It's a very fair one. I think the opportunity does lie for us in providing clear vehicles for enabling peer support organisations to support service members into treatment that we know works or that we think works.
Thank you very much.
That makes great sense to me.
Thank you. I think 76, it has measure and philanthropic support. So philanthropic's a bit better than the word charity. Okay, so my final question is, I deal a lot in the criminal area with mental health compulsory assessment, repeatedly in and out of institutional cares of people and incarcerating them. Do you have anything to say about where is Veteran Affairs and where's the care and attention to assist the veteran? We've heard about corrections. I'm talking about them going in and out of those institutions and the processes you get with huge domestic violence and all the attendant things.
Those are tragic cases. I don't have any
and none of these organisations deal with that at all either. It's kind of like a gap in post-discharge veteran care. Would you agree?
I'm not in a position.
Right, fair enough.
Mr. Brunt might be better placed. I don't know if he is.
Mr. Brunt, if you have any comments, sir?
Sorry.
Sorry, what was your question?
Where's the assistance for the veteran when they're going in and out like a revolving door under the mental health compulsory assessment system or the substance abuse system or the criminal justice? You get my point of my question?
I don't know the specific examples to which you are referring to. The recognition at a broad level is that we need to work as a system to relieve stress on veterans in that particular model. So
the veterans concerned are not mentally competent. That's why they're getting incarcerated. There's been a crisis or a shootout in the East Coast or somewhere, and they're being locked up. They can't even have the competency to call a lawyer.
So the agreed information sharing agreement, and that has two parties within that, VA and the Department of Corrections, and we work extensively on that data sharing so that the veteran doesn't have to cease or stop entitlements. All of that is now automated. So when a veteran goes into prison, if they're receiving supports through VA, they stop so
prison
that they do not
assumes
accumulate
intellectual
debt.
capacity, with all due respect, okay? Mental health capacity, they are assessed non-competent. But it doesn't matter, we'll leave it at that. Just a final question. Is there any liaison between the Veterans Affairs, the police, when SWAT are being called out, that the person is a veteran? Is there a red flag?
We have had situations where we have had involvement in those situations.
So a red flag went up?
Through our process, yes, there are weekly meetings, and
no,
occasionally
I mean
that will lead to a red
sorry,
flag.
I've got...
Mr. Harman, can you let him answer, please?
I thought the question was pretty plain, like a SWAT call-out, with all due respect, isn't time to sit around for a week. And the person who they're being called out to possibly shoot is a veteran. So I mean a red flag, instantaneous, real-time comms, please. Is there a system, please, yes or no?
No, there's not a real-time system in that sense.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, sir. And sir, with your honour's leave, I have no further questions today, so I'll take tribunal's leave and see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Dr. Phillipson.
Thank you, Judge. I am going to try and ask one question and put the rest in writing, so I hope you can understand me. Lieutenant Colonel Kearney, thank you very much for this very thorough and thoughtful answer to my question. You made a very strong and compelling case for NZDF continuing the mental healthcare veterans and then knocked it down. So having done that, and my question was only about mental health, and we had the 2018 inquiry which showed that there were serious gaps, I think, in the mental health care for veterans. So I guess my question is, what solutions would you propose then instead of NZDF continuing with the mental health care of service people who leave and have mental health issues? And I'll put the rest of my questions in writing.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Dr. Phillipson. And my intent in making the case for why the benefits of continuation of care is because we can potentially capture some of those via other means. Some of the, if you're asking for me for like Steve's good ideas, or Steve's ideas, good or otherwise, I'll offer some thoughts. As I've already alluded to, and indeed in my answer to Mr. Harmer's question, I think peer support and enabling peer networks to provide that, as General Williams mentioned or alluded to, the kind of scout and navigator service. I think there is a real empowering and enhancing that capability that offers us a real opportunity. Veterans talk to their mates. The thing, like we've heard time and again in this forum, the thing that got someone into treatment, the thing that got someone into vans was their mate, their peer sitting around on Anzac Day talking about what's going on for them. So I think enabling that and enhancing the capacity of veterans to do that for one another, that would be a strategic kind of effect that would make a difference. I think as Brigadier Tate alluded to, having a clear map of the landscape that is available to veterans, that is available to general health practitioners, that is available to the public health system, to NGOs, to allow people to navigate that system and to utilise the resources that are there is an opportunity. I also think having some sort of centralised knowledge hub that both generates knowledge and evidence and also disseminates that knowledge and evidence is a real opportunity. There are lots of, as I said before, mental health conditions are very treatable. And when we're in the thick of it, that doesn't feel true. So it's really important for people to know that there is hope and that things can get better. And I think knowledge hubs and evidence-based institutions that perform that kind of research role, set a strategic direction for that research, etc., are an opportunity for our veterans. I would also note that there are clear opportunities for specific Māori solutions in each of those lines of effort, and I think that would serve everyone better, having that perspective. The articles, I did some training here in this Marae not long ago, and I was reminded that the articles are healing principles as well. They set the foundation for healing for all of us. And I see those three opportunities, weaving Te Ao Māori, weaving Te Tiriti into those kind of three opportunities as a way of enhancing a service for everyone. And finally, just before I forget, I also think a strong and clear emphasis on supporting the whānau of our veterans, finding ways to be explicit and deliberate about that is an opportunity as well. So that's my answer to your question, Mr. Phillipson.
Thank you. Brigadier Tate, do you have anything to add to that?
So what I would add, and I support everything that Lieutenant Colonel Kearney has put across. One of the challenges is that veterans are not a homogenous group, and in my view there are as many solutions to veterans' problems as there are veterans. I think we have heard excellent examples this week of solutions that aren't dependent on your status in terms of qualifying operational service, but are intuitively informed by the concepts of veterans supporting veterans, peers, and all of the layers of support that contribute to good outcomes. The principle of options, the principle of the right support for the right person by the right assets. Those are kind of the principles that need to sit behind what the answer to this looks like, to make sure that we optimise health outcomes for people in a way that takes into account all of those determining factors that shape how we can really leverage and informatively tap into what is important for that tangata whai ora. So the tikanga, the Te Ao Māori, whānau, peers, those are all critical components to good outcomes.
And I'll put the rest of my questions for this panel in writing. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou. I was hoping Dr. Suter was going to go first. Tēnā koutou. Okay, I'm going to probably start just in order of the delivery. Starting with you, Ms. Gale, if we could, and directing it around ACC. Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing. And I note in your evidence and your presentation yesterday, you've been, it's not your first time in front of the Waitangi Tribunal, albeit a different panel. Are you familiar with, in your report, you talk about the services available, you also talk about the initiatives in response to the inequities experienced, or the direct initiatives focused at targeting responsiveness to Māori. But there isn't the detail around the inequities faced by Māori in ACC. And when we talk about Māori veterans, and of course this is what we're dealing with in terms of this panel, I'm interested in terms of the way that this is positioned, and it's going to be coming to my, you'll see the direction of travel that's going to be then asked of the rest of the panel as well. Are you familiar with the Waipapa Taumata Tau report from 2024 around ACC and access of elderly Māori to ACC?
I'm aware of the report itself, but the specific content.
So in that report, it talks of the fact that Māori experience inequities in accessing and receiving support from ACC. And while they experience higher rates of serious injuries, they are less likely to lodge claims and face barriers as well. In particular, it talks about the fact that ACC the claim rate for Māori over the age of 50 was 46% lower than non-Māori. And that older Māori were less likely to have ACC claims made and accepted than non-Māori. That's not surprising to you?
No.
The CE last year, Andy Milne reported that he said that although ACC was available to everyone, he acknowledged that everyone didn't have equal access. And when we look at the Māori experience, sorry, I need you just to say that, respond, sorry, is that right?
I agree, yes.
Thank you. So, whilst Māori experience higher rates of serious injuries and are less likely they're also less likely to lodge claims, the inequities are rooted in quite systemic issues and cultural differences in the healthcare access and utilisation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And so the key issues that have been historically identified for ACC are around lower claim rates, barriers to access, higher injury costs, underrepresentation in services and cultural safety concerns. None of that's unfamiliar?
No.
So I'm interested in the fact that in 2023 a report from ACC around Te Whānau Māori Mea o Mahi Guidance on Māori Cultural Competencies and Providers. This was an ACC-led report. In that report, it states in the executive summary that there has been no improvement in measures of access to ACC support since the ACC Guidelines for Māori Cultural Competencies for Providers were first published in 2005. Māori continue to experience lesser access to primary health care, hospital care and accident and disability support services. This is inequitable given the known unmet health needs and higher rate of serious injuries for Māori.
I agree.
I'm glad you agree, ma'am, because it's an ACC report. The reason I'm labouring this is that your evidence talks about the services and the efforts that have been made to address these inequities, but these are indeed systemic inequities. So therefore, Māori veterans, Māori ex-service people, accessing the services of ACC are likely to also experience similar inequities as the rest of the population. Is that not right?
That's correct.
So why have we not got access to some comparative data around Māori veterans, Māori people accessing ACC, and the comparative inequities experienced with non-Māori in your evidence?
In my evidence specifically, my evidence was covering the operational in terms of the case management functions of our services available to Māori and in particular Māori veterans. I can see there are much wider issues which I've introduced, but not to a great deal of depth. The reports that we have done, particularly our first scheme access report, which was released in March 2025, effectively recognises the issues that you have raised, but also recognises the lack of data around the rate of injury and the access question. So we absolutely have the data around the disparity in access to ACC. What's missing is the injury rates to Māori and other groups as outlined in that scheme access report. There are a number, and there have been a number of initiatives underway for some time, some years, to improve that. We're very much at the beginning of that mahi.
And I applaud the ACC for putting these reports out. So I realise that you're in a role, that you're representing the organisation. But is it right to say that we've seen little shift in the last 20 years in terms of the improvements for Māori accessing ACC against those barriers that have been identified? Albeit noting that you have got many responses and have things underway, initiatives underway that are aimed at addressing these.
It does still remain very much a live issue. There is improvement in the service available and Māori's view of that service once they're within ACC, but that absolutely, yes, it's still the issue of access into the system.
And not only a matter of access, but some of the reports that ACC have, if I'm not mistaken, also talk about the different responses once they're engaged with ACC. So it's not just about getting in, it's also about claims being assessed and approved. Is that right?
For cover, yes.
Yes. The reason I'm asking you, so sorry that you're the first off. The reason I'm asking this is because when we start talking about equity of Māori veterans and Māori service people, having equity of access to the public system, to not highlight the inequities, presents a view that some people in New Zealand, but certainly not one that I'm advocating, is that we have a system that's equal and available to all. And so I'm highlighting the fact that not only the evidence in terms of the reports from ACC state that that's not the case. There's not equity of access to Māori to ACC in terms of the outcomes, but also in terms of the access at the moment. That's right? And there are things underway. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ka aroha, Ms O'Neill, but I'm now going to turn my attentions to MSD. Thank you. Thank you to the team, to Lisa and Vice as well. Thank you for being here to support. E mihi ana malo soifua talofa. Tēnā koutou. In terms of the work that has been done by MSD for around the development of the cultural competency of staff and the awareness of the concerns for Māori, does this include any training that the staff might have around the systemic inequities, the legalised inequities experienced by Māori through the access to the beneficiary system and the things like the pension in the past. Is there anything that's targeted where the staff get to learn that?
So if I think about in relation to our staff, we have the opportunity for them to understand at depth through the war walks that we are working with our staff to understand historically the impacts for Māori as a whole. If I think about into your specific question around this particular cohort, I see that there's room for improvement for us, absolutely. Yep.
And I also realise that the questions that I'm asking go beyond probably the time that you even have been involved in the current roles, and that goes for all of you as well. Particularly talking about the inequity, and when I say the legalised inequity, this was policy from the government that said when our beneficiary system was established that there were different rates for Māori than there were for non-Māori. You've heard, we talked about I've spoken to the public service at a conference previously, and you've heard me talk about some of this, but that Māori did not receive equal state benefits. Old age pensions, although theoretically available to Māori under the 1898 Act, saw that Māori were harshly judged, and payment was 2/3 of that of non-Māori, of Pākehā. And that the discrimination in terms of the allocation and the payment of beneficiaries and state benefits to Māori continued until the Māori Social and Economic Advancement Act of 1945. So, I'm not just talking about the 1898 Act. This is right up until 1845, that Māori had a different rate of being paid than non-Māori. Are your staff aware of those particular elements of our history?
So I think that if I think about the tenureship of our staff, we have a large group that have gone through a significant amount of understanding of that for 25 to 30 years plus service within the ministry. The welfare reform also too. A lot of them will talk to the wider implications for Māori. We have our Māori community partnerships who will talk to the impacts here. If I think about your specific question, I do want to acknowledge, thank you for the understanding that my tenureship is of a 3-year with the ministry. However, I have had wider engagement across multiple organisations that talk to what you're highlighting here. I think from a ministry's point of view, that is definitely something that we will need to ensure that our people understand more around, and that is in relation to whether they are in a service centre, contact centre and or processing or integrity and debt or youth. Our work brokers, I do think that there is a level of how you would package that up for people to be able to understand when dealing or engaging with Māori in particular and or our veterans, that they have more of a depth understanding in that space. Because I think at this point in time, if I'm thinking about, our even if it's from our case management, working in the spaces, that varies very much from region to region too, an understanding of depth of history, understanding of communities. We have our people who have strong connectivity with their communities, with their history. They are people first and foremost. So I guess in short answer to that, I would say, again, that is something that we need to take on board to make sure that we incorporate that in a really digestible way for people as well, so that they're able to understand that and know that their approaches might have to be more considered into the space of that historic impact.
Particularly, thank you, Ms. Hannah. Particularly my interest is around not just the historic inequities in terms of the allocation and the assessments that have been made through the system, but also how that culture, the ideologies, even with the best of intent, have influenced our society today, where we see the continuation of some of that thinking manifest in the way that decisions are made. I am not blaming the general staffing, your 9,000 staff of MSD for this, but without actually unpacking and understanding the historical, deliberate differences and inequities that were designed into our system, I struggle to see how they can fully understand the practices now and the inequitable outcomes that we're still seeing now. For instance, when we're talking about veterans and the access to pensions, Māoris weren't, did not receive, at the beginning, did not receive equitable allocations for pensions. Māori widows were also not encouraged to apply. And I mean, yes, we're going back again, and around the dates, like 1937, they were getting a rate of 1/5 lower than Pākehā, but they were also, their allocations were based on their level of poverty. So if they were living in impoverished means, it was deemed that they required less by way of support. Now, this was something that, I'm not here to obviously provide that historical lecture. Well, I'd like to, but no, I'm not going to. It's okay. But is it true? Are your staff currently aware of the inequities of, again, in terms of benefits, the access and allocations of benefits when it comes to comparative Māori data with non-Māori data? I mean, this is something that's readily available in public service documents, and that we can find it from going on to the web, reading the reports from the social service department. We can see this. Are your staff aware that now Māori are less likely, there are those inequities in terms of assessments being made, about access to services? Are they aware of that now?
I would say if you were to speak with our staff, absolutely. I feel that they understand it. I feel that they try their very best to be able to encourage and work with the client who's either on the end of the phone, face-to-face, or seeking information about their application and where it's at. And I believe that from my experience with the staff that sit within my space and wider across the ministry, there is an understanding that actually we need to do better. We understand that, and as much as we encourage, that Māori carry that whakamā about the connectivity or even approaching from a veteran's point. We also understand that actually, if you were to connect in through our contact centres, our people are dedicated to trying to encourage or share with the client around what that entitlement might be. So whilst it might not necessarily be one thing they are entitled to, if you listen to the way that they're engaging with them, they will talk to those other additional things that they could consider and or want to encourage to support them so that they are receiving that full entitlement. So I do think that that's not to say that as a blanket rule we don't have further work to do. So that would be my response.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Is it right then to assume, or would you agree, that Māori veterans, ex-service people who require the support from MSD might not naturally assume that they are going to be treated fairly and equitably given the historic experiences and the current inequities within our system.
Yes. Yep. Yes. I believe that would be something that would be very real for them, and that would be through others' experience, shared experience, potentially as we've come through history and or to the present time now. That would be very real for them. Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you so much for a hard answer as well, but I really appreciate it, and again the mahi that you're doing in acknowledging that. The judge has suggested that I might need a coffee or a kawa tea. So, Judge, are we? Yep.
So we'll break now for 20 minutes to enable Hannah to refuel and come back at that time. Kia ora, no, we'll make a start now, thank you.
Kia ora. It was a very nice cup of tea. Perhaps one final question for you, Ms O'Neill, is around just this, perhaps round off those last questions. And yesterday, Claimant Council asked around the question of your knowledge, life expectancy. Are you aware that Māori have a lower life expectancy? I think it was Ms Witihira. And your response to that was yes. And we know that Māori is still, I think there's a 7-year gap within life expectancy. And although I think the line of questioning yesterday was around, does that have an issue, is there therefore an issue with access? I'm interested in terms of the picture of inequity of that we see for Māori, our ex-service people or service people accessing support. And so given that Māori have a lower life expectancy and those who are ex-service people, again, often at a higher rate than that as well, would it be helpful if there was some kind of resource that laid out, that your staff had access to, that laid out the picture of both historic and current inequities, that it was easily accessible so people could see, for instance, the difference proportionately of Māori veterans in the length of time they received the pension versus non-Māori and the length of time they received the pension, where we can start to see in terms of the comparative investment or support that is available for Māori, and just to help people understand where those inequities lie and where potentially the responses might best be targeted. Would that kind of readily accessible resource help your staff in terms of their engagement and understanding of the experiences of our Māori veterans, both qualifying and non-qualifying, because that's another point I'm sure my colleague's going to pick up. Would that be helpful?
Kia ora, I'm glad that you had a cup of tea and maybe a little snack as well. Yes, absolutely. I think anything that supports our understanding for our people, especially in the particular space of what they may be dealing with when they are connected with a veteran who is Māori. The one thing I would say, and I think we've also acknowledged, is that it is very much in relation to how, even before, like if we're thinking even before the engagement starts, it is up to them to want to engage with us. So that's not something, our people will try their very best to ensure that when they come into contact with whether it be from a veteran cohort to a youth cohort to a wider, different childcare, a raft of different areas, that they are really seeking to understand and put themselves in the space of the person they're connected with. And saying that I'm always a believer, and I think that that's one of the great parts of working within a space like the ministry, is that anything that supports a better understanding is something that we definitely want to make sure our people have access to. And so we've got as I've said and mentioned, there's some work that we need to be doing, and because we have such a variety of diversity that's makes up our 9,000 workforce across the motu, there are some that are more competent and capable, and there are some that we probably need to make that stuff accessible more.
Thank you. Potentially one final question to you. You're aware of the rhetoric in wider society, albeit potentially from a smaller proportion of our society that have got more vocal over time, attacking Māori beneficiaries, attacking those that seek support, and suggesting all the racist rhetoric that's out there. I'm sure it's out there on the airwaves. It's there. You're familiar with this?
Yes.
Do you believe that that would also have an impact on Māori seeking support, especially veterans coming from proud backgrounds of service and positions of humility as well, that might also be a barrier, marrying their need for support to what we are hearing in terms of that the wide racist rhetoric that they might be exposed to in terms of Māori beneficiaries?
I definitely believe that from my own experience and also to what I'm seeing, hearing, that is definitely impactful across Māori. I also know that within the ministry, one of the things that we strive to do is when we are engaging with a person, we are taking the time to understand them and their whānau. And I feel really proud to work in an organisation that really strives to understand that well. But I do believe, yes, to your point, that would be really impactful for people engaging in any kind of way across the public sector with different agencies. I believe that is definitely present.
Kia ora, thank you to you and your team. Mr. Brunt, kia ora. I'm back. You've spoken and responded to some of the points. You've given the warning was given, and you adhered to that warning, and then responded before I had the chance to ask the questions. But around Te Puna Ora o Matatua, I just have you talked about, in your response, it wasn't clear. Do I understand that you are saying that those veterans who, the numbers that were given by yesterday by Koe te Wahinera?
Francis,
thank you. No, her surname, sorry.
Tekani.
By Ms. Tekani. Was, you said that the reason why those reimbursements hadn't been made is because they hadn't come through and signed up with vans, is that right?
Correct.
And yet you're in regular engagement with them. Would you support them facilitating the registration of those people that they serve into vans?
Absolutely, that's the intent of what we're doing.
Right. And so it's a bureaucratic loophole or a loop that you're trying to address, that you can't have an organisation claiming for support when they haven't yet had those individuals, and none of those people that have been receiving support currently registered.
That's our belief. We need to do an exchange of data to validate that 100%, of which Te Puna Ora must have the consent of those veterans. But they are veterans that have not registered with us. They have not put in a claim that has been accepted, i.e. they have a condition linked to service, which would then enable us to make payment under the Act. So our role is to get as many of those veterans as possible registered with us, to get their claims accepted and to start funding.
Thank you for clarifying that. So at the moment, you're not aware of those, of that cohort that she was referring to, of who might be currently considered those qualifying and non-qualifying. That's
correct.
Right? Okay, thank you. You didn't respond to one of the questions that was asked around the FTE allocation. When you were recruiting for people potentially for that area, and they had proposed to you that there could be an agreement with people being based within the current services using those facilities and supporting the veterans in that area and all veterans in that area. Is that an approach that Vans is looking at?
Yes, it is. So in my belief, I'd love nothing better than to get a bus and go around the East Cape and round up veterans. The reality is Te Puna Ora are doing that fantastically well, and we don't need to replicate that. And indeed, veterans will be far more open talking with their own people. So the service fee model is designed that actually, as Te Puna Ora treat veterans through their GP or rongoa practitioners, that they will be able to get some income to employ someone directly within their trust to support and work with veterans. The alternative model, which we're also considering, is potentially having a case manager funded by Veterans Affairs within the iwi. To make that work, we just need to make sure that we've got the concentration of veterans with approved claims. There are some other ways of skinning that cat. As I said, with the change to our technology system, if we can get that outside of currently where it sits within the defence architecture, then we could have people at camps and bases as well. But the broad trajectory around getting greater face-to-face engagement and potentially having NGOs do that on our behalf is absolutely what we support.
Fantastic. And so you've communicated that to, or you've just communicated it to the tribunal, but you've communicated that back to Mr. Cunny as well?
I certainly hope so, and that is why we continue to meet on a regular basis. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora. My next question is to you, Lieutenant Colonel Kearney. And I hear strongly the position, and thank you for also your responses today, which have clarified your own position, not supporting a parallel system. But you also, and I can understand that. I mean, we, in terms of the size of the country and all the rest of it, although we're not making obviously recommendations here, you've presented that argument strongly. But you also said we can do better to provide more and better services. And even in the evidence that you presented, you give the examples of with your colleagues overseas and what has worked and what hasn't worked. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't adapt the current model to extend certain components of it rather than completing a whole new system. Would you agree that?
Yeah.
And I'm particularly interested in some of those afflictions and challenges that the ex-service people have that you've identified in your reports, as what you and Brigadier Tate have also shared, especially around the emotional support required, the needs around PTSD, depression, alcohol abuse, etc. We know that there's an area that is where veterans and ex-service people are overrepresented. You've got Force for You. You talk about it in the evidence, but it's only available for 2 years. Is that an example of something that could be extended, where it's not a parallel system, it's something which is veterans supporting veterans. It is especially after what we've heard around often the delayed impact of PTSD and when that manifests within people. This is an example of an existing model of delivery, but that is only limited to 2 years. Would that not be an example of something that could be easily extended if you were supported financially to do so?
I think there's a number of opportunities like that, for where I think it would make most sense to me if that was also part of a larger plan for providing a more coherent, to borrow my learned colleague's language from yesterday, a more coherent framework of support and more coherent network of services. So it would make sense to me if that was one of the things included. There might be other opportunities similar. We might, in doing that analysis, for instance, enable the RSA to provide as an example, so a phone line that then connected through to RSA resources, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think that's an example, something like that, a phone line or something like that is a great example of the kind of thing we could do. My hope is it would be within a larger kind of strategic plan for making a difference with our veterans.
Thank you. You talk about the pros, but also the cons of having specific services to support ex-service people. And one of the cons is about the diluting of an already challenged pool, or the the capturing of resources that would then be denied others. But that's still talking about within the reality of the current context of underfunding and huge gaps in terms of workforce support, as opposed to whether or not that would be something that would benefit the veterans. And I'm coming back to that because we have the privilege of being able to look at it without necessarily some of the constraints that you have, although we have to take that into consideration. I'm challenged by your view, sir, when you talk about the need to access the wider services, not necessarily the specific services of people who are trained with a background of those experiences that our veterans that they face. Because we have specialised services of trauma services for sexual abuse. We have specialist services for other areas within health. This is something we do. And the effects of service upon our veteran cohorts are unique. They're not the same as everyone else in society. So why, if you had the ability to train more people with those particular skills and learn lived experience themselves who are able to support, if you had that ability, why would that not be something that would be of benefit to our ex-service people?
For clarification, I think it's a great idea. What I don't want is what I think won't work is a system that is outside the public health system that only is targeted at veterans. I think having some specialised services within the health system is a great idea. I think I also think that an opportunity lies, as I've sort of alluded to, but just to expand on that, in cultivating our veteran peer support network to be the first line of support, to keep people in those systems, to inform general practitioners, to inform therapists about what works for veterans and the challenges associated with the veterans, to talk with veterans as they go into those services. I worry, to be honest, in our Western health system that we've professionalised compassion and we've disempowered whānau and mates from playing a key role in supporting each other through the health system. So I think there is definitely a place for specialised veteran-oriented services, but a whole system, I think, carries more risk than opportunity.
Thank you, and I am not contesting that. Is there sufficient investment in that workforce capability, knowing the significant need that currently exists and the inability to access timely mental health support within mainstream society now in terms of that overall workforce capability and capacity? In your view, is there sufficient investment being made to address these issues currently?
I think there has already been very public commentary, and I would agree that, and I've already said that the mental health system is under strain more broadly, and there's not sufficient resource for the demand. And I think that's true for our veterans trying to seek care as well. I think the more we can prepare them to navigate the health system, to advocate for themselves and each other, that will make a difference to their capacity to access. But I agree that there's not currently capacity for the need.
Thank you. There was another point you made in your evidence that was around the concern about potentially creating dependency. And both yourself and Brigadier Tate talked about the need to transition. And that need that people have to transition. So I'm going to ask the first question around this dependency and suggest, would that same expectation be expected of those civilians who have experienced trauma and needing that mental health support? Would you expect the same attitude around you need to transition, avoidance of creating dependency on the services when you've experienced significant mental health distress?
I worry that we might be kind of conflating two things there. Transition is a necessary part of people's life cycle, and it presents opportunities, and people. It's healthy to expand your sense of identity as you leave the NZDF. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is I certainly don't think we should leave people hanging. Where we know someone has an issue, and is struggling, where we know someone is suffering, there is definitely an onus on us to support them into the next care pathways, and that might be through bands, and it might be through ACC, and it might be through other means, but certainly we should never leave a service member hanging at all. And just because they're not part of the team or part of the organisation, we still, I would hope that we would still support the next phase and create a soft landing into their civilian life.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I'm happy for either yourself or Brigadier Tate to respond to this. It seemed the conversations yesterday around the transitioning was at conflict to a certain degree with this strength of building an identity when you're working for the services. And I've heard through my experience in this tribunal about the incredible work that is done to build this camaraderie, to build the identity beyond that of an employee. In fact, as an iwi, talking about those notions of responsibility, of kinship, of whānauhood, well beyond civilian society. And to then talk about the need, you have to transition at some stage out. Well, you don't leave an iwi. Well, you could. But I've been concerned about this conflict, that for those who have to leave their tribal area for work, for those that have to leave their tribal homeland, their papakaika, to support someone else, or for whatever reason, it might be for medical reasons, they don't lose their iwi identity. And whilst you might not have the same access to the services or the cultural supports of the home, that identity is strong.
Totally.
And so I'm concerned with this. You might see where I'm a little bit conflicted. It felt like, and again for either of you can respond, the image that came to mind was as a parent being in a position where you had to give your child up to foster care. And that foster care system, and we've heard today from ACC and we've heard from MSD, is known to have faults. Known in terms of Māori accessing equitable outcomes, to have prejudice, systemic prejudice in that system. And you're, as a parent who's sending that child into foster care, you are sending them knowing that they are going to have inequitable treatment. They are not going to have access to a health system that is free of bias, free of racism, free of prejudice. You know that. So just saying you have to transition out and being that parent that's saying goodbye and saying, go well, doesn't seem to support that notion of care and concern. It's not okay to potentially just say you can access the health system like everyone else when you know they can't. When you know that all the statistics say they are likely to receive the equivalent of institutional abuse within that system, all the statistics. Can you see my conflict? And I don't want this to be a yes and no answer. Could you reflect on that, either of you?
If I might offer a couple of thoughts, and then I would hand over to Brigadier Tate. I hope that the sentiment that wasn't. I'm sad that the sentiment that conveyed was that we kind of cut ties with our people, and that's what we should do. I think it's really important that our people maintain a connection to that identity. And that's why peer networks feel so important to me. That's why we hand over to our alumni, or we create an opportunity to transition into that new phase of life with that broader identity, maintaining a connection to all those things that make us strong as we serve. So that would be my kind of clarification on what I'm offering there. I think there is a real risk in holding too tightly to that when you are not part of that anymore, and resisting. And I have seen peers and colleagues in my cohort come through, struggle with this, holding too tightly to that military identity when that is where it would serve you for your identity, for you to broaden your perspective and broaden your connections and horizons and sense of self. So it is there is opportunity for us to do better in this regard as a veteran community. And so it's not, to me, and my intent is not that we hand them over and kind of wave them goodbye. It's about, here's the next phase of your life, and we hope, and when we do it, if and when we do it well, it will be with the support of their whānau, defence whānau, who are out there in the community doing that well.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. And I'll make it noted as well that I wasn't suggesting that you want to send that care and concern has definitely come through loud and clear, not just in this hearing but in previous hearings as well. So, 100%. I'm talking about the commentary that's been made about our health system, as if that's fair, about the access to those services that every other New Zealander has, but for Māori it's not equal. That's where I'm getting to. When we know that those are the experiences, not that you don't have that concern, but you've talked about the not wanting to take those services away from other people, and this is the argument that we're hearing about one service for all. Well, I'm not even going to go down that track. But it's particularly around the access to the other services that are available for our Māori veterans, and of course we're talking about all veterans, all service people as well. But this tribunal is interested in Māori veterans, and it's with that angle, sir, that when we know that that isn't the case, that's a level of concern that I'm raising, not that you have, not that you don't, that you're cutting the ties and saying go. And I love the examples that you've provided around the peer support and other ways that you can manifest, but it's a particular inequities experienced by Māori service people when they exit.
Maybe, do you have something?
Yes, certainly. So I sit uneasily with that tension all of the time, and I sit in two sectors, that of defence and that of health, and it is crystal clear to me why 2575 explored this in great depth and was very clear in its findings and recommendations, which align exactly with what you have outlined for the audience today. I feel like every person in uniform is my tamariki, and I am uneasy with handing them over to an imperfect system. I guess I'm jealous of the tribunal's scope here to make recommendations that are not constrained by resources or finance and the kind of ideal world, because never in my career as a health practitioner nor as a military officer has that been an option that's given to me. Execute this and you don't have any constraints on what you can use to do that. I have to run a health system within the defence, a vote defence appropriation, an appropriation that, an organisation that's not a health organisation. We do the best with what we have to give the best care for our people. And the genuineness for us is that doing right by our people means we have fit, healthy, both body and mind, soldiers, sailors, aviators who can execute their job. There's a genuineness in wanting good health outcomes for us. And our hope is that the interventions and the interdiction that we can provide, and I think particularly for Māori, I think the conversation often, and I talked to this in my original testimony, is that somehow being a veteran is a vulnerability or makes you weaker. I don't believe that. I think being a veteran, being an ex-service person, makes you stronger. I think that we are creating, strong, resilient, life-experienced, great humans who contribute to society. And ideally, we would leverage that as a strength to overcome some of these vulnerabilities. Veterans are not victims. Veterans are strong, capable humans. And part of being a lifelong, part of our defence iwi is the strength that you would carry. And we talked yesterday about this, the recognition question. So this is about allowing people to still own that when they take the uniform off. How do we make sure we are not disempowering the sense of strength of recognition so that they can use that going forward to optimise their mental and physical health outcomes? So we need to get that right. We need to recognise the strength of a veteran, someone who served for their whole life, regardless of how long they've served for or where they've been. Get that piece right. I think when I think about the sphere of influence, what can NZDF do to improve the lifelong health outcomes for people who have served? Those are the spaces I really think. Also, I would say we borrow you from your iwi, so we don't. We shouldn't be. We're not replacing your iwi hapu with ours, right? We are leveraging the strength of our connection for the specific reason that enhances a cohesive team performance in a military environment. But we need to do that in a way that allows you to transition back. And our comments around transition, I think, are practical more than, these are not sentiments. I 100%, if I've served alongside you, I feel responsibility for you for the rest of your life. But I have to be able to set you up to leave the nest and forge a path in a dangerous world for Māori, and this is the thought-provoking opportunity of this kaupapa, is how do we do that with limited resources? How can we do our best, particularly while we have people, do the best we can, give them the best healthcare possible, set them up during their formative years, which is when we have them. The influence that we have is your formative years for long-term health outcomes sit with us. So what can we do while we have this more luxurious system, and then how can we best transition you? And then, what is the opportunity of building this comprehensive, cohesive veteran support system that is equity-based?
Kia ora, Brigadier. And certainly, I think you probably do a better job at those leaving the nest than me, given the text that I received for financial support during the break. And also to acknowledge the strength of the veterans as well, not being seen as victim, but also as strength, which doesn't mean strength is also asking for support when needed. But I also often feel very safe having ex-service people around me if there's ever any trouble, so thank you for that. Last point is one on the discussion that we had around entitlements, and I know this is going to be picked up as well, but also around, again, another tension around perceptions of need, or not perception, sorry, need versus qualifying status. And when we've had experiences and we've got claimants who have not necessarily, wouldn't be entitled to, because of status, to receive some of those benefits, yet they have experienced trauma during training in New Zealand. They haven't been deployed, they haven't been in the theatre of war, and so therefore they have different qualifying status. Doesn't that contradict the notion of we want to provide the greatest support to those with the greatest need? Because you could potentially be in a situation where you've spent 20 years and not necessarily experienced the same trauma as somebody who spent 1 year or 5 months. Trauma is relative, as are accidents and injury. So isn't that notion in itself, not just in terms of recognition of being able to say that I have served, but to the entitlement system is actually contradictory to a position of being able to respond on a needs basis.
Kira, thank you. And I think we're getting kind of to the heart of, some of the tension. When I look and think hard about how we have come to be in the position we're in, where we have a Veteran Support Act that replaced the previous act in 1974 and has used the notion of qualifying operational service, I feel I'm on dangerous ground here because I'm a student of equity, not a teacher like yourself. But what I think we've been trying to do is to provide an equitable opportunity. And why I think that is because the options in 1974 were to, which is when ACC got introduced. So ACC became the healthcare rehabilitation compensation mechanism for all New Zealanders in 1974. The option then was to simply do away with any additional cover for veterans, because there could have been a perception that that then treated everybody as a New Zealander equally. What I think was rightly identified, however, at the time was there were still some gaps in that ACC system. So, for example, at that time, ACC did not cover toxic exposures, it did not cover mental health in the workplace, it did not cover overseas, and so the genesis of the VSA then was to identify when people might have additional risk, realised risk out of high likelihood or high consequence hazards, and the place where they existed was thought to be in high conflict kind of warlike situations. Over time, two things, and so I guess, and I come to my comment yesterday, so I think qualifying operational service became a surrogate for identifying a higher needs group. I think what it's done though is, and again this feels like a cup of tea conversation, but it addresses equity in a horizontal way, where you assume that there are kind of equal support required for equal needs. When it is more complex, equity is also vertical, right? So you have unequal needs and unequal support required for people. But there's not that, the fidelity is not in that model. So this has come from a place where we have attempted to kind of provide a surrogate for a needs-based system. In fact, what's happened over time is ACC has got better. There are much more, in terms of our realised hazards, that are covered under the ACC system. So toxic exposures, so the environments that we've been talking about for toxic exposures, mental health, gradual process injury, frequent exposure and cumulative mental health burden, that is all covered under the ACC Act now. And so, I guess an argument could be made that we haven't evolved where the gap for need is in terms of what's not addressed through other systems. We've somehow not followed that up, I guess. So I think we have tried to do the right thing. I think that what we have, though, is a kind of... you're not a high-fidelity model that identifies the right kind of needs-based system. And I guess then our premise is that the need should be addressed. I guess the premise here is that somehow addressing it through the Veterans Support Act is better than any of the other systems. And I think there are two things that demonstrate that's not so. One is that Mr. Brunt has given plenty of evidence to say that the veteran system, struggles to keep up with demand as it is, that they're giving entitlements to 9,000 people out of the eligible 40,000. And then the other really good example to me was the Te Puna, so Waitangi's example, where an excellent service and system that is not predicated on whether you're a qualifying operational veteran or not, but the people are still getting the healthcare, they're still getting good care and rehabilitation, and should return to being active members of society through that mechanism.
Brigadier, can I just ask you one, because the example of equity within ACC, maybe I heard it wrong or read it wrong, but if you don't qualify for service, if you're not a qualifying officer, you don't get the top-ups from vans with the ACC payments. Is that right?
Yeah. So
So you could need orthopaedic support. You could have an orthopaedic injury that after your 30 years of service because of the training and sorry, I'm not obviously of this world, and have been thrown, jumping out of planes, all the rest of it, all the things that have created the injury. But if you don't have the entitlements on the basis of qualifying service, you do not get the extra supports available, the top up from ACC. That's right.
Correct.
So that's not equitable.
No. So
in terms of an equity for healthcare in that example, because you've got one cohort who are experiencing orthopaedic issues and another one who's been part of the service and experiencing orthopaedic issues, and you get this payment from ACC, you get this payment from ACC and the top up from VANS. That's how I read it.
So I agree. So there are some additional above that available to ordinary New Zealand citizens, and the purpose of that is clearly articulated in the Act is acknowledging people who have been in harm's way. And I guess and your premise, and I'm not going to argue that, to say that is it harmful to do the type of activities we do? And I would say yes, but I would say statistically there are other occupations that have the same physical and mental and occupational burden as the training component of NZDF. And so, it can be perceived as a lower level of compensation for the period of time you're on compensation. I do believe that the two agencies, we're trying to fix people, so we're trying to get people off compensation. So that weekly compensation will be for a period of time. Ideally, no one is on long-term compensation because everybody gets fixed. That's my ideal world. Now, that's not clearly the case, but I acknowledge your point that, you know, there's this perception that there is some additional top-up in terms of compensation. My focus is on is the actual rehabilitation and return to optimal health equal based on need.
Thank you. And my point was that that other component isn't based on need, but isn't based on entitlement, irrespective of need. So, so thank you for that point of clarification. And to all of you, you'll be pleased to know that I'm finished now my questioning. Nei rā te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Brigadier Tate. I just want to clarify for the record. So you're saying that because of those extra top-ups, it is not equal to all vets in terms of the support that they receive if they have qualifying service as opposed to non-qualifying service?
Your Honour, I think that's what you were saying, but I...
Well, do you agree with that or not?
I think the intent behind the definition was supposed to be a surrogate measure of need, right, with an assumption that if you went to very harmful, you know, very dangerous missions, and NZDF, because we could not control and mitigate insofar as reasonably practicable the risk, we identify, and that's how we use it now. We say, can we mitigate the risk? So I think it's an attempt to use a fairly coarse way of identifying a need. So I think it's supposed to be need. I think, you know.
So in terms of some of the evidence we've received during the course of this inquiry, we have had evidence from the Nepata brothers and their situation, non-qualifying service, huge need. And do they fall through the cracks? What happens?
That's a great question, sir. And I really feel for that family, those brothers. I am constantly humbled by, their strength of character and their, their persistence and resilience.
So in terms of coming to, and I think you all agree, we need an equitable system. How do we get there if we don't remove the status of qualifying and non-qualifying?
So what I would say is that the situation that the Nepata brothers were in at the time they were in it would not be the situation now. So because the strength of ACC, NZDF is an AEP, so accredited employer, we have an accredited employer program, and so a lot of the gaps and unfortunate vulnerabilities that were very specific to that case, and I want to particularly in the detail about, I think would be different now. So I think as the other parts of the system improve and are networked together, that we should not have such a big gap between what is experienced in terms of accidents and training and if those same accidents happened or those same incidents happened.
But I guess in terms of the equity and the status situation, this goes to MSD as well, Ms. O'Neill. So vets with qualifying service are entitled to a veteran's pension, is that correct? Yes. And that pension, as I read the evidence, entitles a vet to $838 per week. A person without that qualifying service is entitled to $528 per week. So where's the equity in that? And how do we fix that situation? Because again, if a veteran, for example, with non-qualifying service has been in service for over 20 years, and then they apply for a pension, they're not entitled to a veteran's pension. Is that how I read the evidence?
I think your point is great, sir. And if I go back to what we discussed yesterday, was this bucket of recognition, and us deciding. When I say us, I mean probably you guys. What goes in that bucket, and little things. I don't mean little, but important things like does your pension come out of a veterans bucket or all other bucket? Plaques and headstones, I think, was raised yesterday. What are the things that accompany recognition and are simply and that's kind of my point, is it is about discerning, because I think the settings, as you describe, why is it different? We've lost our way a little bit in terms of what is in what bucket and why should things be linked to qualifying operational service. So the opportunity is to reframe this and say, so if we were to work out what was important for recognition, but then that's a different question to what's needed in terms of a needs-based health and social support system, and it's a different question to compensation. They're potentially hard conversations. If you have finite resources, what entitlements do you stop for under that system in order to free up resources to provide that to a wider number of people? That's a challenging conversation.
I guess so. Looking at a more general question, and this depends on how big that bucket is, but Mr. Brunt, if the bucket was big enough, would VANS have the appetite, the capability, and the capacity to take on all support for veterans?
I think part of the tragedy is that there are situations that we've heard about in the tribunal, right, that are people. And if there was a little bit more flexibility in the system, then arguably the system could respond, I think, and make significant, make a material difference for them. So whenever you apply kind of a system and a framework to something, there are always situations that never meet the mould. You always have outliers. In this case, these outliers are people. And I think within the veteran support system, it's unfortunate that the word veteran, which has a colloquial meaning of someone who has served, has kind of just come out and, as Brigadier Tate has said, has been equated solely to entitlements. And I think what Professor Patterson realised, and something that I would endorse, is that actually you can do away with that debate very, very easily. At Waiuru, we tabled evidence around the definitions for veteran used by all the Five Eyes countries. And you could unite people under one definition of veteran, potentially within Veterans Affairs, and then, as every other country does, tier entitlements based on need. And I think everyone is in agreement that entitlements need to be tiered on need to make sure that those who need the most get it, and we use our resources to the best example. Now, there are cases that will never just simply fit the mould of qualifying operational service, but in and of themselves are really, really significant. And I think you could write that into, a tiered structure that would enable, if you like, some of the specific supports that are available for people within the military. For example, when there is, death or a significant event that the Napata brothers suffered, for the system to respond to. And if we look at the last 20 years, we're dealing with, a handful of cases. because by and large the system works. You know, the system actually does, by and large for the majority of people it works, but of course we have people that don't fit the mould at particular times, and there is a rigidity in the system, I think, that prevents us from responding. So I don't see that cost as being significant. I think it could be simply written into you, just extrapolated out as you put those tiers in place. And effectively all we have at the moment is routine service and a construct of what that is, and this thing called qualifying operational service. And I think we have situations that don't fit that mould and that distinction.
Kia ora, thank you. And thank you for your evidence. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou panel. Thank you very much for all your contributions. It's obvious to us you're trying to assist us with your evidence, and we appreciate that. A couple of observations, or maybe one. You know, I remember when the inquiry started, and we had Sir Doug Kidd on the panel back in those days, and how frustrated he was with the oral evidence we were getting that the New Zealand Defence Force seemed to, back then, have this. Well, we got the impression that their duty of care was over on the discharge of a service person. And I've seen that change in listening to your evidence today. We really are talking about how to improve things for future generations. But there's a whole cohort out there at the moment that sometimes I'm frustrated because I learned so much here. And then I go back to my region, and of course I'm in touch with a lot of Māori veterans and I guess ex-service personnel. I've got no idea of what's going on, that this inquiry is even on, or any of the entitlements that they could access. So I'm thinking about the future, and I want to ask our senior officers there, this transition out of the services, the discharge process. So there's a notice of intent to leave. I understand that's about 3 months' notice. Right? What happens? How do you prepare these service personnel who are leaving in that 3-month period? You talk about medical checks, paperwork, because I talked to them and maybe they came out too fast and they don't have a clear memory of it. So walk us through so we understand it.
So I will reflect on the evidence that was given by the Chief People Officer around the kind of myriad of what I think has evolved and improved over time, investments in time and resource to prepare our people to transition. We talked about things like resettlement leave, we talked about transition coaches, the career hubs. I think there's a degree of a lot of peer colleague command input into where are you going and what are you going to do? And so I think now more than ever, we do invest. I think the real money for us, the real influence space for us, if we are to discharge the manaakitanga and continue that as people leave, is around that space, sir. So it is all of those things combined. Now, does everybody take up all of those opportunities? Does everybody know about all of those opportunities? Those are different questions. And I think the answer to that is probably no. And there's things that I've learnt during this kaupapa that I feel I should have known before the military kicks me out. But so I think there is a lot of effort in that space. I think that wasn't always the case, but I think now that is the goal. So what can we do to prepare people the best we can to carry on and thrive once they leave?
So I get the impression that the evidence that we're getting from this panel is what really it's what's happening now. I don't know how far back what you're talking about has been in place. That's why I'm asking, okay, in the last couple of years, if I was to discharge, what am I going to be told? You talk about all these things. Is that in the last couple of years, or does it go back further?
Yeah, so I think different, I don't have the answer to that, so I don't know when they went back to. I think that's something that we can try and discern. Probably different components to that came about at different times, but I would hate to give you a guess at that. I probably paid less attention to that a few years ago, and I'm paying more attention to that now. Yeah, but I think that you need some facts around that, and that's something that's important. We can provide you with that.
Sir, if I could just offer one observation. Even in my 25 years, that the culture of people leaving defence and then returning, which is far more common now than it used to be, has certainly evolved. There's much more porous movement in and out of the NZ. I've done that myself. I got out for a few years, then came back, having got some experience in the civilian environment and bringing that back with me. So I think, to your question, how has this changed and when has this changed? I think there's definitely been a shift. When I first joined in 2000, once you were out, you were kind of out. That was and it really felt like it was a stigma almost to coming back and that kind of thing. Whereas now it's very fluid movement in and out, that kind of stuff. So I think there has been an evolution of our posture in this regard.
Well, that's important because a lot of the claims that we have got before us are to do with that period as opposed to what's going on now. But just to get clear in my head, so you sit a person down in that 3-month period before they leave. There's a lot of information they've got to take in, and you give it all to them. Is that right?
There are various mediums that are used to get that information across. From the, so the panel we today talked about the 3 days of kind of actual transition kind of seminar. There are booklets, there are information. I guess the point you're getting at, so how much of that can people absorb and how much they pay attention to? I think it's likely that people don't, no matter how much we tell them, here's what's important. I mean, we tell people, we help get a GP. GPs are really important. How much capacity or what space people are in when they're thinking about that at the time. So the challenge on us is to impart that information in a way that's retrievable. I think a lot of information is. So certainly all of our health information is on, you just Google NZF Health, it's all on there, it's on external sites. So enabling people to reach back and access that information at the time they need it is really important too. The medium we use for current generation, I don't know, we had to introduce a QR code so they could access stuff. So we can't just give them a book anymore. So we do have to evolve. And your point is well made. How do we make sure that people are armed with the right information? And what mediums do we use to make sure that's really understood and embedded and can be retrieved at the point in time that they need to retrieve that to get the support they need?
And because once a person leaves, how do you know post their service whether they've taken on board that information, and if they haven't, how can you improve the way you deliver it to them?
Yeah,
that's really my point.
I think that's a really good point. We are looking, so my interest, the bubble for which I think we should be measuring success, acknowledging this is around contemporary, is a 24-month bubble. And I say that because, so if you left us 24 months ago, then you probably left us under the same process, policy and conditions are in place now. So the metric, the population to measure effect on, to me, is 24 months. It's challenging for me particularly when I listen to this kaupapa, the tragic and terrible circumstances, the whakama, the hurt. But as you've pointed out, I don't know. We weren't there. There weren't policies and processes in place that I understand. So my interest is that we have a bubble, which is actually why the Force for You setting is in place, because we can measure engagement with that service. So we can measure who engages over the 24 months post-service with that to get a measure of if people are. So we're trying to put in place the metrics, the performance metrics that tell us if what we've done during service is good, if what we're doing in transition is good. And that's about a 24-month dynamic measurement period, if that makes sense.
I remember talking to Mr. Brunt at the last hearing where the future looked better because electronically you are going to be able to track people who are discharged, but I wasn't too sure if you meant those who've had qualifying service or all people discharged. You had some sort of system coming.
Yes, so more broadly within the umbrella of Te Arataki, some of the key research items that we are progressing to have a veteran identifier within the IDI, which is the Statistics New Zealand repository for government administrative data. And we have also been able to ingest specific cohort data for Vietnam, of which we'd like to do other respective cohorts. But the IDI allows us to be able to see, if you like, the not just for veterans in terms of the health system, but other government supports longitudinally that they are accessing or not accessing. So we can start to draw a distinction between those that are that have qualifying operational service, for example, what supports they may be accessing outside of Veterans Affairs as well in the health system, to then unmet need, essentially, to give us an idea of how the system is performing. But more broadly, you can also see the downstream impacts, potentially, of service on people's health, if that makes sense.
Does the Defence Force keep a database of all discharging service personnel now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, how long has that been going? Well, forever, I guess.
Yeah, because we have to stop paying them.
Oh,
so
right.
we know when they leave.
Yeah.
I'm not being flippant, but I guess the point is there's HR data that supports points in time that people leave within the HR system, a very kind of practical based data.
And when they're discharged, they'll have a last known address that's recorded?
Yes, yep, and certainly within, so we have a separate, completely separate health information system that also records those demographics, next of kin, where their last known addresses. But they don't keep us up to date with that after they leave, which is problematic. I think a point that one of my staff actually raised with me to remind those, quite a lot of our people transition from regular force to the reserve force. And so kind of, artificially there is some kind of longitudinal, so they stay engaged with us through our reservist function. And so that's probably, we're going to have more information if people are engaged, particularly in relation to, last known addresses, etc.
Okay. The veterans' pension and the requirement to have qualifying operational service. Did I hear you right yesterday, Mr. Brunt, where you said that came from VANS?
So we provide the advice to the Ministry of Social Development if someone has qualifying operational service when they apply for that.
No, I mean pension. The requirement to have.
Yes. To receive the veterans' pension, you have to have qualifying operational service.
And that came about how?
That was part of the design of the Veterans Support Act. So there is some material in the what we filed in Wairau, but essentially it's an entitlement that has been equated with the veterans, the veterans entitlement system, and so therefore the metric that's used within the VSA is qualifying operational service. So that's the consistency through from the War Pensions Act.
Okay. The availability of the pension overseas. We had a veteran early on in this inquiry came back from Australia, and he told us how much he was getting in terms of assistance, in addition to the pension, in terms of healthcare. And he said the system was much better over there for him. It was better for him to live there as a veteran than in New Zealand in terms of the care he was able to access. Is he right?
Can I just clarify, when he says it was better over there, what was...
He was seriously injured in the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
And he was walking, but he had a lot of injuries that required ongoing treatment.
Okay. What I will do is I'll pass over to Lisa and Vice operationally to answer that.
Anyone who wants to live in Australia is paid under our Australian Social Security Act from 2017. The amount that we pay in terms of New Zealand superannuation or veterans pension depends on how much time they lived in New Zealand between the ages of 20 and 65. It also, because it's Australian, it comes down to Australian domestic law, we're not allowed to pay anyone more than they would get if they had lived in Australia their whole life and Australia income or asset test their pension. So when it comes to how much we're allowed to pay, it is bound by both how much the client had proportionally from their time in New Zealand versus how much Centrelink in Australia told us we're allowed to pay. We're not allowed to pay more than them. So we don't have complete control over how much we pay when someone lives in Australia. In terms of what else they were receiving, we can only pay New Zealand Super, Veterans Pension and the supported living payment from MSD. We don't pay any extra help.
Well, it wasn't financial help, assistance he was talking about. He was talking about healthcare.
Yeah, that's a bit beyond what we can answer to.
I thought I read in your evidence that there's these agreements that you have with other countries.
That agreement is for the social security, and the 3 payments I mentioned are the only ones we're allowed to pay under that agreement.
So that healthcare he's talking about is just...
I'm assuming, I can't really speak about the Australian healthcare system, but I believe it's based on resident status as well.
I think what might be a better option is if we hand over to Brigadier to be able to respond. I see she's ready.
Well, it's only the pieces I know, which is 2 things. So one is we have a reciprocal healthcare agreement with Australia, so that our healthcare in Australia is you effectively, if you visit Australia, you're effectively treated as an Australian in that sense. And I don't have the details of apologies, I don't know the specifics of the person you're talking about, but my general comment would be that you don't qualify as a veteran unless you've served for the Australian Defence Force. So he's not being covered, certainly wouldn't be picked up under a veterans scheme. But Australia has a different health system to us with some pluses and minuses, but I'm not sure that's a comparable, it's able to be compared in that sense that you're, without knowing the details.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blunt. I read about the Ranfurly Veterans Trust and went online and looked at their website. Impressive. And I wondered how many Māori veterans are involved in that particular trust, because it's 3 Kings Auckland, and I understand from reading it that it's to services the Auckland region, and just going by what I could see, the likelihood of a lot of veterans being involved there, it seems to me that they have permanent housing for veterans, but they're not filling it. Can you give us some more information about that trust? Because you've got a letter attached to your brief from the trust, but it's hard to glean much about the veterans who are using it.
No, most certainly. They're an incredibly impressive outfit. The CE, Kelly Blythe, is involved extensively with Te Arataki, that they have quite a big premises in Auckland. I wouldn't know the exact approximate in terms of Māori or Pākehā veterans that are lodged there, but we certainly go there quite regularly, and we have case management clinics there every month, of which there are a significant number of Māori. So by way of effect, they're an extremely positive player within the system in that sense.
It would be of interest to me to get some more information about veterans' use of the premises and who's staying there, and whether there are any Māori veterans actually in the who are in the housing area.
We can provide that.
And you also talk about in the Te Arataki in Appendix A, the work program, that there's this rollout of the NZDF wider peer support program, and that's ongoing, and I was wondering what that actually meant.
So that's a program for NZDF, within the NZDF. So that is a mental health peer support framework and program. So at the moment we're running a pilot in Linton camp. We've trained 50 volunteers on camp in a 4-day training package on mental health. That package includes sort of a brief layman's overview of various mental health conditions, how to have conversations with peers around mental health, also how to be mindful of and address issues like suicide risk, family violence, those kinds of things. And then those service members go out into their units and are identified as peers that people from within the unit can approach if they have questions, and also our hope and our experience is that they are able to then also identify more or earlier people who may be struggling and have those first conversations to then tautoko them into the system so that we can provide the support we need.
And how do you select them, or do they volunteer themselves?
They volunteer themselves. There's actually a selection process, so we're really keen to have lived experience as part of that. So we welcome people who have had their own journey, but we also run some selection to ensure that they're in the right place in their journey to do that well. And my experience is so far, often units will shoulder tap people who are potentially already good at that anyway, and looking to augment their nature.
Thank you. And Mr. Brunt, the cultural advisor position that's going to be filled, are they going to be on a senior leadership team?
Correct.
And I just want to understand what you said this morning, that you're hoping that at some point your team would be all cognizant of treaty and needs of Māori servicemen. And if you could achieve that, would that then mean that you didn't actually need necessarily to have Māori on the senior leadership team?
I think there is a balance, within Veterans Affairs. There is, going back to the line of questioning from Dr. O'Regan this morning, there is on one level a good understanding around some of the impacts of colonisation and to treaty. That is, of course, it depends what standard and yardstick you use. And how that relates to service and looking after Māori veterans. And we have a constant program of professional development around that, such as engaging with the War Walk or going to Marae and talking about that as a staff. Now, we will always need, I think, specific expertise. So our cultural advisor helps us navigate elements of tikanga. So when we go into regions and we run forums, for example, we open those with karakia, and the tikanga of the local area dictates that. And so, there's a specialisation there that's important. We have a Māori identity associated with the organisation in the form of a tewhatewha. We need guidance in terms of how that is developed and the teaching spread throughout the organisation. So I see that there being a constant need for that level of expertise, but more broadly, amongst that leadership team, there should be, a clear understanding around the impacts that Māori face, the barriers that Māori face, both in terms of accessing support from VA, but also the wider public sector to essentially so that we can fulfil our obligation under a retiranga for equality of outcome.
Understood. Last question is for Ms. Gore. At paragraph 43 in your brief, you talk about the Hāpai service, and it seeks to improve health outcomes by providing manaaki to restore mauri and enhance the mana of claimants. Can you give me a practical example of that, what that actually means?
An example, just a general rather than a case-specific example, is really the from a language and a cultural understanding and engaging with the whānau and the wider community of that particular karataki to understand at a really personal level how the services that we're able to provide really fit into the needs that are identified through those korero. So a very, very strong connecting and community-based approach.
So this is about people recovering from serious or complex injuries?
Yes, and we're looking to widen the service to incorporate more areas of the motu, but also increase the cohorts of the kinds of injuries that are supported through that service.
I was trying to understand how you restore mauri. I know what those terms mean. I just don't quite understand how you do that because there's not enough, I suppose, information in that paragraph.
Yeah. What I am happy to do is provide some specific examples. I know that we have used some through our communication channels and had particular karataki talk in media type situations about their specific experience of that service, and I'd be happy to share those.
That would be useful if you could provide that. Thank you. Yes. And once again, thank you all. We all realise that you're trying to assist. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll break for lunch now and resume again at 1:30. Thank you. Hi, sorry. E wai te tautoko ki te rōpū nei. Hai.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Oh, aroha mai. Aroha mai. Just wanted to give an update on behalf of the CCC about the timetable.
Hi, thank you.
We're about 2 hours behind.
Yeah.
Just wanted to give an update that Claimant Council will meet around lunchtime and discuss any possible reductions, but wanted to turn it to the Crown to see whether they have given any thought to how this might be mitigated as well.
Reduce the Crown portion of the next panel by about half in terms of time, if we can. Stick to that, and we will discuss with our friends if there's anything further.
All right, thank you. And I'll talk with my tribunal members as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are you trying to say?
Ai, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Just one small matter to tidy up from the last panel. One of our witnesses, Ms. Ratahi O'Neill from MSD, just wanted to clarify, because unfortunately in the exchange she didn't get an opportunity to pass this on to the tribunal in response to your question, Judge, about the disparity between the veterans pension and the superannuation, that the amounts paid in that sense are actually the same. And there's some other factors that she explains in her brief, but in terms of the superannuation and the pension rate is the same rate. But what she has offered to do is just file something in addition, just to clarify that point. But I thought it'd be useful just to raise that now.
All right, thank you. That would be helpful because those were the figures that I read.
Yeah.
The figures for the military pension from her evidence.
Yes.
The figure for the non-military pension from the website.
Yes, and I think, in fact, at one point we'd reached the same conclusion as Your Honour, so it might be something she'll have to tidy up and clarify.
Right, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
So turning then to panel 3. So panel 3, the focus of panel 3 is military service in the decades following World War II, and the lineup of this panel includes, is Dr. Stephen Loveridge, who you've heard from in week 1, and he'll be briefly speaking to or summarising his report on enlistment and employment of Māori service people 49 to 75. It's B40, and together with him on the panel is Dr. Ian McGibbon, a military and diplomatic historian, no doubt known to many in this whare. The second half of the panel will be focusing on a specific health issue, and that is arising from the use of dibutyl thiolate in that time period. In fact, World War II right up to around about 1990. So that'll be presented by Doctors McBride and O'Reilly, both of whom you've of course heard from before. So if I could turn then to Dr. Loveridge, if you could begin by introducing yourself, and if you could all introduce yourselves to the panel.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Stephen Loveridge, toku ingoa. I was born in Lower Hutt, grew up in Tauranga, and attended universities in Waikato and Wellington. I am an adjunct research fellow at the Stout Research Centre for New Zealand Studies at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington. I hold a PhD in history, and my research focuses upon governance, statecraft, and war and society. I've published several books in various chapters and articles, and my recent publications include the co-authored The Home Front, an examination of New Zealand society during the First World War, Content within New Zealand's Foreign Service, a commissioned history of New Zealand's diplomatic corps, and the co-authored Secret History, a history of security intelligence in New Zealand over 1900 to 1956. I first became involved in matters relating to this inquiry in 2021, and since then have been commissioned as an independent scholar to produce several pieces of relevant research and to assist in reviewing the Tribunal's statement of issues against existing scholarship to advise upon matters potentially requiring further research. Nō rewa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa.
Kia ora, my name is Ian McGibbon. I hail from a farming family in southern Hawke's Bay with no military connection other than on my mother's side. She served in the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps during the Second World War with 3 brothers overseas, one of whom was present at the Battle of the River Plate as a seaman boy 15-year-old seaman boy on HMS Achilles. After graduating from Victoria University of Wellington, I served for 8 years as a defence historian in the Ministry of Defence before transferring to the Department of Internal Affairs to write the official history of our involvement in Korea. Among other tasks, I edited the Oxford Companion to New Zealand Military History. In 2001, our branch became part of the Ministry for Culture and Heritage, under which I prepared the official history of our involvement in the Vietnam War, and later the centennial history of New Zealand's Western Front campaign. I served as General Editor War History until my retirement in 2016. More recently, I edited and wrote half of the official history of New Zealand's diplomatic service. From 2009 to 2014, I was New Zealand's representative on the Tri-Nation Joint Historical and Archaeological Survey of the Anzac Battlefield at Gallipoli. I'm a life member of the New Zealand Institute of International Affairs and have edited their journal New Zealand International Review since 1981. In 1997, I became an officer of the New Zealand Order of Merit for services to historical research. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Makaroli toko ingoa. You've met me before. I am the Principal Clinical Advisor for Veterans Affairs and have been in the role for the last 5 years. And prior to that, I had been a military doctor with the Royal New Zealand Army Medical Corps. And prior to that, in the Royal New Zealand Air Force as well. So I'm very privileged to be in front of you again, and thank you for the opportunity. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, ko Dave McBride toko ingoa. I'm from... That was a good start. Ko Dave McBride toko ingoa. I'm from Belfast in Northern Ireland, but I've been here for 30 years. I spent 20 years in the British Army and now 30 years in the New Zealand Army. Currently still a Lieutenant Colonel RAMC in the Reserves. My father served in the RAF during the Second World War, flying as a radio operator in Lancasters. He would never talk about it. My specialty is occupational medicine, which means the relationship between work and disease. And being in the military is just like any other occupation, but it has peculiar exposures and they occur under peculiar circumstances. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, and I just hope that I can help. Kia ora.
If we can start with you then, Dr. Loveridge, if you can give us a very brief synopsis of your report.
I'll be brief. In 2023, I was commissioned to produce the research report, The Enlistment and Employment of Māori Service People in the New Zealand Armed Forces, 1949 to 1975, reference B40. My research was grounded in archival material intended to document policies and practices, but also took advantage of histories, personal accounts, and specialist tribunal commissioned research reports. While the report reviews issues across all three service branches, it especially focuses upon the Army as the service which came to have a high proportion of Māori service people, as well as the service most involved in the major deployments of this period, namely to major operations in Korea, Malaya, Malaysia, Borneo, and Vietnam. A recurrent issue observed by previous reports and affirmed in this one is the absence of systematic data on ethnicity in the armed forces over this period, a consequence of general policies to not record or collate such information. While particular details and accounts can offer some meaningful impressions, in many instances this situation hampers precise responses to some of the questions in the tribunal's statement of issues. The first section of the report addresses enlistment and the policies and practices which shaped the recruitment and selection of Māori service people. Officially, the period was governed by a commitment to make no distinction regarding ethnicity.
However, instances of select figures commenting that Māori or high rates of Māori were undesirable in the services, and some accordant actions have been logged. In 1952, for example, the commander of the Army's Northern Military District stated an intention to limit Māori enlistments to the Army's regular force, and in 1961, a Department of Māori Affairs welfare officer claimed that the Naval Recruitment Board held a policy of restricting Māori enlistments to a quota of 1 to 15, the same ratio as the general population, although no further material substantiating such a policy has been located. In the early 1950s, deliberate efforts to recruit more Māori were instituted by the Navy and the Army in collaboration with the Department of Māori Affairs. This collaboration reflected the service's need for more recruits and the department's ambition to secure gainful employment for Māori. Furthermore, some departmental personnel asserted beliefs that military service would put young Māori in good stead, and Army recruiting efforts purposely sought to cultivate good relations with local Māori in various regions and to impress the advantages of a military career for young Māori. Conversely, the Air Force appears to have taken a more laissez-faire approach towards Māori recruitment, but did make some use of the Department of Māori Affairs welfare officers to assist in selection processes for Māori candidates between 1950 and 1968. Turning to selection, the general rarity of systematic data on ethnicity means precise details regarding the total numbers of Māori recruits and their ranks and roles are not available. However, some indication of the proportion of Māori in the services can be stated. For comparative reference, census data records that Māori constituted 6.3% of the general population in 1951 and 8.5% in 1975. The best available data indicates that in regard to the Army, the percentage of Māori in the regular forces grew from around 7.7% in the early 1950s to something between 30 to 40% in the mid-1960s. In regard to the Navy, the best available data indicates that the proportion of Māori in the service rose from a minimal fraction in 1949, 2.8%, to roughly proportional to the general population in 1962, between 7 and 10%. In regard to the Air Force, the available data, which is incomplete, indicates Māori were a minimal proportion of the service over 1951 to 1971, around 3 to 5%. An additional point of consideration in regard to selection practices are stated concerns around the psychological testing regime the Army employed as part of its enlistment process. From the early 1950s, some military psychologists raised concerns that the norms utilised might result in Māori being underrated in selection grades used to assist in selection and career progression. These tests appear to have been employed until 1968, when new testing standards were introduced. After being recruited, service people undertook training intended to prepare them to perform various duties and roles and were issued with assorted equipment, specifics varying across time and deployments. No evidence has been located indicating any distinction between Māori and non-Māori in regard to training policy or practice, or that there were any differences in the equipment issued to Māori service people. Upon being enlisted, service people were also subject to disciplinary procedures enacted by commanding officers empowered by military law. Again, the rarity of systematic ethnic data makes meaningful comparisons between Māori and non-Māori difficult, though no policies indicating different standards of discipline have been located. The period in question saw major deployments to Korea and Southeast Asia. The duration of service people's deployments to these theatres differed with operations, across services, and under various circumstances. Married personnel, for example, were given differing tour lengths in several instances, but no distinction was made between Māori and non-Māori regarding deployment lengths. In regard to policies around promotion, the Army and the Navy's outreach campaigns emphasised that Māori were wanted for service at commissioned ranks, and Army recruitment officers appear to have been instructed in the early 1960s to proactively search for suitable Māori candidates for officer training. The lack of systematic data means comparative details regarding the number of Māori and non-Māori serving at various ranks are not available. However, accounts consistently indicate that while there are notable examples of Māori progressing in the armed forces, including some individuals who achieved distinguished careers, Māori were increasingly rare in the upper echelons of the service branches through the period. While it is difficult to offer a conclusive explanation for this, the relatively restricted pool of Māori with the requisite educational credentials is clearly a highly relevant factor. A final aspect reviewed in the report is healthcare. Upon enlistment, the health of service people was handled by the armed forces in concert with the civilian healthcare system. The exception was during deployments, where specific arrangements were made for healthcare provisions, typically in concert with allied nations. No evidence has been located indicating that there was any difference in the types and standard of care provided to Māori and non-Māori service people. That concludes a summation of the major aspects of my report. I hope it is of use to the inquiry, and I look forward to your questions.
Kia ora. If we can turn to the second half of the panel then, which is really a focus on a particular healthcare aspect, and that is the use of dibutyl phthalate. Dr. O'Reilly.
Kia ora. The first part of this oral brief is to introduce DBP, or dibutyl phthalate, and its military uses. Dibutyl phthalate is a man-made organic compound found both historically and to a lesser extent contemporaneously in an extensive range of industrial and commercial products and processes. So it's a critical component or substantial component in the manufacture of dyes, insecticides, industrial peroxides, plastic products, lacquers, explosives, fabrics, printing inks, perfume, paper products, and cosmetics. So it's to some extent an almost ubiquitous product. It had a particularly military application in the prevention of scrub typhus from 1943 through to the latter part of the 20th century. Prior to 1943, there was no effective method of preventing or treating scrub typhus, and it constituted a significant health burden to Allied forces in the Pacific. Over 2,800 Australian service people contracted scrub typhus between 1941 and 1945, with a case mortality rate of 9%. When looking at other nationalities involved in the Pacific campaign, those case mortality rates from scrub typhus increased up to 25%. So of those people who developed scrub typhus, up to a quarter died. Of that 2,800 Australian service people, 2,100 of those casualties occurred before 1943 and the introduction of DBP as a preventative. A structurally similar chemical, dimethyl phthalate, was used by approximately over 1 million US service people in the same campaign. DBP was chosen by the Australians as the prophylactic of choice because of the easier availability of DBP over DMP in the Southern Hemisphere. By the last quarter of the 20th century, it had been mainly superseded by the use of antibiotics, including chloromycetin and tetracycline, such as doxycycline, and both the prevention and treatment of the infection. And was the dipping of the soaking of clothing in insecticide, which was replaced with permethrin-based insecticides in the treatment of clothing, both of which were more effective in preventing the disease than their predecessor. That being said, DBP is still in use in some parts of the world for the prevention of outbreaks of scrub typhus, including parts of India in particular, in much the same fashion as it was employed in 1943. To discuss the technical aspects of DBP and its epidemiology, I'll hand over to Dr. McBride.
As we've heard this morning, epidemiology can be a very powerful tool because then you can see what the risks in a population are, what diseases are more common, and sometimes if you associate those diseases with an exposure, you can tell what the relative magnitude of different levels of exposure are, so it really is a useful tool. To do that, you've got to have a complete list of people who served. Now, the unfortunate thing is that these lists are difficult to get one complete. Now, we know there were around 6,700 Malayan Army veterans and around 1,700 Navy veterans. But the study which was carried out by Professor Shaw identified 252 veterans, probably living locally in Christchurch, and of those, 65 completed a response, which is a response rate of less than 1%. Now, he was well-meaning, but Professor Shaw is a toxicologist and not an epidemiologist. And this study couldn't possibly hope to identify risk factors associated with dibutyl phthalate, because the complete Malayan veteran cohort, or at least the infantry units, would have had to been studied to see what the outcomes were with them, and their children. So you've got two problems there: complete enumeration of the Malayan veteran cohort and of their children. And both of those two things are nearly impossible. Now, Professor Shaw was well-meaning in trying to help the Malayan veterans. Unfortunately, the study should never have been published in the first place, because it is quite frankly misleading, and it wasn't helpful at all. It just raised more doubts than it answered complaints, if you like. So that's the epidemiology of the situation. You've got to have a list, and we've heard about how important epidemiology was this morning. If we had a complete list of veterans who've served from, say, 1980 up to the present, we could do great things with it, but we don't.
At the previous hearing week, you talked to us about the study you'd done with Vietnam veterans. There you were able to carry out an epidemiological study. How do you reconcile that?
That was down to one artillery officer, Captain Con Flinkenberg, who went at the end of the deployment and said, "I've got pay records here, what do we do with them?" He was told, "Just chuck them," but being an artillery officer, he decided, "No, I think I'll just keep those." So those are the complete record. Pay records are the best you can get, because you can't get overpaid, you can't get underpaid. They're nearly always correct. And that was a complete list of all New Zealand Vietnam veterans, and we did that analysis. And we should probably do it again to follow it up to see what's happened since then. So we're going to try to round up some funding to do that. But that's the kind of data that's absolutely precious and needs to be used.
Can you perhaps give us a brief idea also of the role of metabolism when you're looking at a chemical like dibutyl phthalate used in the way it was used in the military?
I mean, there's two main routes of exposure in occupational exposures. That is by inhalation and dermal absorption. You inhale vapours, mists and gases, and dermal absorption by what you put in the skin. Not everything is equally absorbed dermally. Now, Professor Shaw did some good work with mouse skin, which is similar to human skin, to show that it could be absorbed, but did not say anything about metabolism. And we now know that dibutyl phthalate is metabolized in a complex way, but it's an aromatic ring with various groups on the side, and it's gradually broken down over a period of time with a half-life of maybe 2 or 3 days, depending on which experiment you look at. So it's absorbed, but then it's excreted again, mostly in the urine. So it does have a definite half-life in the body. It's excreted and it's got rid of. The only other way in which it could cause effects is by an epigenetic mechanism, which means that it's the RNA part of the genetic makeup in the cells can attach itself to that. But that's another probably unlikely mechanism. We're learning more about it all the time, but it's simply a theory.
Thank you. Perhaps we can hand back to you now, Dr. O'Reilly, and if you could give us a brief idea of the approach of Veterans Affairs.
As David was saying, or Dr. Roy was saying, the DBP is a part of a family of chemicals, or endocrine disrupting chemicals, which have been extensively investigated and continue to be extensively investigated for their health effects on humans. Because of indications of having health effects on animals, there is a continuing body of research into that. However, at this point in time, there does not seem to be any evidence that historic exposure to dibutyl phthalate is related to any chronic or enduring health condition in exposed veterans or people themselves. We, and alongside Dave, we acknowledge the work done by Drs. Karen and Shaw in publishing their paper and recognise it as part of the body of knowledge regarding dibutyl phthalate and its health effects, including intergenerational effects. Have also acknowledged that these findings need to be considered in the context of the whole of that research. To this point, the association between DBP, dibutyl phthalate, and intergenerational harms in humans has not been evidenced in large, well-designed reviews or analyses. The global study of the effects of exposures to EDCs in general and DBP in particular is ongoing, and it is possible that this situation may change, that we may find that there are relationships between exposure to DBP and human effects. And VA continues to monitor this research, as it is of particular interest to veterans in Aotearoa, and we will respond to the evolution of that evidence over time. Kia ora.
Kia ora, that is the presentation for panel 3.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Tom Benyon, lawyer for the Malaya Vets claim brought by Paora Tau and others. And Paora's passed away, his wife's here today, and some others. And a number of the veterans who've been involved in the Malaya claims have passed as well. I just should note that before I begin. So, thank you for the evidence, and I've got two parts. I've got about half an hour, I think. I've got two parts I just want to concentrate on. One is a little bit around DBP, dibutyl phthalate, and studies there. And then the second part is what Dr. O'Reilly's looking at, which is the question about around research and leading to a broader questions about how we think about research in these sort of situations with veterans. So if I could start with you, Professor McBride. At paragraph 50 of your paper, you quote the 2018 EPA agency review, and you quote it there, concluding that phthalates are, they've got some outcomes for human populations. The studies seem to show some toxicity there. I wanted to look at something that's in that paper, inside of that paper. Do you have the full paper there with your documents? I just want to check one part of the conclusion with you. You got a copy? Let me just put some words to you from the study. See
Yes.
It's actually just a definitional thing. I'm looking at page 768 of the 788 of the study, and the discussion. And I know you've quoted from the head note, but I just go to the discussion. It says, with the exception of DEP, all the phthalates included in the systemic review have moderate or greater evidence of male reproductive effects. These findings are directly relevant to humans, as they generally are based on exposure levels seen in general populations, i.e. not in occupationally exposed settings. So just firstly, we'd accept that for the Malay veterans, they're in an occupationally exposed setting?
Absolutely.
Right. And so this study is, the EPA study is saying, look, we're looking at rats, and we're seeing things there at levels that relate to the general population, but an occupationally exposed group there'd be a whole different level of effects to think about there. Well, there's a whole different level of exposure there. Is that fair?
That's right. That would be a whole different level of exposure depending on a number of factors, including whether DBP was actually applied
Yes.
to the seams of the clothing.
Well, let's come to that in a second. And while we're on this EPA article, it notes that phthalates, and I assume it includes DBP, are banned from children's toys.
Yes.
In the United States.
I wonder, Mr. Benyon, if you could just refer to the page. Have you got the...
Oh, if I go to page 189 of your bundle, and it's page 790 of the EPA report. It says, despite these limitations, our results support male reproductive effects as a hazard associated with phthalate exposure in humans, which supports recent regulation by the US Consumer Product Safety Commission to ban certain phthalates in, it says, in children's toys and other products. You're aware of that ban?
I'm aware of that ban.
Just on while we're at that, I understand, and this is talking to Professor Shaw, that phthalates used to be used in food wraps, which people would put on things and then put into the microwave, and they've been taken out of those as well. Is that
That's
correct.
Something
You know?
It was used to plasticise food wraps.
Okay. So let's come to the question of absorption. As you say, it depends how the amount of phthalate that's involved and how it gets in. Do you understand that veterans were putting their hands into jars and applying it in that way? I don't know that they were necessarily using brushes all the time.
No, there was a number of ways of applying it, and certainly one was with the hands and rubbing it in the seams of clothing, which was the recommended method.
And so in terms of absorption through the skin, or dermal absorption, right, it's really about the doses, not the method. Like, you might take something orally, but it's the exposure amount that's important, and the metabolism pathways through the body, depending on the chemical.
Depends on the chemical.
Yeah.
DBP was oily, so it was not quite so likely to be absorbed through the skin.
All right. And I noticed in your evidence you said some people still use it, and I see the article you referenced was an Indian article by perhaps a Dr. Sharma, I think. But it seems to me I see a recommendation there that you'd put it on your clothing and you'd avoid lying down on the ground and those sorts of things. The way the soldiers were using it here, the rates of application are probably greater than you might expect to be used in modern India today, because people are doing some very unusual things while they're applying it and being in some very difficult situations, yes?
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, if you were concerned about scrub typhus and you were about to go to the jungle and lie down in the jungle for periods, you might be thinking about quite liberally applying something that you thought might save your life.
You might think about it.
Yeah. Okay. Do we accept that the evidence is pretty strong that DBP would have at least caused skin irritation? Because I note at paragraph 46 of your report, you've got of your evidence. Paragraph 45. You reference skin irritation, and you've got a footnote 17 that talks about people reporting skin irritation at the level of cosmetic use.
That's right.
Yeah. So if we're liberally applying it in an army setting in the 1950s and 60s, quite possible skin irritation was
quite possible.
Okay. Now, just going to absorption rates, I think your criticism of Professor Shaw's work, one of the criticisms is about experiments with rats and guinea pigs and then absorption rates through human skin and how that might differ.
Yes, it is a fairly good model. I mean, I'm not arguing with the model they used for absorption rates, which is a reasonable facsimile of what might have happened with human skin. Not exact, but close enough. So I'm not arguing with that particular aspect. I'm just arguing with the epidemiology.
Yeah.
Because what we have here is 65 Malayan veterans, which is less than 1% of the total. And in epidemiological studies, we like to have as close to 100% as we can get.
Yes.
We'd accept 80, and 70 is about the bottom limit that would produce meaningful results. Because if you don't get the entire population, you miss 1 or 2 cases of a rare disease, and the results can be meaningless. That's the problem.
Yes, I understand that, and I think Professor Shaw will be on record as accepting
Yeah.
that criticism. Yeah.
Yeah.
But while we're there, I mean, I do notice, and this is maybe something Dr. O'Reilly might want to comment on too. I do notice in the research papers from yourself and it's Dr. Elwood as well, or Professor Elwood, this, I'd say what struck me was a quite strong statement saying, goodness, you've done this research and you're going to cause anxiety among veterans. They're a vulnerable group. I think that was your wording. And I almost thought it was a scolding kind of tone. And I wondered I wondered about the appropriateness of that. I mean, well, let's just step through this a bit. First of all, the Malay veterans themselves had to come up with the list, didn't they, for the study?
That's right.
That's right. Because the military's not keeping the list. So it's a little unfair, isn't it, to be critical on the epidemiological front about the population and the numbers that you're able to assess if the military itself isn't keeping lists and veterans are approaching researchers and saying, we've got a concern about this issue.
That's exactly the point.
So do you think it's, well, let's take also this angle. Operation Grapple.
Yes.
Right? Now, there's an extensive discussion about that on the Veterans website.
Yes.
And it includes a couple of studies where they say, you know what, these are self-selecting samples. You can't rely on this evidence at all. That's on the website. So that's always a factor in these studies, isn't it?
It's always a factor in these studies. I do have accurate crew lists for Operation Grapple, but unfortunately haven't been able to do anything with them. It's all a matter of funding.
Right. And as you say, so it's a matter of funding. And I'm just thinking about that nuclear veterans and the research there. An awful lot of research over many years still, it's sort of indeterminate in its results. There's still low evidence of ionising radiation affecting veterans directly, and even less evidence of descendants being affected. Is that how I should understand that?
That's true. We do have fairly accurate records of the exposure during the Pilaster, etc. deployments, but unfortunately we haven't been able to follow up the veterans themselves, and we definitely haven't been able to follow up the children and other offspring of veterans, because we just don't have the lists. It's not something that's kept.
Right.
It would be a really good thing to do.
Yeah, because if I look at your response to Professor Shaw, to the Karen and Shaw work, and you in the New Zealand Medical Journal in 2012, you close with this statement. Lastly, there are the ethical issues of explaining the study results to what is, in effect, a vulnerable group.
Yes.
It includes the veterans, but also their offspring. There are already questions being raised about compensation. And then you say this: it is clear that New Zealand veterans of Malaya, Vietnam and Christmas Island nuclear tests were exposed to a toxic environment during their service.
Yes.
Right? Studies like this don't help the process. So, but aren't we in a similar position? We've got an argument about a potentially toxic environment.
That's right.
With the nuclear vets, we still arrive at conclusions saying, look, we just don't know on the balance where all this lands, but we are prepared to make some assistance available because we've seen some linkages and some concerns. I mean, how far away are we from the nuclear vets sort of scenario? And perhaps Dr. O'Reilly, yeah.
Kia ora, thank you for the question. There are some differences in the supporting evidence between exposure to ionising radiation and to DBP. One of those differences would be the extensive research into the effects of ionising radiation on populations, including veteran and non-veteran populations, that provide us with a relatively clear picture, or a very clear picture, of what exposure to ionising radiation results in. And so you have a collective and a collective global view on what ionising radiation causes. If we look at DBP and we look at the research into DBP, convincing evidence of a defined clinical outcome from exposure isn't as clear. And when you're comparing, say, the studies done on New Zealand veterans of radiation exposure, I think when you look at that paper, you'll see that that is significantly caveated because of the weaknesses of their study that they identified. And the conclusions they make are very guarded with regard to the potential relationship between conditions with the veterans and the exposure. And I think, and this is my a commentary as opposed to a more informed judgment, but the difference between that, say, that paper on ionising radiation exposure and the Karen and Shaw paper was that the Karen and Shaw paper made a very definitive statement about a causal relationship between potential exposure and an outcome, without really making an effort to caveat that finding based on the vulnerabilities or weaknesses of the study.
But also at the moment, we're banning phthalates from children's toys, and we've got a lot of research internationally trying to understand about the relationship, and we do know there's a definite relationship about levels of phthalates and male conditions and male toxicity to male reproduction.
In animals.
That's an established link now, isn't it?
In animals. In animals.
Yes, in rats.
Which are animals.
Or mammals. But the EPA study says we think the level, we're seeing phthalates being used at a level that would affect at levels that would have some impact on the general population, and we're not even looking at the occupational exposure effects, which are higher exposure levels. Is that fair?
What it's saying at the end of that paper is that they can't exclude it as a hazard, as a potential hazard, and that the precaution, it would be a reasonable precaution in a society conscious of the safety of its population to note that hazard and to limit it as much as they can. They aren't saying at the end of that paper that exposure to phthalates causes harms in humans.
The other thing is that occupational exposures are generally accepted to be higher than community exposures because of the nature of community exposures, and you've got to be much more careful about community exposure because you're exposing a much larger number of people and you don't know anything about them. So it's simply one of these practical things. And if a substance is endocrine disrupting, EPA is going to, of course, look at it very carefully indeed. The problem is in doing scientific studies which show the effects on offspring, really difficult.
Just while we're there, Professor McBride, one of the concerns about the study by Professor Shaw was that if DBP has a breakdown, it breaks down, it has a short half-life of 2 or 3 days, then if you're arguing that it's affecting offspring, then the conception of those offspring needs to be relatively near to the exposure, right?
It does. It needs to be relatively close to the exposure to have a sufficient level to, yeah, that's correct.
You're aware that the evidence suggests that, or says that some spouses were actually present in Malaya?
Yes.
And that children were born there?
Ah, I wasn't aware of that.
Well, I understand that's the case, but I note your paragraph 21, which, and I understand this may relate to that, but we can come back to you with that detail. So you see paragraph 21, Sarah Stanaway talks about her sister present as a toddler.
That's right.
But I could just check that detail to see.
Yes.
I understood that might be a child born there.
Absolutely right.
Okay. All right, coming back to, well, this has cleared out quite a few of the issues that I had, but I just wanted to come back to the general research point. It's something that you said, Professor McBride, you said that military populations have peculiar exposures.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, no one would think when they were examining phthalates that we would come across a population that potentially was slathering them on themselves in the sort of levels that we see in the military in these periods.
I think there's an important distinction to make there. That they weren't putting in, it was not a skin repellent. There's two types of, so it's a miticide. DBP is a miticide. It kills the mites which cause scrub typhus.
Right.
And they were predominantly found in the seams of clothing. So once the mites got onto the seams in the clothing where the DBP was, then they'd be dead mites and pose no risk. And it seemed a reasonable way to do it, whereby the seams, so that it wasn't slathered over their skin, it was a limited exposure in that way. Of course, we can't say how much more it was limited, but there's a distinct difference between actively applying and reapplying to the skin and putting it in the seams of clothing, which was hoped to last for the complete duration of patrol or whatever. Whereas with insect repellents, those have to be repeatedly spread on the skin and applied a number of times, especially in tropical climates because of sweating when they're just washed off. So two different things, a miticide and an insect repellent.
Well, it would interviews with Malaya vets or vets would help to understand how they were using it. I mean, that's our best approach, isn't it?
Yes.
To understanding that. Just on the fact of the peculiar exposures, I mean, doesn't it mean that? Well, let's just look at the research issue and further research, which I think in your evidence. Dr. O'Reilly, you're saying that basically you're going to monitor the situation. There's no intention to actively undertake research on this issue, but you'll keep an eye on international studies. That's what I understand from paragraph 22.
Yes, primarily for the reasons that Professor McBride raised in his testimony, is in that actually finding and the research populations which would give us enough power and strength in the research to actually come to any informative conclusion would be practically impossible.
And so you should be essentially saying at paragraph 22, you keep an eye on the literature, but there's no possibility of research being carried out in New Zealand. Isn't that what you're saying? Because the veterans are passing away. They have passed away during this hearing. I mean, I think you need to be clearer if that's really what you're saying, because I think that's the message veterans are getting.
The other message from this is from a Veterans Affairs perspective. Veterans Affairs we are not empowered to fund research. Research funding is managed through the Veterans Health Advisory Panel, which is a statutory panel reporting only to the Minister. So it's not anything we have any control over, even if we wish to. The amount of money available for veterans research is obviously limited. And how those funds are distributed into research is a decision of that Veterans Health Advisory Panel. So I am always reluctant to say things are impossible. It runs against the grain a bit. I think what I could say is it would be extremely unlikely now that we would be able to perform effective research that provided us the answers to some of the questions being raised.
I just wondered whether, if a party, for example, I think Professor Shaw was looking for Marsden funding, I don't think that worked, but if parties sought other funding sources, and he was thinking, I think, of a research on testicular cells exposed to phthalates as part of a broader piece of research about how, I think, endocrine disruptors were working, and phthalates and DBP in particular, there's an opportunity or an ability to support funding applications which have a stream of research in them relevant to veterans. Do you know of anything of that nature?
So the Veterans Health Advisory Panel is empowered to provide funding through the trust, I think it's a trust, for research which is relevant to the veterans in Aotearoa. So I can't really speak to that with any certainty, but it's reasonable to say that if there was research which was relevant to the veteran population in Aotearoa, then it would be considered.
I mean, yeah. And what about co-benefits of research? Again, you're going to throw to the Research Trust Fund, I guess, but it seems to me research in the area of endocrine disrupting chemicals and the peculiar circumstances and almost unique circumstances you can get with some military populations gives us a very interesting research possibility, doesn't it, for the general population?
It certainly provides opportunities, but it's all about systematic collection of data, and unfortunately we don't do that at the moment. Were we to do it, it would open up numerous opportunities. It's all a matter of really health surveillance in a population, which can be a very useful thing to do, because then you see if anything unusual is cropping up and you can initiate further investigations into it. For example, clusters of diseases can be, such as brain cancer, can be investigated to look at the exposures. But there's various designs of epidemiological study which can be used to answer those questions.
Is it entirely appropriate to rely on epidemiological studies, particularly since the military hasn't collected stats for so long? Isn't it possible that because of the unique or peculiar circumstances that military people are placed in, there might be important information or hypotheses developed around the connections between, chemicals and their effects on the human body that
yes, certainly
suggested hypotheses.
That's right. Okay. Certainly the post hoc collection of data is possible, but only if you have the post hoc analysis of data to see if anything's cropping up as possible, but only if you have systematic data collection in the first place. It's widely used in occupational epidemiology, for example, to set exposure standards, because what we look for is a no observable effect level, and you can get that from cohorts if you've measured the exposure and you've measured the effect. But it's something we're generally not very good at. New Zealand industry is not very good at in doing.
Okay, and then just two quick last questions, I think, for Dr. O'Reilly. I mean, this sense that veterans, vulnerable, might get upset by research. We heard today from, I think, Brigadier Tate that veterans are not vulnerable. Do you agree that it's if you were going to say that veterans might be upset by research being undertaken, it would be important to talk to the veterans concerned and see who raised the issues and what their actual feelings were about research that was being undertaken?
Sorry, are you asking that question generally or specifically with regard to Malayan veterans?
Well, I guess I'm asking in relation to this example, because people have been saying, look, you shouldn't have done this research because you're dealing with a vulnerable group and veterans are going to be upset, there's going to be increased anxiety, and Dr. Elwood expressed this as well, Professor Elwood. We think there should be standards on this sort of thing. We can't have people wandering around talking to veterans and producing pieces of research.
No, I don't think they say that, actually. I think what Professor Elwood says is that we need to be cautious how we communicate the findings of our research in order to not unreasonably raise the concerns or anxieties of veterans. So that's how I would interpret what he wrote as a conclusion. I think, and his criticism is that there wasn't due care taken with regard to the communication of those conclusions, given the vulnerability of those conclusions. In general, I agree that, you know, in any research that's done on a population, that population needs to be a party to that research for it to be valid and reasonable and applicable. And certainly from a Veterans Health Advisory Panel perspective, I know that you don't want me to throw back to them, I'm going to give it another go, is that, you know, that is one of the standards that they apply for funding, is that there needs to be engagement with the veteran population in the design and completion of the study. So,
Yes, but you don't keep records, and Professor McBride had to go to 250 to the Malaya Veterans Association, get a list from them, send out the surveys, get 85 surveys back. And you're criticising him for creating unnecessary anxiety, not communicating properly and unnecessary anxiety?
No, I think you're misstating what I'm saying. I'm not criticising him at all for the method that he's taken. In fact, I made a point earlier in my own oral briefing that we don't have any position on his research from that perspective.
2 more minutes, Mr. Binion.
But what I am saying is that, you know, and from a perspective of, from a VA perspective, that we recognise that when you're making conclusions with regard to health outcomes from exposures, you need to be cautious how you phrase and frame your conclusions. And in any good scientific research, particularly medical research, you need to be clear on the weaknesses or the caveats that you place upon your conclusions, so that those people who are affected by them or who read those papers understand those weaknesses. And I think that is a piece that has been missing from Karen and Shaw's initial piece of research. So I'm not criticising the links they had to go to do that research, but rather how they were communicated. I would like to make a point also that that VANS isn't the agency that keeps those records of who served at that time. That is the New Zealand Defence Force. Prior to, I think it was last year, the VA has been an opt-in system. So we don't have a universal record of those people who, of veterans. What we have is a record of those veterans who have engaged with us.
So veterans keep lists, like the Malaya Veterans Association did. Should they keep keeping those lists?
I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
If we're talking about epidemiology, the lists need to be complete. That's the unfortunate thing. So it's only official lists which enumerate the entire population, enable you to do epidemiology, which is good. Otherwise, you get bias in the results. So ethics committees are very interested in studies that you do, that they're being done ethically, and they're particularly interested in vulnerable populations. And ethics committee do consider veterans to be a vulnerable population, because they have questions that they are wanting to have answered and they find it difficult to deal with, which is why they went to Professor Shaw, and I can entirely understand that.
Yes, that's most of my questions. I guess I was just aimed at how much assistance veterans are actually getting in this area, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binion.
Your Honour, there's just one point that probably, sorry,
Mr. Brown.
Just one point that needs to be clarified about the toddler who was in Malaya was born in Christchurch.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford.
Tēnā koe I te kaiwhakua. I'm just doing a quick appearance of my colleague, Ms. Wana, who will be cross-examining panel 4 tomorrow. And I'll continue with my cross-examination.
All right, thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Council's name is Crawford, and I'm here on behalf of Tamaki Legal. We're representing several claims in this stage of the inquiry. Today, my questions are for Dr. Loveridge, and I just want to start by thanking you for the work you've done for your report. And I think in the interest of time, I'll just jump into it. So, Dr. Loveridge, I want to begin with some questions regarding recruitment and selection. Do you accept that the material in your report generally indicates that Māori were overrepresented in the Defence Force between 1949 to 1975?
That would depend upon the service in question. With the Army, absolutely, particularly from the late 50s. Navy, less certain, but all indications would be yes. Air Force, probably not. But again, the data for that service is incomplete.
Yep, and that was going to be my follow-up question, just there's the differences between the three. Definitely for the Army, less so for the Navy, but would you agree that there was a trend increasing over the years?
The available data would indicate yes.
Yes. And then finally for the Air Force, there hasn't been evidence of overrepresentation during that period?
Correct.
Yeah. And accordingly, do you agree that any effects of any general issues experienced by both Māori and non-Māori regarding selection, training, equipment, healthcare, duration of deployment, promotion, and discipline would have a disproportionate effect on Māori within the Army and Navy in particular?
Based on the premise that Māori were overrepresented in the services in comparison to the general population?
Precisely.
In that service has knock-on effects for people around the service person, I would be inclined to agree.
Thank you. I want to briefly discuss the period in which Māori were not significantly overrepresented in the Navy. I'm referring to pages 28 to 29 of your report, which discusses the number of Māori within the Navy. So at paragraph 59, there you note a DMA report on a racial discrimination included in a statement from an Auckland welfare officer that the Naval Recruitment Board communicated a policy to restrict Māori enlistment to the same quota as the population ratio. And as you said earlier, it was 1 to 15, or 6.7% in 1961, correct?
Yes, correct.
And so at that time, there could have been an intention by the Navy to restrict Māori entry.
There could have been, yes.
Yes. And such a restriction towards a minority group would be considered discriminatory?
On the definition of that term, yes.
Yes. And the intention would be discriminatory even if the policy wasn't effective, wouldn't it?
Sorry, can I hear that again, please?
So the intention behind the policy would be discriminatory even if the policy failed. They didn't stick with a 1 to 15 ratio.
Well, it'll be hard to know what the intention is if such a policy existed. I wouldn't know what the intention of it was.
But your prior answer, you said that such a restriction would be discriminatory.
Well, I mean, if you are imposing a restriction on people joining a service on the basis of their ethnicity, I would call that discrimination by definition.
So would you agree then that the intention behind that policy was discriminatory?
No, I'd say again, you would need to know what the intention was, even if the outcome is discriminatory.
So one way of thinking of it, you're saying there could have been a benevolent intention?
Again, I wouldn't know what the intention was.
Okay.
It could be a range of things for reasons that you would want to have a quota system. I'm not weighing in on my personal feelings on that, but hypothetically there could be a range of possibilities, and it would be a judgment of whether that was appropriate or not.
Okay.
I would be happy to state my personal opinion that I don't favour discrimination on people on the basis of their ethnicity.
Yeah. I'll continue on. I just want to clarify then that as indicated in the report, by 1954, and this is at paragraph 61, the proportion of Māori in the Navy was already 7.1%, correct? 7.1%, is that correct?
In 1954?
Yes.
Correct.
And so based on that intercensal data within that paragraph, there looks to be an increasing trend, I guess, throughout that paragraph. There's different points given, and it seems like over time it's going up.
It looks like the proportion of Māori in the Navy increased over that period, yes.
So you're willing to accept then that the proportion in 1961 was already greater than the population ratio within New Zealand?
Indications are yes.
All right. And now, the material in your report indicates that overall the Defence Force had an enlistment shortfall during the period reviewed, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that the material in your report, despite the previous policy example, overall indicates that the Army and Navy recruitment targeted Māori to make up enlistment shortfalls during the period reviewed.
I would agree, yes.
And so you would agree that the Crown's targeted recruitment of Māori contributed to the overrepresentation of Māori within the Defence Force?
All signs indicate yes.
So unlike the Army and Navy, and this is at page 19, paragraph 42, there you mentioned that the Air Force's engagement in recruiting Māori was relatively limited. It's fair to say that the remainder of the section of your report dealing with the Air Force recruitment supports that conclusion?
Yes.
And in paragraph 42, you refer to Philip Cleaver's report, noting that he found evidence of negative perceptions of Māori from key Air Force staff, correct?
Correct.
Moreover, you refer to Mr. Cleaver's opinion that these perceptions were very likely to have influenced both RNZAF efforts to encourage Māori recruitment and the extent to which Māori applicants were accepted into the Air Force, didn't you?
I don't particularly contest Cleaver's conclusion on that. I would like to see more about how statement informed belief and behaviour and therefore outcomes, but it's a fair line of questioning.
Yeah. Just more on that then. So you provide one notable comment by a Director of Manning, Wing Commander B.R. Foucault, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, it's Foucault, who states, admittedly, we do accept Māoris freely into the services, too freely I feel, but at least they come from a community where at any rate, superficially, they're accepted on an equal footing with Europeans and generally, by environment and education, may readily be absorbed into the services. So, based on the material you reviewed for your report, would you agree with the statement of Philip Cleaver's opinion?
Could I have a clarification of precisely what you're asking?
So, just earlier you indicated that you were interested in knowing how Philip Cleaver came to the determination. I've just put forward some further evidence that you've referred to in your evidence that also Philip Cleaver referred to. And I'm just wondering if that is enough to convince you that the opinion that Philip Cleaver gave, which again was that the key Air Force staff were held views that would have limited the recruitment of Māori in the Air Force.
I mean, I'd say again, I think Cleaver's point that attitudes such as Foucault's are probably a good indication of the Air Force's position towards recruiting Māori, though I would like to see more indication of how that played out with efforts. It's a fair line of reasoning.
Okay. But you won't accept yourself you don't find that evidence sufficient in and of itself to make the conclusion?
I mean, I'd always look for more evidence to see how attitudes play out into behaviours, yes.
Okay. I'll carry on. So I guess the next set of questions now regard promotion in addition to selection issues. At page 22, paragraph 48, there you detail the Army's 5 psychological aptitude tests for the majority of the period reviewed. And at paragraph 49, you mention the results of these 5 tests were assessed against standards determined as normal for 18-year-old New Zealand males. Given the much larger Pākehā population at the time, do you agree that such a standard would be skewed towards what an average result for Pākehā was?
With the caveat that I am not a trained in psychological testing, but my understanding is that to obtain any accurate reading, you need a norm to assess against, and those norms were either based upon data taken from New Zealand demographics, which, as you say, would largely be Pākehā based, or were imported for norms from the UK. My understanding, and I'm citing in my report as I do some of the defence psychologists who raised this concern, yes, there may well have been skews with measuring norms against that data?
Thank you.
Short answer, yes.
Moreover, at page 25, paragraph 54, you cite reports from the NZDF that discuss the tests themselves were geared to a Pākehā population, and it is suspected that they're not fully appropriate to the Māori population, with another stating that Māori and Fijian populations for whom we make training and officer recommendations, but for whom we have no satisfactory norms, or perhaps even methods of assessment, correct?
Do I say that?
Yes.
Correct, I do.
And then lastly, one report stated that one authority unofficially estimated that 80% of Māoris are underrated on their SG rating, didn't it?
Correct.
In particular, these reports specify possible issues around linguistic nature of these tests, especially for any Māori who had lived most of their lives in Māori communities. Do you accept that these reports suggest that these tests were at least linguistically biased against Māori to some extent?
I would put forth that the people who understood this material suggested there may have been problems. I would not consider myself in a position to assess them. I might add at this point as well, I was never, as a researcher, able to find examples of the tests themselves. I was only able to find the conclusions that had been written up afterwards.
But you haven't found any other evidence that would suggest that their assessment would be incorrect?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Then at page 25, paragraph 53, it illustrates a notable deviation in the mean scores when comparing Pākehā with Māori across the 5 tests, with Māori performing notably lower. It follows that the linguistic bias of these tests were a contributing cause for this deviation, wouldn't it?
That's certainly a valid line of reasoning.
And would you accept that the material in your report indicates that Māori disproportionately held commissioned ranks, with significantly less commissioned ranks being held by Māori than non-Māori?
Sorry, can I hear that one more time?
Would you accept that the material in your report on a whole indicates that Māori disproportionately held commissioned ranks, with significantly less commissioned ranks being held by Māori than non-Māori?
All indications point to yes.
And at page 23, paragraph 50, you mention several of the purposes of the testing, including identifying those who might profit from specialist training, selection of potential leaders, and generally to employ a service person in a capacity of a service will be of most use, correct?
Correct.
Do you accept that the linguistic bias of these tests would have impacted the selection of Māori for commissioned ranks to some degree?
Again, as someone not trained in psychological testing, I wouldn't want to make that conclusion, but it's certainly a valid line of reasoning.
Yeah. So you agree that it logically follows that?
It logically follows, yes.
Okay.
But there may be more context that I'm not aware of.
Thank you. Would you accept that the linguistic bias of the tests was a contributing factor to why there was a disproportionately small number of commissioned officers that were Māori?
It would be hard to disagree that it was a contributing factor. I'm not sure to what extent, though.
Okay. Yeah. So by hard to disagree, you'd say you don't disagree?
It's certainly a contributing factor. I don't know to what extent it was a contributing factor.
Okay. So at page 80, paragraph 174, you note that the Navy and Army emphasised that Māori were wanted for service at commissioned ranks. To support this, you note that the Navy and Army, in collaborating with the Department of Affairs to boost Māori recruitment, emphasised their keenness for suitable Māori candidates for officer training. And in a similar vein, the Naval Secretary also contacted secondary schools with significant Māori roles, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, at page 17, paragraph 37B, in a meeting between the Navy and the DMA, it is noted that we should contact secondary schools for suitable Māori candidates for officer rank. Minimum education qualifications school certificate, correct?
Correct.
And do you agree that the suitability of a Māori candidate was in part tied to their educational achievement, seeing as the minimum educational qualification was school certificate?
Correct.
And at page 81, paragraph 177, There you cite Pugsley as suggesting that educational requirements were the principal reason for there being so few Māori of commission ranks in the 3 services, correct?
I do.
You then note in 1961, 6.1% of Māori left secondary schools with a school certificate compared to 32.5% of non-Māori. Given only 6.1% of Māori left secondary schools with a school certificate qualification, under this criteria, it would be relatively difficult to find suitable Māori candidates, wouldn't it?
Correct.
So do you accept that the Army and Navy's actions, I guess, of contacting the secondary schools and informing welfare officers of their keenness for suitable candidates was insufficient to overcome the barrier created by the criteria given the qualification deficit of this magnitude?
I would note that the relatively or comparatively limited pool of Māori with the requisite educational credentials was certainly an impact on reasons or the impressions around why Māori were differently represented across the service echelon branches, yes.
But and part of my question just relates a little bit back to, I guess, the Army and Navy's actions. And what I'm trying to suggest to you and put to you is that their actions of contacting the secondary schools and informing welfare officers of their keenness wasn't sufficient to overcome such a deficit in magnitude of this size.
Well,
would you agree with that?
If the question is, would contacting the schools change the educational outcomes, then obviously the answer is yes.
No, because the part of my question, I guess, that I'll reiterate is that the criteria was, again, for the school cert.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying that the mere fact of the contact by the Crown, by the Army and Navy, to the schools, with that criteria still in mind, that was part of the contact. My question is more, was that action sufficient to overcome the qualification deficit of that magnitude? And by, I guess what I'm, maybe to assist, by overcome what I mean is enlist a proportionate number of Māori for officer training that would exist within the forces. As we've talked about, there's overrepresentation, so you'd want to see a similar amount of Māori in leadership positions.
I mean, I think I would say that clearly the more restricting factor was the relatively restricted pool of educational credentials, not the fact that the services were failing to contact schools to suggest.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that they were failing to contact. I'm suggesting that it was insufficient to overcome the barrier.
But the barrier is not a lack of contact from the services. It's the proportion of Māori with the requisite educational credentials.
Exactly, and my point is that the actions to address that barrier were insufficient by the Navy and the Army.
Well, yes, and that the Navy and the Army couldn't increase the number of Māori with requisite educational credentials.
Right. I think I'll move on.
Okay.
But I think my point's been made. So, Dr. Loveridge, I'll ask a few questions now, particularly to equipment and funding. So at page 47, paragraph 99, you note that letters from the front in Korea claimed that K-Force was the poorest equipped force to leave New Zealand, and that New Zealanders were the Cinderellas of the United Nations forces. So I kind of want to explore this notion as it relates to equipment and training. At page 43, paragraph 91, there you note that in relative terms, New Zealand's defence expenditure across 1949 to 1975 was modest. And at 1970, only 4 nations in the developed world spent a lower percentage of their GNP for defence, correct?
Correct, yes.
Moreover, 2 national governments in office between 1949 to 1957 and 1960 to 1972 were headed by prime ministers who were inclined to stretch resources in lieu of spending more, correct?
Correct.
Do you accept that throughout your report there are references to the use of Second World War era equipment by service people within this period?
Yes, there were vast stocks of Second World War material that were being used, employed in various ways and generally wasted out.
Yes. And you also accept that some equipment, while not necessarily World War II era, was still reported as old and defective?
Was what, sir?
Reported as old and defective.
There were numerous bits of equipment that were listed as such, yes.
Moreover, do you accept that several pieces of equipment and clothing were reported as being unsuitable to the climate and environment New Zealand service people were deployed to during this period?
There are specific instances, but perhaps we should get into specifics because there's quite a range.
Okay, well, for instance, combat boots sometimes being less than fully adequate. I think you refer to that at page 46, paragraph 97.
Was that the one in Korea, I believe?
I believe so.
Sorry, was that page 46?
Page 46, paragraph 97.
I think you're referring to the Bootman GP.
Ah, okay, yes.
Which was one that was being trialled and adapted. It was found then as less than adequate, but ultimately adopted for use and seen as acceptable for a peacetime boot.
Thank you. And the Radio 128 set was neither waterproofed or tropicalized. I think you mentioned that at page 53 to 54.
Yes, so there were several pieces of radio equipment used in Southeast Asia that were, as you noted, noted as untropicised.
Also, Far Elf jungle greens were considered too heavy and thick for the humid Far East environment.
Yes, that was one person making that observation.
And they also talked about rotting clothes.
Yes, but I would note that basically any clothes you take into a Southeast Asian jungle are going to take a pounding.
No.
That's not untypical.
No, I understand. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there were certain pieces of equipment that it indicated in your report that did seem unsuitable to the climate and environment.
Yes.
Yes. And lastly, do you accept that some combat rations were reported as not containing sufficient calories to sustain arduous physical effort?
Could I see what the example?
Yes, I note at page 55, paragraph 117, and at footnote 334.
Yes, the combat ration pack in 1974. Yes.
And so at page 43 to 44, paragraph 91, there you note one study stated with regards to the development of the armed forces. It is clear that at no time during this period, 1948 to 1978, was the Army fully equipped and organised to carry out the theoretical roles set for it by government, correct?
Correct. That was in Damien Fenton's book on the subject. I would just note that I did pair that in that same paragraph with a more favourable judgment in David Filer's thesis, which notes that at no time did spending impact operational or the military's ability to perform operations.
Yeah, and turning to that, because I've included that in the bundle that we've sent G21. Do you have that before you?
I do.
Would you agree that, I guess the full quote that's said there, and I'll just read it out for ease, is that although finance has restricted the procurement of equipment, it has not placed major limitations on the operational effectiveness of the units New Zealand has dispatched overseas. And then it notes, however, while only small forces have been dispatched, partly because of financial restrictions, the services have had to be ready to send larger units if necessary, and finance has caused problems here, especially in the equipment field. In addition, as the maintenance of the Malaysian battalion at half strength in the late 1960s, the withdrawal of the Air Force's combat squadron from Singapore in 1962, and the Navy's non-participation in the October 1965 exercise indicate monetary difficulties occasionally did restrict the units dispatched overseas. Do you have any comment regarding the fuller quote?
Nothing particular, no.
But it would, whilst it, as you say earlier on, it does go against the other reports finding, when read in context, would you agree that it qualifies that to a significant degree?
It does add a qualification. The intent of that paragraph was to make a point about the way in which New Zealand spent on its military in that period can be assessed by several ways. New Zealand spent modestly compared to other countries. The amount spent went up. There's a bit of a change in the percentage of government spending over that time. Damien Fenton made quite a harsh judgment. David Filer, a less harsh judgment.
And ultimately, the defence expenditure would affect the operational readiness to some degree, wouldn't it? Well, to a major degree, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So accordingly, do you accept that there are several pieces of information recorded in your report that support the prior mentioned study statement? And this is, I guess, including all the equipment and the expenditure. So I guess all the questions that have led up to this particular bit I'm referring to now. Would you agree that they support that study statement, that it is clear that at no time during this period was the Army fully equipped and organised to carry out the theoretical roles set for it by government?
Well, what the theoretical goals were would potentially have changed with circumstance. I was discussing with Ian before, a real fear in, was it 1964, was that New Zealand could be in a general war with Indonesia and potentially China within 6 months, was the estimate submitted to a government. If that circumstance evolved, the level of spending and preparation would be direly different than the needs required. Measured against what New Zealand did face over this time, it would strike me that while you can always spend more on kit and equipment, that New Zealand was able to perform the military tasks which it did undertake through this period.
I guess I'll propose a hypothetical then. Let's say if the communist bloc early on in, say, the 1950s, if war happened, say, in the Middle East, would you accept that especially the territorials then that existed would not have been prepared at that stage in time for the operation that would have had to have occurred at that point in time?
I mean, we're really getting into theoreticals here, but I imagine there would be a very steep learning curve in having to adjust to such a situation, yes.
Okay. So I now want to ask a few brief questions regarding the healthcare during service, largely just dealing with air-related damage. Did your research as a whole indicate that air protection was not standardly used throughout this period?
As a general rule, yes. There appear to be instances where some form of earplug was issued, but it's not at all clear how standard it was used. Generally speaking, it would seem that, measured against modern standards, air protection was direly underused.
And you'd agree then, because you're referring to the use in Vietnam, would you agree that specific to gunners in Vietnam, most photographs show them without any air protection?
Correct.
Thank you.
Raise the shoulder, maybe, was the suggestion.
So lastly, I just have a few brief questions regarding the duration of deployment. As a general principle, do you accept that policies that appear to provide formal equality can sometimes result in inequality when put into practice?
Yes, there will almost certainly be disparities in outcomes.
So at page 70, paragraph 152, there you note that you located no policies that made distinctions between Māori and non-Māori deployment lengths, correct?
Correct.
But you then refer to a study of Vietnam veterans, which found that Māori veterans spent significantly longer in Vietnam, with an average of 11.98 months in theatre compared to an average of 10.8 months for non-Māori. You then try to, as you say, clarify this by stating that the result arises from various factors within the sample. Do you accept that while there may be various factors that led to this result, in practice, the study did find that Māori were on average deployed for a longer period in Vietnam?
It's uncontestable that that study, a sample of 756, does show a disparity in Māori and non-Māori in length of time in Vietnam. My intent in citing that in the report was simply to clarify that this was not the difference of a policy distinction, but is an aggregate figure that has emerged from various factors within that sample.
So you're not trying to, anyway, I guess, excuse the general fact?
I'm not in any way denying that that sample shows a disparity between those two population groups, no.
Thank you. And seeing as Māori service people were on average deployed for longer periods to Vietnam, would it also follow that they and their families were subject to greater strain?
It's not clear that Māori were subjected to longer deployments in Vietnam. That sample shows that that group within the sample does. Whether that would expand out to a larger group is unknown. Would that have an impact on Māori service people's whānau and family?
Yes.
Question? Well,
a greater impact given the longer duration of deployment.
I would say that longer exposure to dangerous situations certainly increases various psychological and physical risks, and it's reasonable to assume that those would trickle over, although length of time is not the only issue that might contribute to those. It's not simply a one-for-one.
And then I guess lastly, just because you did mention the sample size and you talked about how it pertains to that sample, would you agree though that 756 is a very substantial portion of the number of total veterans that served in Vietnam?
It's a decent study, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Dr. Loveridge. That concludes my questions for you. Ngā mihi, and again, thank you for your evidence. Tēnā koe, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Watiera.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. I do have half an hour. I am ready to go, but I'm thinking we could break early and come back early if you're of mind to do that.
Oh, I think we'll start.
Ka pai.
Thank you.
Kei te pai. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Josie Witihira tōku ingoa. I'm a lawyer at Wackrow Panaho & Associates. We represent 3 claims in this inquiry, one of which is a hapu claim, 2 of which are claims for widows of Vietnam veterans. First off, I'd like to mihi to you for your evidence. Thank you for providing a very detailed report as well. And mihi to you, Dr. McGibbon. Ka pai, I might start with you, Dr. Loveridge. I wanted to discuss the recruitment of Māori through this period. You've discussed at various times where Māori have been told to enter the forces for various reasons, either employment or not getting into trouble, particularly I think it's paragraphs 33 to 36 where you're discussing this. You give one example that's quite stark of a young man who is told that he should join the forces to avoid ending up in prison. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To me, that paints...
Sorry, I would make one point of clarification. We're talking in paragraph 36?
Aye, I believe so.
He wasn't so much told to join to avoid prison, but because a policeman has suggested you're going to end up in prison if you don't straighten out, and the army would be a good way to do that.
Ka pai. I mean, either way, it does seem quite a stark choice to make. It's either you risk your life or you end up risking going to prison. But the forces aren't necessarily just another form of employment. We've heard quite a lot this week about that. Especially on Monday, we heard about how being a part of the forces, you're not a regular employee. You're forced to follow orders. You risk your life, and you're not just an employee. Are you aware of this?
Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Are you aware of the evidence that's been discussing the fact that being in the forces isn't just another job?
I wasn't aware of the evidence. I didn't catch the hearings, but I don't dispute the statement.
Ka pai, thank you. And I couldn't find anywhere in your evidence that any consideration of that particular aspect was given when recruiting Māori through this period, Māori people weren't informed of this fact. Is that something that you would agree with?
Informed of the fact that military service can come with hazards and risks?
More that it's not that you're a regular employee. It's not just a normal job.
I know of no evidence of advisory on that issue, no.
Ka pai. And keeping in mind the intergenerational impact of PTSD and the effects of being exposed to toxic environments, as we've heard, I also couldn't find anywhere in the evidence that Māori were informed of these risks when they were being recruited through that period.
Toxic environments defined widely as exposure to bodily or mentally harm. No, I know of no advisory on that particular front. I think it was to some extent more broadly known in a society that had a generation that was growing up in the aftermath of World War II, but I don't believe it was advised in any kind of formal way.
Ka pai. It just seems to me from a lot of the evidence that we have heard, people were wanting to join the forces for a number of reasons. A lot of them involved a career, travel. It seemed as though they were sold this glorified version of service, wanting to become heroes, as you say, like their World War veteran forefathers. But they weren't informed of these risks, particularly intergenerational harm that they could be facing. Would you agree with that?
I think I would say, as a civvy who has studied the military from afar, that there, and across time, that there is always what you're describing, a distinction between a glamorous image and the reality that can include far more complicated realities. I have heard people comment on careers in the various services that they have found a lot of meaning, purpose, and identity in service. And I've heard from other people who have said that they felt that they were screwed up by military service and have very negative feelings. I think it's quite complicated.
Ka pai, thank you.
Can I just make the point that it was not just Māori who may have been told join the army or go to prison. I've heard anecdotal evidence of non-Māori suffering the same advice from local constables in small towns. If you stay here, you'll end up in prison. So I don't think it can be a purely Māori aspect.
I see the point. I think I was taking it in the context of Māori in our prison system and our experience generally with the criminal justice system as well. It just paints quite a stark image.
Well, I came from a small town and I remember Pākehā boys being told that they'll end up in Borstal, and others would be told, well, if you don't want to go to Borstal, get into the army or that sort of thing. So anecdotally, I would say that, but I have no specific evidence of it, unfortunately.
Ka pai. Thank you. So I want to turn to the processes for promotion within the forces. And you were discussing earlier the rates of Māori within the Navy and the Army, which were disproportionately high. And it seemed to me, when reading through the promotion processes for the Navy and the Army in particular, they're quite complex in comparison with the Air Force. Did you come to that same conclusion?
Could I ask for clarification about why you took that line?
Aye. I believe it's from paragraphs 160 through to 162, you're discussing the various requirements. The Royal New Zealand Air Force, I think you're discussing that basic officer training of between 2 to 6 months occurs. And then you discuss later on the Army, they undertake 4-year courses. Am I incorrect in making this conclusion from that?
You may well have a valid point there. I took most of my material about officer promotion and officer training from the New Zealand Oxford Companion to the New Zealand Military History, and I won't claim a highly experienced understanding of promotion procedures within the services on that. There could well be someone who could offer a more informed opinion about the ins and outs of the Air Force and promotion.
Ka pai. But through your evidence, you didn't find any sort of consideration, through your research, aroha mai, didn't find any sort of consideration of the higher Māori membership within those forces when determining promotion criteria?
No, I didn't.
Ka pai, thank you.
Kia ora, Ms. Wutihira, I think we'll stop now for afternoon tea and resume again at 3:30.
Ka pai. Your Honour, I believe Mr Lambert might have an update on the timetable as well.
Yes, tēnā koe, Your Honour.
Kia ora.
In terms of the timetable for panel 4, I'll start with panel 3. Te Arahi Law has informed that they will withdraw their 10 minutes. Moving now to panel 4, I've heard from Annette Sykes' office that they can reduce their time by 10 minutes, so they have 15 minutes. They originally had 25. And Māni Horner also reduced their time for panel 4 to 15 minutes. Your Honour, I also have a proposal, and it would be dependent on Your Honour's consideration of starting at 8:30 in the morning, and also dependent on, excuse me, whether the Crown would be open to reducing their presentation time for panel 4 to 40 minutes tomorrow. If that were the case, we could probably move the entirety of panel 4 to tomorrow morning, including the Crown presentations and the cross-examination. And then today, we would still need to sit late, I would say, due to the tribunal questions. But it wouldn't be much later past 5 o'clock.
So that's a reduction of the presentation down to 30 minutes for panel 4.
I suggested 40 minutes, sir. Yeah.
Perhaps you could talk during afternoon tea and...
yes, sir, that does sound sensible, but I would give the panel the courtesy of discussing with them. So,
right.
But I expect that should be okay, but I will talk with them and report back after.
Yeah, and no problem with starting at 8:30. You can start at 7:30 if you like.
Perhaps a step too far.
I'll still be asleep, sir.
All right. Okay, we'll go in 20 minutes. Thanks. Kia ora tātou. Mr Goff.
Kia ora, sir. We will reduce tomorrow morning's Crown presentation by 10 minutes, not 20, so it'll be 50 minutes. If it's very difficult to reduce further, and we thought if that was going to cause any problems, we could start at 8:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Claimant Counsel.
Kia ora.
Any problem with starting at 8:15?
I have no problem with starting at 8:15. I don't think that we can argue with you.
and
we're in your hands.
That's suitable for your panel?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Ka pai.
Right, we'll start tomorrow at 8:15. Thank you.
Okay. Kia ora anō. I'll continue with you, Dr. Loveridge, just for a little bit longer. So I wanted to talk about paragraph 67 very quickly. This paragraph discusses the data showing how many Māori were enlisted between June and July 1965, I believe. And this data is based on those who self-identified as being more than half or full-blooded Māori. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you agree that this may have excluded a large number of Māori who were less than half-blooded?
Well, I did that survey of the first unit that went to Vietnam. It is possible that some people did not specify that they were Māori or that they were less than half Māori. I believe there may have been one, I'm not sure, but it's quite a long time since I did the actual work on the files, but there may have been. Some people, especially in Korea, did not specify that they were Māori, but when the evidence later indicated that they were Māori.
Kei te pai, yep, thank you. In that case, there may have been more Māori that were present in that period, correct?
There may have been, yes.
Ka pai. Thank you. That's all I wanted from that. And now I just wanted to discuss one of our claimants in particular. His name is Moses Richard Witihira. He gave evidence in this inquiry. It's document C9, which I can point you to if you want me to, but I'll just explain his situation, if that's kei te pai. He enlisted with the intent of serving in the Vietnam War with previous nursing experience, and he indicated his preference to be enlisted as a medic. But he was, in actual fact, put into infantry. And I understand that previous answers have been given around a certain situation such as this, where there may have been certain needs to be met. But in this particular case, this veteran Māori veteran had indicated a preference to be a medic, arguably a less dangerous role than that of infantry. It was towards the end of the Vietnam War when he indicated this. I would have made the assumption that they would have needed more medics rather than infantry towards the end of the war. And so I just wanted to get your perspective on what may have caused this decision to have been made.
I don't feel I could make any informed commentary without knowing more about the facts of the case. I'm not really aware of the circumstances that would have led to those decisions.
To me, it points to a form of discrimination based on the fact that he could have been placed in the medic unit, but he was instead placed in infantry, which is a more dangerous role, and Māori had a higher proportion in infantry roles. Would you agree that that points to some form of discriminatory, it could point to some form of discriminatory decision?
I mean, if we're saying could, it certainly could. But again, without knowing the facts of the case, I don't feel I could offer any informed commentary.
Ka pai.
The question is, what unit was he trying to get into? The service's medical team was not serving where the army units were serving. If he wanted to be the unit medic, there may not have been a slot for him. And I would dispute the idea that you needed more medics towards the end of the war than you had earlier, because after 1968, the fighting in Phúc Thuy province faded away because the Viet Cong knew that the New Zealanders and Australians were leaving. They headed back into the hills. Basically, their objective was to be there when our troops departed. So the fighting levels actually reduced towards the end of the war.
Pētapai. Thank you. Those are all my questions for you, Korua. Thank you very much. I will turn now to you both. And I wanted to put 2 lines of questioning to both of you. In terms of dibutyl phthalate, the evidence that we've heard from some veterans, and you point to it in your brief, Dr. McBride, it seems as though the information that they had about the health impacts of DBP was quite ad hoc. It was, some people knew about it earlier on, some people knew about it later, and may not have known the full extent of the impacts. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with that.
Ka pai. And some veterans were aware of possible health impacts from it for some time.
Some would have been aware of health effects if they'd read about it.
Mm-hmm.
Some veterans like to keep themselves well informed about things and would have remembered DBP and subsequent concerns.
Mm-hmm. Ka pai.
That's quite right.
Thank you. And I'm not proposing to get into the causation and whether or not it did actually have any health effects, but you have also previously talked about needing to be careful around how you research this topic in order to not cause unnecessary distress. You were discussing that with my friend earlier. So you would agree that some form of knowledge of these health impacts would cause a level of distress to these veterans?
That's right. A level of knowledge would cause concern, and they would like to seek information, and they seek information from any available source, including reputable sources.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite right. Such as Professor Shaw, who's a toxicologist and knows what he's doing in toxicology, but not in epidemiology. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Ka pai. In terms of the endocrine disruption and the impact that these veterans thought that it would have on their uri, their descendants, whether or not it did actually cause those impacts, you agree that to Māori veterans in particular, the health and well-being of their uri and the protection of their whakapapa is really important?
The short answer is yes. And we have spoken about this before and about the differential impact of fears on heredity and the whakapapa in Māori, so yes.
Ka pai, thank you. And that would cause some level of mental distress to know that this would impact their uri.
Yes, reasonably, yes.
And this is on top of the other distress that they may be feeling, like PTSD and other impacts from service.
Yes.
Could exacerbate that.
It should be. I mean, it will be a factor in their mental well-being. More difficult to say that it's an aggravating factor or a causative factor of PTSD, but you know, it would be a component in their overall, you know, mental health and well-being.
Ka pai. And the response to DBP and the possible health impacts from VANS, you've noted, is to monitor the developing research. That's correct?
Yes, so we will, I mean, that's part of the response. Part of our, the other part of our obligations to veterans is to continue to communicate to veterans what this research is showing. And so in order to sort of maintain that dialogue, the corridor with veterans, so that there is a shared understanding of where we are with that information. And we have to take the same, you know, I've talked about the care that has to be taken and the manner in which this is communicated to veterans. That, you know, we in Veterans Affairs have to take the same precautions to ensure that we communicate effectively, compassionately, and in an informed way.
Ka pai, thank you. And earlier on, you were having a discussion with my friend about the research and the capability of continuing this research and the lack of resources available in order to have robust research completed. Is that?
The main limitation that, and Dr. McBride spoke about it, Professor McBride spoke about it more clearly, is on the size of well, not the size, the population available in which to perform epidemiological research, and the ability to identify that population and to study it. And that is a factor of resources, but it's also a factor of, you know, it's a factor of financial resources, but it's also a factor of, you know, logistically trying to make that happen.
You agree, though, that there are limitations on
on
having research completed?
Yes, there is. Yes.
And so the main response is relying on monitoring research and communicating this research with veterans. But if there's these limitations on having that research completed, what is another realistic response that's being taken by VANS outside of relying on research?
So the research that's been performed overseas has been performed on larger cohorts with measurable exposures to DBP, where there can be measurable outcomes from that exposure. So they're able to identify cohorts or populations in which we can make some conclusions which would be statistically valid and reasonable. You know, we avoid saying anything is 100% certain, but the larger the cohort, the better the design of the study, the more we can be confident about the outcome. When we're talking about the research in New Zealand, the size of the population that we have available to perform that research on is the primary limiter on our actually making any conclusions. So when I say we're looking and observing the research, we're looking at, you know, we're looking at research to which we could say would be more reliable in providing us any sort of guidance or indication of risk.
Ka pai. Case pai, yeah, I understand what you're getting at. I think what I'm trying to put forward is we have this group of veterans and their whānau who may be experiencing some mental distress, knowing about the possible effects on their uri, on their mokopuna, and we have your response being the monitoring of research. But I just want to put to you that there should be more being done in regards to mitigating the mental distress of veterans and their whānau in relation to this particular issue?
One of the critical things is that you shouldn't, it is a vulnerable population. And the other thing about Professor Shaw's study was there were no ethical approvals, which is really unusual, which is one of the reasons the paper shouldn't have been studied, because an ethics committee review would have shown that the study was never going to work. And we must be very careful when we study veterans that we do it properly, consult, communicate the results as soon as we can, and get ethics approval for it, because I know the ethics committee are very tough on researchers when you're trying to get approval to do studies. It's got to be it's got to be valid, it's got to be repeatable, and it's got to be done properly.
If I can add just a wee bit.
Yep,
one of the things that, you know, as scientists and medical professionals, we haven't done well in the past, say we in the collective as opposed to me personally, we haven't communicated the science well to people. And this isn't just the Defence Force, it's not just Veterans Affairs, it's in general. Science communication has not been effectively managed. And our colleague, Dr. Priestley, who was on week 2, that's her area of expertise, and some of her discussion about more the effective ways of communicating complex scientific information to populations is really relevant to this conversation. And so one of the things that that VANS is trying to do, and one of the things that I'm trying to do as the clinical advisor within VANS, is finding ways of having this, of communicating this information in more in ways that are less top-down and less didactic, so that we can have these conversations as kōrero as opposed to lectures. Because that is, from my perspective, that is one of the only tools that we have available to try and decrease the levels of anxiety, concern and distress that have come from what would be decades of doubt and fear. So I can't, there's no way that I can grab a study out of thin air or laptop and go, look, here's the proof that there is nothing that's happened to you, because it's a totally ineffective way of communicating with anyone, let alone a veteran.
Aye.
And from my personal experience, veterans are not very good at being condescended to. So our aim in Veterans Affairs, and my aim personally as a professional within Veterans Affairs, is to communicate this sort of information in much more respectful ways, and certainly much more culturally sensitive ways as well.
Aye.
So I can't, which is a very long-winded way of saying we recognise that this hasn't been communicated well in the past, and that's been a factor in this accumulation of distress. But we recognise the deficits in how this has been communicated in the past, and we're working to rectify those. The measure of success I think we won't be able to measure that today, but that's something that we would hope to see. We wouldn't like to see some of the effects of the past replicated into the future.
There's 3 words really: by, with and for. So research should be ideally initiated by veterans. It should be done for them, and it should be done with them. And the Vietnam veteran study is a good example. Consulted the Vietnam veterans before we did it. We gave them the results first, got their understanding of what they meant, and then we published the paper knowing that we had communicated all those risks, and they said to us, yes, well, we knew that anyway, which is one of the best outcomes we could have had.
Kapai, thank you. I did want to return back to that 2018 research report that concluded that there was no link. But I think that's answered my question, so Thank you. In terms of what is being done currently to mitigate the distress that's being caused or has been caused to veterans by knowing about this, other than communicating research and having open lines of communicating, do you think that there is another way of mitigating this harm? Has there been any sort of consideration given to some form of compensation or, say, counselling specifically for this? Any sort of harm mitigating support?
In the time that I've been in Veterans Affairs, 2020 to 2025, I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
I wouldn't like to speak in the period before that. I don't have knowledge of it.
Kapai.
It really is down to the researcher to make sure those provisions are in place. So, for example, I've heard today of a veteran who was distressed by a project run out of Otago, so we'll have to go and deal with that, find out what happened, make sure it doesn't happen again. So the lines of communication should be open direct to the researchers by email or otherwise. And that's yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers. Those are all of my questions for you all. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you. Anyone here from Phoenix Law?
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson for Phoenix Law.
Oh, thank you.
I also appear with my colleague, Mr. Kudas, who hasn't done appearances yet.
Okay, thank you.
Now, in terms of this questioning, we'll be breaking our block into two. So my questioning will be directed at Dr. Loveridge. Mr. Kudas will be directed at the rest of the panel. Now, thank you, Dr. Loveridge, for your report. I'd just like to draw back to paragraph 177. I've just got one question around Pugley's view that education was the principal reason for the low number of Māori officers. Did you come across any evidence of efforts being made to overcome the educational gap by upskilling and training the Māori soldiers that the Army already had?
Well, the educational issue would be primarily about the relatively restricted pool of Māori individuals with school certificate. The answer to your question would be no, the military didn't undertake that kind of qualification, upskilling. More broadly, the pathway to promotion includes various studies and exams, and yes, there were opportunities for individuals and resources available to allow people to proceed along those pathways.
Thank you. And do you know why or what barriers potentially were preventing Māori soldiers from taking those options that were available?
Within the military?
Yes.
I know of no barriers that would allow or prevent individuals from taking advantage of those resources.
Do you know then perhaps why Māori soldiers weren't taking that pathway through into becoming officers?
Well, say again, the primary reason that would, in education, that would restrict Māori individuals from proceeding up the service ranks would be a lack of School C qualifications. More broadly, I would say I would not disagree with Pugsley at all that education is clearly a prime cause in explaining disparities in promotion, but the whole process does remain a little bit mysterious. It's not entirely clear what inputs lead to different outcomes.
Thank you very much. And moving on to paragraph 181, where the report mentions there being cultural barriers to promotion. Were there any efforts to integrate Māori culture and promotion pathways together to overcome those barriers?
Again, these are the barriers to taking advantage of educational resources?
So these are the cultural barriers down at 181. So, for example, here at line 5, we've got there being, for example, a reluctance from Māori soldiers to separate themselves from the group. Were there any efforts by the military to overcome those sorts of barriers?
I could only note very select anecdotal accounts I've come across where particular individuals were encouraged to take up promotion exams, but I have no idea how common that was.
Okay, so there's nothing, there's no evidence of anything at a system level or a policy level?
Not that I've seen, no.
Thank you. So moving on, what training, if any, did non-Māori officers in the period receive for working specifically with Māori soldiers in terms of dealing with tikanga or other similar cultural considerations?
I know of no formal training through this time in those areas. I think the answer would be general learning on the job. The Army has a long history of interacting and working with Māori. I think it's more an emergent response rather than any kind of tailored top-down policy or systematic response.
Thank you. And is there any evidence of lack of cultural knowledge affecting disciplinary measures? So specifically with non-Māori officers disciplining Māori soldiers?
Not that I can recall, no, but it could well be the case that that wouldn't surface within the material I was looking for.
Thank you. So, for example, at paragraph 196, you note an incident where a number of Māori service people were punished for attending, and I quote, meetings and social functions at a marae. What evidence is there for how regularly this may have occurred?
Only the evidence I could come across in these files and records.
Okay, so very anecdotal.
Sorry, very.
Is that very anecdotal evidence?
I would say so, yes.
Yep. And is there any evidence around the sensitivity of non-Māori officers for disciplinary procedures where Māori soldiers were undertaking tikanga practices? So for example, if a Māori soldier had an obligation to attend a tangi, but wasn't given permission and then attended it anyway, what would happen in those circumstances?
I never came across anything of that nature and wouldn't know.
Okay, thank you. Now, at paragraph 199, you mentioned the Māori soldier memo. Is there any evidence of that being used to incorporate tikanga in working with Māori soldiers after its release?
Could I just clarify, was there any evidence of that particular memo being used to encourage
officers to start incorporating tikanga into service?
Again, only at an emergent level that, I mean, a lot of Māori cultural expression through the period in question simply emerged when you have large numbers of people who want to keep busy and to entertain themselves, to practice their culture, concert parties, things of that nature. And the general sense I have is that officers embrace that as a way to keep morale up, to keep people busy, keep them out of trouble. The marae in Malaya, Malaysia, and then later Singapore kind of emerged out of that process. Various cultural divisions emerged in Korea from that way. But I would probably be hesitant to call this any kind of formal or systematic embrace of tikanga. It was more, again, an emergent practice.
Thank you. And was there any evidence of the opposite, of officers rejecting a lot of those tikanga practices and trying to squash them?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Okay. If I could offer one thing that might give a bit more insight or perspective on it, I believe it was in the mid-70s where there was a question of updating standing orders around funeral arrangements. And it was suggested, should tikanga and Māori practice be written into standing orders for what should be done in the event of a service person's funeral, a Māori service person's funeral. And the general feedback was, you're just going to get into so much trouble if you try and standardise this. You need to consult, you need to check what would be appropriate with that individual and consult an appropriate elder. I think that was the general mood across this period.
Okay, thank you very much. And moving back up the report to paragraph 27.
I think Dr. McGibbon's trying to answer there.
Oh, of course.
I was just going to draw attention to the quotation in paragraph 198. I interviewed John Masters, one of the better officers of the time, and this was 1970, when he was disciplining his battery, realised that he had to get on side with certain of the Maori members of his battery, because they were the ones who were the key people in terms of the Maori members of the battery. He said it was a great learning curve, so that's interesting that even as late as 1970, he was in a learning curve. I just wanted to draw attention to that quotation.
Thank you very much. But yeah, so back up to paragraph 27. Now, at this point, you talk about the recruitment policies and it being a selling point, about trying to sell recruitment to Māori soldiers to entice them to enlist. Would you agree that the recruitment officers at this point were trying to minimise the negative impacts of service when they were communicating?
Well, yes, the job of a recruiter is to try and recruit people into the service. You do that by emphasising the positive.
Thank you. And would you agree that by doing so, they were getting a lot of these young soldiers to enlist without full information about what they were undertaking by enlisting?
I mean, at some level you can't disagree that you can always receive full information about almost anything. The job of a recruiter is to put a positive position on the idea of joining the military.
Yeah, thank you. And then moving down to paragraphs around 30 to 33, where the report talks about there being targeted efforts to recruit Māori. Was there any evidence of any pushback from Māori communities from these efforts, to these efforts, sorry?
None that I've seen, no.
Thank you. And was there any evidence of local iwi or hapu or community organisations being involved in this recruitment process?
Being involved?
Yes.
Yes, it was very much recognised that if you want to perform successful recruiting in these regions, you need the support of the local elders and the authorities. This was very much wrapped up with attempts to form good relations with the locals.
Thank you. And how did they go about doing that?
First and foremost, forming personal relationships, having an understanding of how to approach and what would be appropriate, some sense of using recruiting material that would seem to be particularly appealing, such as a particular film. The New Army was particularly used because it featured a Māori nurse, and ensuring that many of the people involved in recruiting were also Māori and often of officer rank. The idea was really to sell the military as a professional organisation that would do well by people and allow them to seek a professional career.
Sorry, just to narrow it down a little bit, I understand that's the broader, but in particular with the engagement with iwi and hapu, how would that happen? Or was it just part of, as they went round, they'd try and talk on a personal level to various people?
Yes, make personal connections, join in communal events, sell the military.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And I just have one question at paragraph 22 of the report. You mentioned that Māori and non-Māori wills were not distinguished following the passage of the MAA 1967. In the documents that you've reviewed, did you find any analysis or consideration given to the potential impacts on succession to Māori land as a result of that?
No, I didn't. I wasn't particularly looking for it, though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the tribunal and the panel, and I'll pass over to my colleague now.
Good afternoon, Council's name is Kudus. I believe Mr. Thompson from Phoenix Law entered appearances on my behalf on Monday morning. I have some questions directed towards Professor McBride this afternoon. Just before I start, just like to acknowledge Professor McBride's service history, which he notes at paragraph 4 of his brief of evidence. I personally have had family members serve in World War I and World War II, so that really resonates with me. So thank you very much for your service, sir. Professor, one of the key issues for claimants in this inquiry was that veterans were not culturally understood or supported, and that whakama and Māori approaches to illness and seeking help were often overlooked. Looking at your research, did you consider any of the cultural impact of DPB exposure on Māori veterans?
We've got a Māori Health. All our research at Otago goes past our Māori Health advisors, so we took their advice on it. Epidemiological studies are pretty clinical and clear-cut. Knowing there was a high proportion of Māori in that particular group, we undertook consultation with them before, during and after the study to make sure, in the Vietnam veteran study, to make sure that all those things were good. And if we'd studied the Malayan veterans, the same thing would have happened. And we always have a Māori research advisor on board and take their advice on how to make these approaches, how to communicate the findings, and yeah, that's just something that we do.
Of course. Thank you very much. That also answers two of my follow-up questions, so I'll just carry on. Looking at your brief of evidence at paragraphs 19, 20, 22, 24, 25, you mention multiple claimant statements that link veterans' DPB exposure to health issues in their children.
Yes.
Now, to the best of your knowledge and belief, did the Crown ever investigate or acknowledge the potential intergenerational consequences of DPB exposure?
Sorry, I'm looking around a post, so if I'm
yes,
in an awkward position then, yeah. So, can I just get you to ask that question again for me, and I might be able to answer it?
Sure. The question was, to the best of your knowledge and belief, did the Crown ever investigate or acknowledge the potential intergenerational consequences of DPB exposure?
To date, the only evidence of an intergenerational effect has been the Karen and Shaw paper, which is as part of that larger corpus of knowledge. The larger part of that knowledge, of that information, suggests that there is no intergenerational effects from exposure to DPP that we know of at this point. So that's, we, in the absence of any of evidence of this intergenerational effect, we would not be acknowledging it logically. As far as investigating it is concerned, we've already spoken about the role of DVA and defence in that. If your question is, has there been any research other than Karen and Shaw into this on New Zealand veterans? Not that I'm aware of.
Understood. So just on that, given that you've said that there's no real research on intergenerational effects of DPB exposure, but from the evidence that Dr. McBride has referred to in his brief of evidence, namely I point to paragraph 19, where he notes that some of the brief of evidence raises issue about potential health effects of exposure on themselves and their children, and then goes on to note the issues that had occurred. Now, would you think it would benefit Maori veterans, their whānau, and the wider Maori community for an urgent longitudinal or whakapapa-based research into the effects of DPB on Maori veterans and their whānau?
The issues raised in the briefs of evidence are rare conditions, but they do occur, and automatically when you get one of these conditions, such as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder, it's rare. But if you're a veteran, you automatically turn to your exposures and think, did I pass that on? As we talked about, and the potential destruction of whakapapa lines is also very important. The rest of the conditions, hypospadias is quite common. Polycystic ovarian syndrome developing at puberty is common, as is Crohn's disease. So many of these conditions are common without any exposure. So it's really very difficult to link them to exposures without long-term follow-up cohort studies.
And I might be able to add a little bit to that as well,
yes,
if I could. Because there's two limits, well, there's two factors in this. When your question is, do we think it's worthwhile to have a longitudinal study of veterans exposed to DVP? There's two factors in whether we could consider that to be worthwhile or not. The first is, the outcomes. The second is the practicality of actually performing the research. So investing in research that it would be impossible to make a conclusion from would be, there wouldn't be much worth in doing that. And we've already spoken earlier today about the difficulties of trying to do longitudinal epidemiological studies on New Zealand's Malaysia population in particular. Even ignoring the difficulty of establishing a causal relationship through those studies, the practical difficulties of actually performing them would preclude even sort of, or preclude pursuing them.
So, am I understanding this correctly, that it is your opinion or view that intergenerational harm, and I'm not talking about exposure, but generally speaking here, that intergenerational harm shouldn't really be a central part of any veteran health assessment? Am I understanding what you're saying correctly, or have I misinterpreted what you've said?
To this point, there is very little or no evidence of intergenerational effects following paternal exposure to any environmental or occupational exposure. So that's, essentially that's the answer. That puts a limit on what can, the value of the sort of thing you're suggesting. Because it would make more sense if we did have some evidence of intergenerational effects from paternal exposures, because then, there is something to work from. But at the moment, we don't have that as a base evidence.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. Dr. McBride, in your evidence, you shed some light by virtue of reference to claimant evidence that treatment cost relating to DPB exposure was eventually covered, and for your reference, that's at paragraph 16 of your brief of evidence. Now, you may also be aware, as I previously mentioned, that there are many Maori veterans who have expressed whakama and fear of bureaucracy when seeking help from MSD or Veteran Affairs. would you accept that the Crown and the military at that stage have dropped the ball in relation to helping Māori veterans and their health concerns around DPB exposure, and that it would appear that the military simply adopted a deal-with-it approach towards veterans?
I think that one of these things, it's very difficult to predict what's going on. We need more money spent in veterans' health research. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The funds that the Veterans Health Advisory Panel draw on are unpaid ward pensions, and it's a finite amount of money that needs to be spent, and it's got to be spent in a wide range of projects, not just epidemiological projects, but projects about families and projects about veterans themselves and what's seen to be important. But there needs to be a baseline amount of funding which is used for research which will show longitudinal effects in veterans. And I don't know that that's the responsibility of the Veterans Health Advisory Panel. Well, they can't do it with the amount of money that they had. They're going to need to find, as one person said to me, a rich veteran somewhere to spend a bit of money on research. I haven't found one yet. I'm sorry.
Now, Dr. McBride, you've talked about the underfunding, and I'm not too sure whether you have perused all the briefs of evidence that claimants have filed, but there was a lot that claimants talked about when it came to the whakama, and then because of not wanting to deal with these government agencies, they would self-medicate with alcohol. Now, would you accept then that the underfunding of and under-resourcing of research into exposure of DPB and such things may have contributed to the lack of early research or action on DPB exposure?
I certainly think one approach by veterans to dealing with PTSD, including the PTSD and worrying about the whakapapa lines, is to turn to alcohol. Unfortunately, that's been going on for a long time. There's signs that I see of a change in culture within the NZDF, so there's not so much heavy drinking, but certainly with the Malayan veterans and the Vietnam veterans, it was a tradition in those times, but one that in general society as a whole is now dealing with.
Can I just clarify that paragraph 16? And it's the acceptance of a skin rash in a Malaya veteran. Which the veteran attributes to exposure to DBP. So skin conditions are the fourth most common claimed set of conditions in veterans, both in New Zealand and elsewhere. So they're extremely common claimed conditions. For those with jungle service or in tropical service, and if you're looking at the statistics out of World War II, Vietnam and Malaya, they are about the second most common presentation or most common claim condition after hearing loss. And so skin conditions are, a very, very, very common condition experienced by veterans and a very common claim condition for a number of reasons. And it's and for a number of skin conditions, there's an enormous range of conditions as well, with an enormous range of causes. And so the systems that we apply to determine a service relationship are, as we've spoken about in previous panels, very forgiving systems and very inclusive systems for acceptance. One of the common things that, so we get skin conditions very commonly claimed for. One of the factors that's in many of these skin condition statements of principles is around the inability to provide personal hygiene over time, and which is, a ubiquitous experience of veterans of Southeast Asian conflicts. So we accept, for our skin conditions, the majority of our skin conditions are accepted, again, at rates higher than 75%, higher than 80%. on the basis of things that we know they experienced. And it's what I believe might have happened in this instance, is that his skin condition was accepted as being service-related, but not necessarily related to DBP. So that example of the factor I mentioned from the SOP is just one factor in several of the SOPs for skin conditions. So we don't, at this point, there isn't any evidence of chronic skin conditions resulting from historic exposure to DBP. There is evidence of acute irritation and dermatitis secondary to exposure to DBP, and the veterans speak about that from their own experience at the time. But at this point, there isn't any evidence of long-term chronic skin problems. But there are many other causes that they would have been exposed to,
of course,
that would result in them.
Thank you so much. Just got a couple of more questions. I know we're approaching the 30-minute mark allocated for Phoenix Law. Just finally, did you investigate whether Māori were disproportionately impacted by DPB exposure due to frontline deployment patterns?
As far as I'm aware, all Malayan service people had treated clothing, irrespective of the nature of their role in Malaya. So I'm not sure there's a differential.
But you would accept that the lack of informed consent and the targeted recruitment of Māori soldiers for frontline deployment meant Māori soldiers were disproportionately impacted, though, would you not?
If all service people deployed to Malaya were required to treat their clothing in the same way, then I'm not sure there is a difference between frontline service people, whether they be Māori or otherwise, and those in the rear.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Well, thank you. Is Mr. Harmon still here? Thank you. Dr. Phillipson.
Judge, I'm just going to ask one question, and is that me? Anyway, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How's your voice?
Well, it's much the same. So I'm just going to ask one question and put the rest in writing. That question is to both Dr. Loveridge and Dr. McGibbon. While we have you, Dr. McGibbon, I would like, there's uncertainty and conflicting evidence, and I would like a definitive view as to whether New Zealand Vietnam veterans used DBP as for the uniforms, because we've got some evidence says they did in Vietnam and some evidence says they didn't, and I was hoping that we might get a John Crawford style report on DBP, the same that he was able to do for the sprays in Vietnam, but that wasn't possible. So are either of you able to assist with this?
I'm sorry, Dr. Phillipson, it's Mike O'Reilly speaking. I'm not aware of any direct evidence that the New Zealand service people were using DBP in Vietnam. There is limited use by Australian services in that period. It was the battalion group in Ben Cat in 1965 had an outbreak of scrub typhus at a time when they were using untreated clothing because the Australian Health Service at that time did not think that there were mites in the region, and they had 2 casualties in Ben Cat province. While that battalion group were in Ben Cat province, they after this event they used treated clothing. I'm not aware of any evidence in the Australians in Whakatoi province were required to treat their clothing in the same way. I believe that they did not think that there were mites in the region.
It doesn't really help me though. Has anyone been through the historical records to determine whether New Zealanders in Vietnam did use DBP?
No, I can't help you with that one either, Grant. I'm sorry, but I don't have any evidence that DBP was used on our soldiers in Vietnam. We did actually slot into an Australian military environment in Vietnam, and we would have followed task force directives on the use, but I have no direct evidence that I can help you with, sorry.
I believe it was Ross Himona's brief of evidence that stated that it was DEET that was used in Vietnam. I'm not sure if DPB was also used. Sorry.
Yes, well that's the problem, because he says it wasn't, DBP wasn't used, and other Vietnam veterans have said it was. So I'm wondering if there's any way we could get maybe Mr. Crawford to have a look at the records as a possibility. I'll just leave it there, thank you, and put the rest of my questions in writing. But I do want to thank this panel very much for your helpful evidence on DBP.
If I can assist, the bundle of documents filed for dibutyl phthalate contains at the front of that bundle the documents that Lieutenant Colonel Taylor was able to identify in those decades immediately following World War II that related to miticides. It doesn't really answer your question definitively either. So that exercise has been gone through, and there is some source material there, which is, as I say, set out in the front of that bundle. But it only takes us so far.
Yes, I did read those documents, thank you. Maybe we could get a submission later from the Crown as to whether any more work can be done on that. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Grant. Anna.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou. Sorry. Thank you for the detailed papers, evidence and reports. Mr. Crawford has already picked up on a number of the points. We seem to have highlighted the same things in your brief, Mr. Leveridge. So I'm just going to probably focus on a couple of points. One is in a number of the in your evidence you talk about and particularly on paragraph 18 in the summary of the report you talk about a lack of systemic and ethnic data and say however this precludes a direct comparison between Māori and non-Māori service people in these circumstances, and overall you're talking about a lack of ethnic data collection that would help make those comparative analyses. Is that right? That's a fair...
Yes.
Thank you, sir. But in many of the examples you give, where you're making the statements about not having enough evidence, that you haven't found enough evidence to say that this was the case, whether that's for promotion, whether or not it's for healthcare, these... You're saying you haven't found the evidence to support the existence of the inequity. But the reverse also is the case, isn't it? That you haven't found the evidence that says it wasn't there either.
Correct. My effort has been to as much as possible, state what we can document and then to supplement that with the best impressions I can make, which are contestable.
Thank you, sir. My point is that when we say that we don't have the evidence to support inequitable treatment, because we don't have the data, the ethnic data that we've collected, and we've been primarily looking at the policy documents and the record and the like records of the time, that we are also in the position to say that we don't have any other evidence. There's no reports that say to the contrary. That we're looking at having to prove the burden of proof then falls on having to say that there didn't exist prejudice in terms of policies rather than the other side. You're looking very confused.
I believe I'm taking the point. I just wonder what the possible solution might be. I can only present the evidence I can find.
Potentially the possible solution is when, if we're looking at evidence as has been presented to this tribunal of people's and the claimants suggesting that they have experienced prejudice in terms of promotion, in terms of the treatment, whether or not that is, and we've heard it even within this week. In fact, the bravery of many of the current service people has shared with us examples of that. If you're looking for if you're doing some research that's particularly looking for the examples of different treatment, inequitable treatment, are you likely to find it in the policy documents? Is it likely to be written in the policy documents?
No, I absolutely take the point you're making. If I could give an example that might be illustrative. A question came up previously about potential instances of service people to be who were offered choices of, do you want to join the military or do you want to go in front of a judge? That has been a claim that has been submitted that I was very interested in seeing if I could flesh out and document more. As a historian, you start by thinking, is there an archival file that would give me that documentation in which we could say we can offer a definitive answer? If it is somewhere in archives, what kind of search terms do I put in to try and find it? The short answer is, if that material ever went into archives, I was unable to locate it. I then went to several historians I knew in crime and punishment, law and justice, in Crown Māori relations, and asked, have you heard of these sort of stories? Is there some way I can get at this? I looked through newspaper accounts. I thrashed out various kind of avenues of inquiry and ultimately was unable to find anything further that could document it. That is the kind of story that is behind some of the statements in this report that end up of no evidence has been found. I don't intend that to be some sort of definitive, there's nothing to see here, simply I was unable to substantiate this point or line of inquiry.
So thank you. And going to other, I absolutely understand that the path that you followed, but wouldn't the claimant's evidence also provide examples of, those with lived experience who have raised these issues in the first place, have identified, have provided these examples of these issues? So is that not, when you're going to, I guess the point is that if you're going to look at the policies, are you likely, you've given us one example of a memo in here, which is really powerful, and Dr. Crawford referred to it, and that was on in the report under paragraph 42 when you talk about the from Manning's commentary around what he said in terms of admittedly we do accept Māoris freely into the services, too freely I feel, we've heard that, I don't need to go through that again. But that's in a memo, it's not in a policy document, it's not in a statement. This shows the practice of people, the behaviours of people. Where are you likely to find, as a researcher, the examples of the behaviours and the implementation of policy as opposed to the written policies? Where are you likely to get that source of information?
I quite agree. I mean, this is why we try and use various sources to try and meshed together alloys of various accounts. Claimants have made a series of fascinating submissions that have been very insightful on these issues.
Did you interview Māori vets regarding prejudice?
No, I did not.
So in the absence of interviewing Māori veterans for their lived experience, many of whom we have heard through the process of this tribunal, you are therefore not researching the people who are likely to be able to provide you with that information that can attest to whether or not these are, to give you that breadth of information as to where they might find the examples, or whether it's in the diaries of people or other, is that a fair call?
It is absolutely a fair call that more sources will add more perspectives, more insights. I was not able to undertake oral interviews for the purpose of this research. I was able to take advantage of secondary accounts, which included some interviews with veterans, claimants, but ultimately you are completely correct that more sources will shine more light on these issues.
Thank you, sir. And I think it's just, I appreciate that response. And it's just because the way that this is written presents that no evidence has been found, and yet the sources have been, whilst extensive in terms of the reports and the policy analysis, incredibly extensive. I've read your full report.
Thank you.
It seems that the omission of those other sources presents a skewed view.
I would take a moment here to say then, if no evidence has been found is being read as, therefore, there is nothing more to tell, this is it, this is definitive, then no, that is not my intent at all.
Thank you, sir. And I wasn't suggesting it was your intent. I was suggesting about the information that we still might need to uncover to support a more that rounded view. But thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The last question I have is around the commentary. And I appreciate the conversation you've already had, but it's in your summarised evidence. You talk under paragraph 19. Māori were increasingly rare in the upper echelons of the service branches through this period, and then you talk about that the relatively restricted pool of individuals with the requisite educative credentials is a highly relevant factor. And I've had to do a bit of schooling myself about how people get into the forces and the way that they can progress through it. I'm not as learned as yourself in this matter, or the others in the room. And so I understand that education and education credentials are an avenue, one of the ways of points of entry, which then that will determine the level that you come in on. And the other way is that you do it through your service and you learn and you go through a process of promotion. So whilst I appreciate that the education and the school C element would have been a barrier for those getting in at the higher level to start with, did you have access to the qualifications of those who had come in via the other channels and gone not necessarily into officer level, but had come in and then gone in terms of the comparative data of those more likely to be promoted and their education qualifications within the system? So not coming directly in, but when they're actually doing service and then going through and acceding to higher levels via that avenue.
The short answer is no, though I wonder if I could submit an answer in writing just to avoid putting any incorrect information on the record at this point.
Certainly, sir. I would actually appreciate that, because I'm particularly interested in the fact that I can understand that, as I said, the first way of entering into the forces. But when we say that it is a highly relevant factor, I'm really interested to look at, with people at the same level, with the same qualifications, proportionately, are you more likely do we see an overrepresentation of non-Māori then receiving promotion against Māori? Now, that's not coming in with School C. I'm talking about, everything, when all the other factors are considered, whether or not that's something that is evident. And I know that when it gets to the officers level, and you get to, oh no, I shouldn't have said I know. When you get to one of the levels, that you need to be invited to come to the next level. And again, what is the data around the proportion of staff and the proportion of those serving? How many get invited with the same level of service, with the same qualifications? Where does that lie? You said, I'm not asking you to answer now. You said you're going to, but I'm giving some clarity about what we might be looking for.
Okay, I appreciate the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Kia ora. Well, you pretty much covered what I was going to ask there, Hannah. I'll just, maybe one question. But first, I'm really only addressing the historians and to acknowledge your report. Dr. Loveridge, thank you very much, very helpful. And but also to acknowledge you, Ian, Dr. McGibbon, for your years of research into Korea and our Vietnam vets, and those publications that really we're going to rely on heavily too for writing our own reports. I just wanted to just carry on from what Hannah was asking you about, and really it's what, I looked at your terms of reference to see if NZDF had asked you where they had sent you to get the information, and as a trained Western historian, you go to the paper record. And really it's a question about what value we should place on oral evidence. And we've had it. And both of you might want to comment on this. You've quoted people like Edu Manueta, Bill Keha, and others. And when I read the report, I thought, geez, this really brings some meat and flesh, puts flesh to what you're talking about. And I thought, well, that was just an oral account, but it's been written down, and you had access to it. So all of a sudden, it gains some value. And I'm thinking about all the veterans who are out there. If I had to do the same research, if I had the time and if they were allowing me to do that, I would be thinking, right, I've got to go and talk to these people who have lived experience and add that to my findings so I can present that to the tribunal. Do you not do that because you don't have time or because we don't give it the same value because it's not written down?
Thank you for the question, sir. With respect, it's not about value, it's about access primarily. I'm happy to hear your comments about the effect having those voices in the report. I was delighted to be able to add those. And the reason I is because those are easily available to me from getting books out of the library and binging books on this topic over the course of reading this report. I don't have access to those networks in the same way. There are a series of oral interviews in Turnbull Library, which I did try to access, but they require permission from the donors, none of which, unfortunately, responded to my requests over the time this report was taken. I was able to get some of the material on hearing protection, for example, from reaching out from a military historian I know who asked various people who had served, what exactly did you get? Did you get anything when you were serving in Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore? I don't know if Ian has any further thoughts on oral history.
Well, the government instituted an oral history project in 2008 of Vietnam veterans, and that body of work, of course, is an amazing source now, and it will be in future. The many interviews that Paul Diamond organised and collated, and the questionnaires that were sent out, of course, they provide flavour of what happened. On factual matters, I always believe documents are more important, because in the Korean War, the Battle of Kabyong, the documents didn't exist. So I interviewed people, and they all had different times, different stories, it was an incredibly difficult task to actually work out what had actually happened. But the fact is, that's all you had, so you had to use it. So oral history is very important, in my opinion, but it also has to be accompanied by reference to documents, if possible, to corroborate what is being said.
Would you agree that those oral accounts, when you insert them into like your own report, and you've used them, Ian, does that give them more weight once they're recognised in writing?
Oh, I think it does once it's put down on paper, but personally I believe a collection of letters of soldiers written at the time, and in Vietnam I had a collection that was given to me by Bunny Tumai from the Maori point of view, which were very illustrative of what Maori thought about service in Vietnam. To me, that was of a slightly higher level than people remembering back 40 or 50 years what they did at the time. You can get the flavour, but on factual matters, it's not a good basis. You need to corroborate, but it's still useful.
Thank you, because we have the situation where we now have your report, and we have claimant evidence, which is largely oral, which we're going to have to weigh up, corroborate, and I was just interested in where you would place value. Me as a Māori, I might not agree entirely with what you're saying. But the other thing I was going to ask, and Ian, you'd probably know this better, in the 50s and 60s, discrimination, documenting different standards between Māori and Pākehā service personnel, it's not likely that officials are going to write that stuff. Isn't that the case?
Not likely, you're right. But in the 50s, I'm talking about Korea. I mean, I talked to a lot of Maori soldiers who served in Korea. I never got any impression that they felt disadvantaged against Pākehā soldiers in K-Force. They got the same treatment. I didn't detect any sense of grievance about how they were treated. But you're right, those things are not going to be written down. Prejudice basically can be in the ether, but rather than deliberately documented.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's really all I wanted to comment on. And thanks again for the report.
Kia ora. Thank you to you all for the evidence you've given to us. The issues that I had have all been covered, but there will be a discussion, I am sure, between those non-historians on the panel and the historians as to the value of both primary and secondary sources. But thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Oh, tai ho. Hi. We've still got a bit of time up our sleeve, and I just wonder whether or not we're able to take some evidence of the panel now, as opposed to coming at say 8:15 tomorrow, but only if available. I mean, other than that, very happy to finish early, and we can reassemble at 8:15 tomorrow morning. Mr. Goff.
I believe Lieutenant Colonel Dransfield's trying to locate the relevant people, and
well, as I say, if it's not capable of being done.
Are you happy with 8:15? Let's just have them all together.
Aye, aye. So,
in which case, I think
haere tonu I te whakakapi te hui nei.
We'll start tomorrow Sir, yeah.
Ai, ai. So, kea koutou te tau a rangi hei whakakapi te hui I te rānei. Kia ora.
O te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti, nei rā ngā mihi nunui. Ki ngā roia, ngā kai kreme, mō tō koutou mahi, tō koutou tuku pātai, ngā kai ui, tēnā koutou. Huri noa I tō tātou whare, tātou e noho ana I raro I te tahu o te whare o te arawhiturangi ākai, tēnā tātou. Kua tai, tata tai ki te mutunga o tō tātou wiki, o tira, engari he rangi anō a pōpō. Ko te tūmanako, I puta mai etahi, I whai māramatanga I te rangi nei, a tōna wā ka puta mai etahi hua, hei pai ake, ngā rautaki, hei tiaki, hei manaki, I a tātou ngai Māori, o tira te ope kātua whānui. Hoki haumaru ki te kāinga, tēnā koa hoki haumaru mai hei te ata, tino moa tā pōpō, engari me tutuki ngā mahi. Ka mutu ahau I tētahi whakatauki, nau te raurau, nā ku te raurau, ka ora I te iwi. Ki au nei ko te era, te tino ngako, te tino wairua o te kaupapa nei. Nā tātou, te mamai, te haipapa, kia whakatika I ngā he o ngā rā o mua, engari kia tū rangatira mō ngā uri whakatipu. He pānui tāku, I roto te reo koko prawa. Pōpō, well, tomorrow. If you arrive before 7 o'clock, please don't park on the grass. Park in the on the concrete, but not in the VIP parking, please. Right, ka whātu te rākau ki tō tātou minita, hei whakakapi I tō tātou ahi pō. Kia ora rā.
Kia ora. Me nui a tātou, mā te atua e manaaki e tiaki o koutou nākau I roto I te aroha o te atua. Kia mau, kia uhoki, kia koutou te manaaki a te atua kaharawa, a te matua, a te tama, a te wairua tapu, aia nei a aki tuni atu. Āmeni.
Me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga mai tamana,
ki te wairua tapu, ake, ake, ake. Amen.